Chapter 2946. Lin Fei used the remaining time to understand the Myriad Treasure Assembly's general situation. This process only took a month. Lin Fei had a rough understanding of the Myriad Treasure Convention. The convention was organized by the royal family, and it was rumored that the royal family had a special method to enter the depths of some uninhabited continents to search for treasures. In fact, they might even be able to obtain some great treasures. The Myriad Treasure Assembly that was held once in one's later years was extremely competitive. Whether it was a reclusive family or the ruler of a country, all of them would come here. For outsiders who participated for the first time, they had to obtain the royal family's recognition. Their recognition came from two aspects, one was strength, and the other was treasures. As long as they met both criteria, they would be qualified to enter the Myriad Treasure Assembly. I need to get a qualification first. Myriad Treasure Pagoda. The most unique place in the Azura Kingdom. Here, as long as you had money, you could buy anything. It wasn't impossible to come across those legendary treasures, it just depended on whether you had the strength to do so. Thus, the Azura Kingdom's cultivators loved to go out and train, searching for treasures to exchange for the good stuff inside the Myriad Treasure Pagoda. Lin Fei arrived in front of the Myriad Treasure Pagoda in a black robe. His magnificent aura was like that of a giant. At the entrance of the Myriad Treasure Pagoda, the guards were all peak 7th Order Heavenly God Realm cultivators, clad in a black armor that exuded an extraordinary aura. It was actually a High Lord armor. There were more than 20 guards, all of them wearing supremacy armor. They were quite extraordinary. Walking into the Myriad Treasure Pagoda, Lin Fei felt as if he had arrived at a different place, as if he had entered an independent space, many times more perfect than the usual independent space. I'm here to obtain the Myriad Treasure Pagoda's qualification. Lin Fei said the moment he arrived. The Myriad Treasure Pagoda's cultivators were used to it. This way, please. Failed again. That thing is too domineering. Inside an independent space inside the Myriad Treasure Pagoda. When Lin Fei arrived, there were many people gathered here. At a glance, almost all of them were High Lords, more than a dozen of them. This is your number plate. When it's your turn, you can go up. The man handed a number plate to Lin Fei and left. Lin Fei noticed that there was a special creature on the stage in front of him. It was humanoid, and its body was half bent. Its eyes were filled with an evil aura. Next, number 9. A muscular man with a naked upper body and a huge black mace charged into the arena. Those who could come here were basically foreign supremacies. All of them were here for the qualifications. The first challenge was to defeat the Azura Hunter. This should be the Azura Hunter. It specializes in speed, and its power is average, but it can threaten peak supremacies. Lin Fei calmly looked at it. Relevant information also appeared. This was an Azura Hunter, a very special existence within the Azura Kingdom. The Shura Hunters are making their move. After the brawny man got on the stage, he swung his mace from top to bottom, intending to kill the Azura Hunter with brute force. Bang! After 2 sounds, the brawny man was sent flying, crashing into the arena's shield. 2 wounds were left on his chest, and blood flowed out. The Azura Hunter's movements were extremely fast, and it was like an afterimage. The brawny man was tortured until he had no choice but to give up. How difficult. This speed is too hard to deal with. The speed is indeed fast, and the attack is also fierce. It can really make a High Lord helpless. Lin Fei nodded inwardly. The dozen High Lords quickly went up the stage. So far, only one had killed the Azura Hunter, but he was also in a sorry state. Next, number 17. It was Lin Fei's turn. Lin Fei walked up the stage unhurriedly and nodded to the people outside, indicating that they could begin. Hoo-hoo. A strong stench assaulted Lin Fei's nostrils. The Azura Hunter moved, turning into a black dot and disappearing from sight. 2 sharp rays of light appeared in front of Lin Fei. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed the Azura Hunter's neck. A surge of energy surged out and struck the Azura Hunter's body, killing it on the spot. Who is this fellow? He's too fast. He killed the Azura hunter with a single strike. Where did this expert come from? The people who hadn't left earlier were shocked when they saw this scene. This was the first time they had seen such efficiency. Everyone knew how terrifying the Azura hunter was. If you met one in the Shura kingdom, you would definitely be in trouble. No one could escape from their pursuit. In Lin Fei's eyes, the Azura hunter's speed was starting to slow down, and its physical defense was also average. Lin Fei directly used his energy to penetrate into the depths of the Azura hunter's body, shattering the particles domineeringly. The person in charge of registration became very enthusiastic at this moment. Clearly, he was very surprised by the other party's strength. To be able to kill the Azura hunter so easily, that person was definitely a peak supremacy powerhouse. This black-robed man's talent was definitely not bad. To be able to kill the Azura hunter so easily, it was not common. He immediately went up to greet Lin Fei. "Congratulations, brother. You have passed the first round. You can go to the next place." Someone came up and said enthusiastically, handing another number plate to Lin Fei. The number plate was proof of clearing the round. The next round was to verify the treasure. The quality of the treasure would determine whether one was qualified to enter the myriad treasure meeting. This was also a test of one's ability. The myriad treasure tower naturally had its reasons for setting up such a rule. After Lin Fei easily killed the Azura hunter, the relevant recording was sent to the myriad treasure tower's Deputy Tower Lord. "Deputy Tower Lord Tang, this person's performance today is the most outstanding. He should have great potential and is worthy of being roped in by our Shura kingdom." In a small independent space on the top floor, a sharp voice sounded. The recording began to replay the battle on the stage. It was the recording of how Lin Fei easily killed the Azura hunter. Deputy Tower Lord Tang was a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious robes. His body exuded a noble aura, and his eyes were fixed on the recording. A body tempering supremacy. His speed is very fast, and his strength is stronger than an ordinary supremacy's. He's very domineering and ferocious, but he's passable. He seemed a little disappointed. However, it's worth roping him in. He should be a supremacy from the Saint Spirit world. I'll immediately arrange for someone to investigate. There are only a few body-tempering supremacies in the Saint Spirit world. It'll be easy to find out who they are. Lin Fei came to a small room. In the room, a white-haired old man was sitting. He looked solemn and shrewd. "Take out your treasure. As long as this old man approves of it, you can obtain the qualifications to participate in the myriad treasure meeting," the white-haired old man said in a businesslike manner. "What if I want the top-grade qualifications?" Chapter 2947. 10,000 Treasure Towers qualifications were divided into several grades. When he came, Lin Fei decided that he must get a top-level qualification. In 10,000 Treasure Tower, with this top-level qualification, he could avoid a lot of trouble. As for outside, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. With his current strength, whoever came up to be unlucky, he did not mind killing. The white-haired old man glanced at the man in black and said formally, "If the item meets the requirements, then you can get a top-level qualification." Honest to all. As an appraiser, the white-haired old man could encounter this kind of thing almost every day. A guy who was biting off more than he could chew, see if he had that qualification. This is what I prepared. What Lin Fei took out was none other than the life crystal stone. He did not have many things now, only the life crystal stone. As for the other things, they were really not worth much. Behind 10,000 Treasure Tower was the royal family. In the Black Domain, they had great influence, were more fair, and would keep secrets. 10,000 Treasure Tower could always stand tall, and this had a great impact on how they did things. Everyone was happy to come here. Lin Fei studied 10,000 Treasure Tower before he dared to take out the Life Crystal Stone. The Life Crystal Stone is not small in size. The white-haired old man's eyes lit up. It's a good thing. The Life Crystal Stone was not a circulating currency, but it had always been deeply loved by everyone. It could be used to heal at critical moments. Unfortunately, the life crystal stone was not easy to find now. Except for some special places, it was almost difficult to find the life crystal stone. The life crystal stone that Lin Fei took out was not small in size and looked quite heavy. It contained thick life energy inside. The white-haired old man grabbed one of the life crystal stone and examined it carefully. He was very serious. The whole process lasted for a long time. Life crystal stone, top grade, without a trace of impurities. It can be listed as a first-class treasure of 10,000 treasure tower. The white-haired old man put down the life crystal stone. You can get a top-level qualification. These were all extracted by Lin Fei himself. The quality was naturally superior. It was not the life crystal stone dropped by the shadow demon general. There was a certain gap. The white-haired old man took out a dark golden card and handed it to Lin Fei. As long as you drip your blood on it and refine it, you will be a top member of 10,000 treasure tower. Lin Fei did not hesitate and chose to refine it. A lifelike portrait appeared on the dark golden card. At the same time, there was a corresponding aura. No one could imitate it. This is our 10,000 treasure towers 10,000 treasure card. With this card, you can spend anything in 10,000 treasure tower, and you can also enjoy the benefits of a 20% discount. Lin Fei put away the million treasure card and turned to leave the room. To be able to take out such a top-notch life crystal stone, I must report this to the tower master. The white-haired old man muttered to himself. I've finally gotten the spot. Lin Fei left the 10,000 treasure tower and returned to the inn room, playing with the 10,000 treasure card in his hand. It was quite an extraordinary treasure. This craftsmanship is difficult for others to forge. Just the material of the 10,000 treasure card can block 99% of people. He still had this little bit of eyesight. Now, all that's left is to wait for the 10,000 treasure tower's myriad treasure meet to begin. As for whether the life crystal stone would bring trouble, Lin Fei was not very worried. If the 10,000 treasure tower took a fancy to it, they could talk nicely, and everything could be discussed. If they used violence, it was not certain who would take care of who. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the myriad treasure meet to begin. Ever since Lin Fei obtained the top-notch qualification, he basically stayed in the inn. As the myriad treasure meet was about to begin, the number of people in the monarch city began to increase. The inns began to be full, and all of them came to participate in the myriad treasure meet. Lin Fei observed for a while and found that those who came to participate in the myriad treasure meet were basically powerhouses in the black domain. The Saint Spirit World supremacies outside could be counted on one hand. On the day of the myriad treasure meet's opening, Lin Fei woke up early and came to the 10,000 treasure tower. Compared to the past, the atmosphere of the 10,000 treasure tower today was different. Those should be special warships that can fly in the black domain. Outside the monarch city, there were tall and majestic black warships, giving people a heavy aura. Lin Fei casually glanced at them before entering the 10,000 treasure tower. Honored guest, your seat is over here, please follow me. A beautiful 7th Order Heavenly God Realm young lady took the initiative to lead the way after looking at the 10,000 treasure card, arriving at a private room of the 10,000 treasure tower. The private room's area was not small, and the decorations were luxurious. Not long after Lin Fei sat down, a beautiful young lady walked in, standing respectfully in front of him. Hello, I am the person in charge of this private room, specially at your service. If you have any needs, please feel free to ask. Your service is quite attentive. Lin Fei laughed. The young lady was well-mannered with a smile on her face. As one of the top 10 trading houses in the Black Domain, the 10,000 Treasure Tower pursues meticulous service. The auction has not started yet, so you can taste our Azura country special tea, and then look through the items that will be auctioned today. Okay. Lin Fei nodded with a smile. Soon, Huang Xiaolong tasted the Azura country's special tea. It was quite domineering, and had a unique taste. This is the list of items that will be auctioned today. If there's anything you don't understand, you can call me. The young lady passed a soft book to Huang Xiaolong with both hands, standing to the side. Lin Fei flipped through the book. When the book was flipped open, a vivid and lifelike drawing appeared. Good heavens, the top qualification is really worth the money. Let me see what kind of good things are here. Lin Fei did not have much interest in weapons, pills, and the like. A semi-finished divine weapon actually costs more than 10 billion Saint Spirit crystals. This is really shady. How many people can buy something like this? Looking at the semi-finished divine weapon, Lin Fei couldn't help ridiculing the price. It was many times higher than he had imagined. Looking at the introduction, semi-finished divine weapons were not easy to come by. A semi-finished divine weapon is worth 10 billion Saint Spirit crystals. Then if I take out the merciless scepter, wouldn't everyone's eyes be blinded? The merciless scepter that he had obtained from the dark shadow demon lord had been thoroughly deciphered by the little fiend. Now, it truly belonged to Lin Fei, and he did not plan to sell it. This was a good thing, and he would keep it for future use. Huang Xiaolong continued to look. Special pills, treasures of the world, and so on were all available. Lin Fei's eyes widened. The Myriad Treasures Tower truly lived up to its reputation as one of the top 10 chambers of commerce in the Black Domain. If the items on this list were to be placed outside, who knew how big of a storm it would cause? The corpse of an elemental destruction creature, or the corpse of a soul beast for short. Lin Fei soon saw a huge corpse. The starting price was actually 50 billion Saint Spirit crystals, which gave Lin Fei a fright. This price was even more expensive than a semi-finished divine weapon. What is this soul beast corpse? Lin Fei asked. Chapter 2948. Lin Fei was taken aback by the young lady's words. From the Dark Shadow Devil General, he knew about the existence of the foreign lands, and also knew that there was a special substance outside the foreign lands called Yuanmia. It enveloped the Saint Spirit world and formed a unique defense. Anyone who wanted to leave the Saint Spirit world and go to another foreign lands must be able to withstand the invasion of Yuanmia. It was a terrifying existence that made people feel fear. A special life form that was born from Yuanmia, absorbing its energy to grow, was simply unbelievable. Due to absorbing Yuanmia to grow, the essence beasts have become a unique existence. The essence beast's corpse can be used to create a terrifying puppet. Once refined, the puppet is equivalent to half a hierarch realm master, almost impossible to kill. Other than that, the essence beasts have a unique emperor's will that can be used to comprehend the emperor's will. The strongest essence beast strength can rival a 10th order heavenly god realm master. Lin Fei finally understood. This soul beast life form was really different. A 10th order heavenly god realm master. Even a peak great supremacy was no match for the corpse of a puppet. Just the thought of it sent chills down one's spine. The price of 30 billion Saint Spirit crystals was too normal. This is for you. Lin Fei threw 2 life crystals to the young lady. These were the life crystals that the Dark Shadow Devil General dropped. Thank you. The young lady covered her mouth, suppressing her excitement. This was the first time she met such a generous person, actually using life crystals to reward her. Lin Fei quickly found what he wanted. 150 caddies of origin energy divine sand. It was more than rumored. The starting price is 8 billion Saint Spirit crystals. It's not that high, but I wonder how many people will bid. Lin Fei frowned slightly. He did not have many Saint Spirit crystals on him, but he had life crystals. He believed that the Myriad Treasure Tower would be happy to buy them. This was also where Lin Fei's confidence came from. There were a total of 100 private rooms prepared by the Myriad Treasure Tower, and they were quickly filled. Every private room was served by a dedicated person, and the private rooms were equipped with arrays that could isolate all divine senses from invading, ensuring safety. As for those who didn't get a top-class private room, they could only sit below. Even so, the private rooms were filled with people in circles. The entire Myriad Treasure Tower's auction had several tens of thousands of people who came. The Myriad Treasure meeting that was held once every 10,000 years had officially begun. A middle-aged man ascended the stage. He was a peak supremacy powerhouse. I'm glad that everyone is here to participate in the Myriad Treasure meet. I'm Gao Bai, an old acquaintance of everyone. I'll be hosting the Myriad Treasure meet again, This Gao by supremacy started to greet everyone as soon as he came up, and the atmosphere was livened up. There's no time to lose. Let's start today's auction. High Supremacy Gao Bai waved his hand. Now, please bring out the first auction item. The first things he took out were all small things, but the quality was quite good. Each item was sold for tens of millions of Saint Spirit crystals, nearing 100 million. Soon, the first good item was brought out. It was an Emperor's Will protective technique, which had a certain degree of immunity from injury. It had the power of a 9th stage Saint Spirit secret technique, and attracted a lot of competition. In the end, it was won by someone for 300 million Saint Spirit crystals. The good items were brought out one by one. In the private room, Lin Fei was very calm as he watched quietly. Now, the auction item is a weapon that came from a special place. It's a semi-finished source energy weapon. The Heavenly Halberd. It's a semi-finished source energy weapon, and its power goes without saying. This Heavenly Halberd has the sharpening ability, and the starting price is 15 billion Saint Spirit crystals. High Supremacy Gauda introduced a half-finished source energy divine weapon that was truly precious. Right now, there were basically no more people who could refine elemental energy divine weapons. Having a semi-finished product was at least enough to increase one's strength by 1 or 2 times. The price of the item quickly shot up. In a short time, it reached 80 billion Saint Spirit crystals. We, the Sky Sea Dragon, bid 85 billion. An arrogant voice came from one of the private rooms. Whoever dares to continue bidding is not giving the Sky Sea Dragon any face. The Sky Sea Dragon's name seemed to be quite a threat, and a few private rooms quickly gave up. What's the background of the Sky Sea Dragon? Lin Fei asked curiously. The young woman said, the Sky Sea Dragon has a terrible reputation in the Black Realm. He specializes in doing things that cost nothing, and he has a peak great sovereign lord backing him up. Therefore, no one dares to offend him. Lin Fei frowned slightly. A peak great supremacy shouldn't be afraid of him. A peak great supremacy's battle strength was at most on par with a dark shadow demon general. Not only does that great sovereign have a semi-finished origin energy divine weapon, but he's also an expert in escaping. Up until now, no one has been able to kill that great sovereign of the Sky Sea Dragon clan. Lin Fei could imagine how powerful such a great supremacy was. 1 billion, the Temporal Temple wants it. At this time, a calm voice came from another private room. It was a voice that could not be refused. Within the Black Domain, the Sky Sea Dragon was a huge threat. However, in front of the Temporal Temple, he paled in comparison. Every heavenly god expert from the Temporal Temple was easy to deal with, especially after Kong Wen appeared. The Sky Sea Dragon's private room that had previously been arrogant also fell silent. They dared to kill people, but not the Temporal Temple. After all, the Temporal Temple was best at tracking people. Even if they ran to the ends of the earth, they would not be able to escape the Temporal Temple's pursuit. In the end, the halberd fell into the hands of the Temporal Temple. Following that, several items were auctioned off one after another. There was not a single item that caught Lin Fei's interest. However, he had to admit that they were all good items. They were not commonly found in ordinary places. For example, there were all sorts of natural treasures that could protect one's life. Now, we're auctioning the Origin Force God Sand. It wasn't easy for our myriad treasure tower to obtain it. There's a total of 75 kilograms, and the starting price is 8 billion Saint Spirit crystals. When the 75 kilograms of Origin Force God Sand was taken out, it was extremely eye-catching. Finally, it's the Origin Force God Sand's turn. If not for the fact that the refining method of the Origin Force God weapons had been lost, this thing would not have become a useless item and be auctioned off behind the semi-finished Origin Force God weapons. 9 billion. 1 billion. 1 billion. The Origin Force God weapon was a useless item, but it still attracted the attention of several people in the private rooms. Lin Fei watched quietly and did not choose to make a move. Instead of bidding slowly, it was better to wait until the right time to bid an extremely high price. The bidding for the Origin Force God sand was not as intense as the semi-finished Origin Force God weapons. After all, not many people knew how to refine them, and even if they got their hands on them, they would be useless. Thus, the price was pushed to 26 billion Saint Spirit crystals, and it began to slow down. The Temporal Temple bids 26.5 billion. The private room of the Temporal Temple once again made a bid. In the private room, a pale-faced, middle-aged man exuded an ethereal aura as if he did not exist in the private room. He was the one who called out the bid of 26.5 billion. Since the Temporal Temple has spoken, no one will fight with us. The 75 kilograms of Origin Force God sand will definitely be ours. This sentence was directed at the man in the large cloak beside him. Chapter 2949. Another domineering voice rang out. The Temporal Temple's bid was outbid by someone else. The expressions of many people in the 100 top-class private rooms changed. The Devil Motherland was very famous in the Saint Spirit domain. It was also very famous in the Black domain. Basically, no one dared to find trouble with the Devil Motherland. That was because the Devil Motherland had a powerful ally to support him in the Black domain. He was also very strong. 27.5 billion, 28 billion. The people of the Temporal Temple and the Devil Motherland began to compete. The price soared to 32.3 billion in a short period of time, and it seemed like it wouldn't stop anytime soon. No one was willing to miss out on this opportunity. Ha ha ha, the Devil Motherland should give the Temporal Temple a good beating. The Temporal Temple isn't invincible in the Black region. The Devil Motherland is going to fight. I wonder who will win in the end. The Devil Motherland and the Temporal Temple had a deep grudge, and it was a well-known fact in the entire Saint Spirit world and the Black region. Now that both sides were competing, ordinary people wouldn't interfere. Neither side could be offended easily. In the private room where Lin Fei was, he frowned deeply when he saw the two sides fighting. Why are they fighting? This is great. It won't be easy to get the Essence Force sand. It's really a hot potato. This was something that Lin Fei didn't want to see. The Temporal Temple alone was a big problem. The Devil Motherland wasn't easy to deal with either. From the looks of it, they were very interested in the Essence Force sand. As the bidding continued, the price became higher and higher. Lin Fei was considering whether he should make a move or not. The Essence Force sand was too important to him. He was just one step away from the proud Heaven Realm. If he missed this opportunity, he didn't know when he would get it again. If it's troublesome, then so be it. Lin Fei had thought of fighting back. If both sides were very strong, especially in the Black region, it would be very disadvantageous to him. He might as well buy it and break through in the Myriad Treasure Tower. Inside the Myriad Treasure Tower, even the experts of the Temporal Temple and the Devil Motherland wouldn't dare to make a move. 38 billion. Is there anyone who wants to go higher than this? The Temporal Temple called out another high price. The Devil Motherland side was silent. It seemed to be considering whether to continue bidding. This price had completely exceeded the value of the Essence Force sand. 40 billion. Just when the Temporal Temple thought that it was in the bag, another voice rang out from another box, raising the price by 2 billion. The price of the God's Yuanli sand was now 40 billion Saint Spirit crystals. Who's in that private room? What a grand gesture. Could it be that they are also targeting the Temporal Temple? Just when everyone thought that Imo Guogua had given up, someone else started bidding again. The first bid was 40 billion Saint Spirit crystals. How extravagant. Ha ha ha, isn't your Temporal Temple rich and overbearing? They bid 40 billion. If you have the ability, then continue. The people in Imo Guogua's private room laughed and said, we won't fight anymore. We'll let you have it. Imo Guogua's words were quite provocative, 41 billion. The Temporal Temple continued to bid. Their hearts were filled with hatred for the person in this private box. He actually dared to compete with them for the God Yuanli sand, 45 billion. The person in the private room shouted again without any hesitation. Everyone was in an uproar. He had directly raised it by 4 billion. No matter how rich he was, there was no need for him to do this. 100 million Saint Spirit crystals was still money. That despicable fellow actually dared to compete with our temporal temple for the god Yuanli sand. The middle-aged man in the temporal temple's private room was gloomy. The god Yuanli sand was one of their goals, but it wasn't the most important one. A price of 40 billion was still acceptable. If it was more than 40 billion, it would affect the rest of the auction. Looking at the other party's appearance, he was rich and overbearing, adding 20, 40 in one go, and maybe even 6 billion next time. Where did this guy come from? Brother, as long as you hand over the god Yuanli sand, our temporal temple is willing to give you 10 billion Saint Spirit crystals for free. I hope you will give us some face. The person in the temporal temple's private room said. Not competing for the god Yuanli sand, but 10 billion Saint Spirit crystals for free. This was truly a great bargain. I must obtain the god Yuanli sand. You want me to give up with a mere 10 billion? Do you think I have never seen Saint Spirit crystals before? Lin Fei snorted coldly. Not giving face was not giving face. The middle-aged man in the temporal temple's private room was furious. We, the temporal temple, will remember this. The moment he said this, everyone knew that the temporal temple had given up on bidding. The person in the private room had also offended the temporal temple. It would probably be troublesome for him to bring back the god Yuanli sand. With 45 billion Saint Spirit crystals, Lin Fei successfully bid for the 150 kilograms of god Yuanli sand. Even if the price was too high. Although he had offended the temporal temple, Lin Fei didn't care. The people of the temporal temple are truly sinister. Once they spread the word, I'm afraid many people will be eyeing the item in my hands. Unfortunately, you are all destined to rejoice for nothing. The 150 kilograms of god Yuanli sand was soon in Lin Fei's hands. Wan Baolu was very happy to exchange the crystals of life. He was also interested in this mysterious black-robed man. He casually took out the crystals of life. Which clan was this young master from? Immediately arrange for people to watch that private room. The 150 kilograms of god Yuanli sand belongs to our Mogwazu. Don't let the temporal temple target it. Their spacetime reversal is no small matter. In Mogwazu's private room sat a burly man with a valiant aura. He had 2 horns on his head, and his face was covered with black runes. His face was ferocious and terrifying. The temporal temple also arranged for people to watch the private room. No one dared to snatch something that the temporal temple had their eyes on. No matter who the person in the private room was, he would have to bear the wrath of the temporal temple. Moreover, they were in the black domain. Even the spacetime reversal would be suppressed. Therefore, it was very common for people to eat other people in the black domain. Countless people had perished in the black domain, and the culprit could not be found. Wan Baolo's private rooms were also arranged. Those who were strong would be seated at the front, while the private rooms at the back were reserved for individuals. The person who dared to make a move might not be someone from a large clan. He might even be a rogue cultivator. If they didn't keep a close eye on him, they might end up letting others take advantage of him. With the god Yuanli sand in hand, Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Mission accomplished. What was left was to refine it and push his prideful heaven 8th layer physique to prideful heaven 9th layer, becoming a great sovereign. For the rest of the auction, Lin Fei held the thought of watching and did not make a move. Even though a few decent treasures appeared, he did not make a move. This caused those who had been paying attention to the auction to be greatly disappointed. Chapter 2950. Towards the end, the treasures of the Myriad Treasure Pagoda were quite unique and precious. Lin Fei's horizons were broadened. Not only did he obtain the Origin Energy Divine Sand on this trip, but he also gained new knowledge. There was no such opportunity in the Saint Spirit domain. As one of the top 10 chambers of commerce, the Myriad Treasure Pagoda was quite confident. As time ticked by, good things were brought out one by one. Soon, it was one of the Myriad Treasure Pagoda's final treasures, the corpse of a essence beast. Everyone should know that our myriad treasure pagoda paid a huge price to obtain the corpse of a essence beast from a special place. Gao Bai released the corpse, and the huge corpse appeared in everyone's field of vision. Everyone's hair stood on end. The corpse was like a mountain, emitting a dangerous aura as if it could kill them in an instant. It was unbelievably terrifying. Even a great supremacy would have to bow before this aura. The corpse of a essence beast. I didn't expect it to be so terrifying. If it were alive, it would be an invincible figure. The rumors are true. The myriad treasure pagoda is so powerful to be able to obtain such a thing. I wonder who will be able to bid for the corpse of the essence beast this time. As soon as the corpse of the essence beast appeared, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Lin Fei, who was sitting in the private room, also felt the terrifying dangerous aura, which made his heart palpitate. Is this a essence beast? It's indeed terrifying. It's afraid of death, and there's a dangerous aura flowing on its body. That should be the aura of essence destruction. Only this kind of aura can give people a terrifying feeling. Lin Fei analyzed in his mind. The battle for the corpse of the essence beast was the most intense next. The price quickly soared to 300 billion Saint Spirit crystals. The private rooms that had been silent all this while began to call out bids one after another. No one was willing to give up easily, and the price quickly broke through 400 billion, 500 billion, 600 billion. Hundreds of billions of Holy Spirit crystals, and all of them belonged to famous top-notch forces. In the end, the price reached 730 billion. There were only 3 parties left. After an intense battle, the other 2 parties were defeated. The corpse of the essence beast landed in one of the private rooms. No one knew who it was, but they guessed that it was a top expert of the Black Domain. The top-notch experts of the Black Domain were not to be underestimated. They were ridiculously wealthy. While it would be difficult for them to gather a few hundred billion Saint Spirit crystals, it was still possible for them to do so. 800 billion Holy Spirit crystals. When Lin Fei heard this price, he felt a burst of excitement. The price of a corpse had actually reached such a level. Especially in the last 3 places, the competition would be very intense. The temporal temple is also a top-notch power, but who would have thought that they would still lose to the person in that private box? In the end, all their efforts were in vain. Lin Fei sighed. After the battle over the soul beast corpses, even though the remaining treasures were quite good, they couldn't compare to this one. The highest price was only around 200 billion. As the auction of the last treasure came to an end, the myriad treasure meeting that was held once every 10,000 years was coming to an end. Do you have a closed-door training room? Lin Fei asked. Yes, yes. Lin Fei stood up. I want to go into seclusion here. Take me there. As soon as he came out of the private box, Lin Fei felt that he was being watched. The myriad treasure tower's private boxes could be isolated from divine senses and various treasures. However, as long as he didn't make a move, the myriad treasure tower wouldn't stop him. The temporal temple is really capable. They've locked onto the private box so quickly. The black-robed Lin Fei was expressionless. He was already prepared for this situation. If he underestimated the temporal temple, he would definitely be the one to regret it. Lin Fei had never dared to underestimate the temporal temple. The Tao of spacetime was not as easy as it seemed. All along, the Tao of spacetime was said to be the #1 Tao of spacetime. Among the 3 ultimate gods, the ultimate god from the temporal temple was the strongest. No one could kill him. He was an outstanding expert in both the Tao of spacetime and the Tao of spacetime. You're the one who snatched food from the tiger's mouth. You've got guts. A middle-aged man appeared in front of Lin Fei. There was also a man in a cloak blocking his way. Hee, I heard that the people of the temporal temple have always been narrow-minded. It seems like it's true. Lin Fei said with a look of realization. If you don't have the money, don't come to the myriad treasure tower for the auction. The middle-aged man's face sank. These words were too harsh. He originally wanted to try to persuade the other party, but it seemed like this guy was a hard rock. It wasn't easy to convince him. You're making an enemy of the temporal temple. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed coldly. I don't care who you are. As long as you hand over the divine yuan sand, you can leave Royal City alive. Otherwise, you'll definitely die once you leave Royal City. Lin Fei flicked his fingers. You've finally come to threaten me. The divine yuan sand is in my hands. If you have the ability, come and snatch it. I'll be waiting for you. Now, a good dog doesn't block the way. Hurry up and scram. The last sentence was directly shouted. You're courting death. The reverend beside the middle-aged man shot a cold glare at this black-robed man. The middle-aged man shook his head slightly to the people beside him. Don't do anything. This isn't our place. Don't break the rules. Even the temporal temple wouldn't feel good if they broke the rules of the Myriad Treasure Tower. They wouldn't be qualified to participate in the Myriad Treasure meeting in the future. It wasn't worth it. Let's wait and see. The middle-aged man was furious, but he still endured it. The eyes of the cloaked man at the side, hidden under the cloak, lingered on Lin Fei for a long time before he left. Your Myriad Treasure Tower's rules are quite useful. Ha ha ha. On the top floor of the Myriad Treasure Tower. The conflict between the temporal temple and the mysterious black-robed man had also reached the ears of the Myriad Treasure Tower's Vice Tower Master Tang. That black-robed man spent a certain amount of money to rent our Myriad Treasure Tower's secret room. It's said that he's going into seclusion. I reckon that he knows that the temporal temple and some people are eyeing his divine yuan sand. He's preparing to leave the royal city after the news dies down. A confidant said. Vice Tower Master Tang's man frowned slightly. As long as they don't cause trouble for the Myriad Treasure Tower, they can do whatever they want. Oh right, when that person comes out of seclusion next time, please come here. Lin Fei used life crystals to exchange for more than 40 billion Saint Spirit crystals, which attracted the attention of the Myriad Treasure Tower. Vice Tower Master Tang still wanted to meet this mysterious black-robed man. Nearly 50 billion Saint Spirit crystals was nothing, but the black-robed man used life crystals to exchange for it. Apart from that, he also suspected that there was someone behind the black-robed man who had mastered the refining method of the divine yuan weapon. This was the most crucial point. Chapter 2951. Myriad Treasure Pagoda, one of the seclusion rooms. Lin Fei rented a seclusion room on the spot, paid a fee, and entered the room. After checking that there were no problems, he took out 60 kilograms of essence force sand. There's time acceleration in this place. No wonder the rent isn't cheap. Ordinary people really can't afford it. Lin Fei quickly focused his attention on refining the essence force sand. After I refine the essence force sand, if you guys are still here, I won't stand on ceremony. He grabbed the essence force sand and began to refine it. Traces of special energy entered his body, strengthening the particles of his physical body. 500 kilograms of essence force sand. 500 kilograms of essence force sand. In everyone's eyes, this thing that couldn't be refined quickly melted in Lin Fei's hands. Caddy after caddy of origin energy divine sand was quickly refined. Time passed minute by minute. Outside Myriad Treasure Pagoda, 80 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the courtyard of an inn. He's not out yet? Yes, I heard he's in seclusion. You can go out now. Oh right, continue to keep an eye on him. I want to know immediately when he comes out. The middle-aged man from the temporal temple stayed in the courtyard. He hadn't left in 80 years because that guy hadn't come out yet. 150 kilograms of essence force sand. No one could snatch it away. At the same time, there were also people keeping an eye on the other courtyards. The matter of the Myriad Treasure Pagoda conference was no secret. A guy who popped out of nowhere had snatched a treasure from the temporal temple, a full 150 kilograms of essence force sand. Now, he was being targeted by the temporal temple, the demonic motherland, and the sky sea dragon. This was worth 50 billion Saint Spirit crystals. That guy might be able to casually take out tens of billions of Saint Spirit crystals. This was worth being tempted. Outside Myriad Treasure Pagoda, various spies were keeping an eye on him. Once that person came out, they would immediately report the news. Myriad Treasure Pagoda's deputy tower head Tang also received the news. He knew best who the spies outside were keeping an eye on. Myriad Treasure Pagoda was very secretive about its customers' information, but it couldn't withstand investigations. Especially when they found out that this person came alone, they were even more relieved. In the Black Realm, there was a special energy that prevented the flow of time, making it very difficult to find the murderer. So, it became everyone's favorite thing to do in the Black Domain. So long as it was done carefully, there was no need to worry about being found. Without a special flying treasure, it was impossible to move an inch in the Black Domain. 1 year's journey in the Saint Spirit Domain would take at least 10 years in the Black Domain. That was the difference. Myriad Treasure Tower, inside the seclusion room. The last handful of origin energy divine sand was completely refined. A dazzling golden light appeared around Lin Fei, filling the entire seclusion room and turning it into a jingguang. AOT on 9 levels, break for me. Lin Fei, who had been sitting cross-legged all this time, suddenly opened his eyes. The golden light that had spread out flowed back into his body. After a series of rumbling sounds, Lin Fei's body erupted with a terrifying aura. When this aura appeared, Lin Fei asked Little Devil to shield it so that not a trace of it leaked out. Finally, AOT on 9 levels, it's even stronger than I imagined. Those particles became incomparably huge, like a huge space, filled with a powerful aura. This was the biggest difference between the 8th and 9th levels. If the 8th level physical body particles were children, then after AOT on 9 levels, each physical body particle would grow into an adult, possessing valiant strength. Now, the attacks of the Supremes were like scratching an itch, without any threat. Boom! Lin Fei casually punched the air, and the void was revealed. A huge force rushed down, and the void was constantly torn apart, forming a bottomless black hole. The power of the void was unable to stop the power that erupted from this punch. Deeper and deeper. Soon, Lin Fei sensed that at the end of the void, a barrier appeared, emitting an abnormally thick aura. At the same time, he also felt an even more palpitating and terrifying aura. The force that rushed down was instantly wrapped by another force, disappearing without a trace in an instant. The black hole slowly healed. Lin Fei once again activated his power, which was even thicker than the last time. Like a sharp knife stabbing down, it once again split open the void, came to the end of the depths, and collided with the balls of black and white power. The force that was released only lasted for a moment, and was quickly disintegrated by the black and white power. If I'm not wrong, this should be the barrier of the continent. The black and white power is the power of Yuan extermination. It's filled with overbearing destructive power. The power of my attack just now was much stronger than when my strength was increased by 5 times. But in front of the power of Yuan extermination, it was easily disintegrated. This was the first time that Lin Fei had come into close contact with the power of Yuan extermination. The Saint Spirit Realm was a continent, and it was protected by the power of Yuan extermination. Therefore, it was very difficult for outsiders to invade, and similarly, it was very difficult to leave. The tyrannical power of Yuan extermination coexisted with the continent, and many people might not be able to feel it in their entire lives. The barrier of the continent was very thick. Lin Fei had tried before, but unfortunately, he was unable to shake the barrier. The difference in strength was too great. This time, a casual attack pierced through the void, broke the barrier, and saw the power of the black and white power of Yuan extermination. It was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Even if he was at the 9th level of the Proud Heaven Realm, he would not dare to barge in. If he did, there would only be one outcome, and not even his bones would be left. I have to be at the 10th level of the Proud Heaven Realm to be able to withstand the attack of the power of Yuan extermination. After observing for a while, Lin Fei did not attack anymore, and allowed the black hole to close up, and everything returned to its original state. I'm at the 9th level of the Proud Heaven Realm, and I can also push it to the peak of the 9th level. Lin Fei took out the Saint Spirit crystal and began to refine and absorb it. One by one, the life crystals were used up. These were all top-grade life crystals that Lin Fei had prepared. Any one of them would make anyone's eyes go red with envy. The late stage of the 9th level of the Proud Heaven realm, barely enough. Even though he did not reach the peak, Lin Fei was not surprised. To be able to push to the late stage, he was satisfied. It was also thanks to the contribution of the Dark Shadow Devil Lord, which made him want to make another trip to thank the Dark Shadow Devil Lord. From the 9th level of the Proud Heaven realm to the 10th level, he needed 2,000 kilograms of God energy sand, which was not something that Lin Fei could consider for the time being. 300 kilograms of God energy sand to 2,000 kilograms, this gap was a bit big. Lin Fei was helpless. The 9th and 8th levels of the Proud Heaven realm would double his strength. If he used his strength to support it, he would be able to explode with 5 times his strength. No, it should be 10 times his strength. Lin Fei could now learn the 2nd level, which allowed him to use 10 times his strength for 2 hours. This was 1 hour longer than the 1st level, and if he used the 1st level, he would be able to use it for 4 hours. 4 hours, 5 times his strength, that was also very scary. He was very satisfied. Chapter 2952. Another 10 years passed. In the Myriad Treasure Tower, Lin Fei stayed for a total of almost 90 years. The stone door that had been closed finally opened. A young black-clothed man walked out. The people who had been watching immediately sent a message, telling Deputy Tower Master Tang that the man came out of seclusion and seemed to be ready to leave the Myriad Treasure Tower. Respected guest, our Deputy Tower Master Tang of the Myriad Treasure Tower wants to see you. The people who had been watching took the initiative to greet him. This was the task given by the higher-ups. It seems that I don't know your Deputy Tower Master. I don't think there's anything to see. Lin Fei was not surprised that someone would wait for him here. The only thing he didn't expect was Deputy Tower Master Tang of the Myriad Treasure Tower, whose status was quite high. The people of the Myriad Treasure Tower were stunned. Someone actually refused the Deputy Tower Master's summons. Countless people wanted to see him. Was there something wrong with this guy's brain? Okay, don't block my way. The people of the Myriad Treasure Tower could only take the initiative to make way. They really didn't have the guts to block the way and could only watch the other party. Tower Master, he left. I couldn't stop him. Deputy Tower Master Tang saw that the man in black didn't appear and knew what was going on. He didn't blame him. It seems that this guy is a proud and arrogant person. I wanted to recruit him, but it seems that there is no need. I am quite interested to know how he will resist a group of hungry wolves and tigers outside. Deputy Tower Master Tang didn't care if the other party didn't accept his good intentions. After all, he gave the other party a chance. He came out. That person came out. It must be this guy. When Lin Fei came out of the Myriad Treasure Tower in black, he was immediately targeted. 1, 2, 13. Without needing to look, Lin Fei knew that he was targeted by 13 people. The skill of tracking was quite good. Even a High Lord might not be able to discover it so easily. It seems that there are more than I expected. The corners of Lin Fei's mouth raised slightly. He went directly to an inn near the Myriad Treasure Tower and enjoyed a delicious meal with peace of mind. At this time, the news of Lin Fei coming out also fell into the ears of the forces that were tracking him. Everyone was overjoyed. He finally came out. They thought that they would have to wait for hundreds or thousands of years. That guy is dead meat. Everyone rubbed their palms together, waiting for the other party to leave Royal City. Lin Fei pretended not to know anything and swaggered out of the Royal City after a feast of good wine and delicacies. After Lin Fei left, 3 people were the first to catch up to him. Ha ha ha, we're the luckiest. Rumor has it that guy has 150 kilograms of divine Yuanli sand, which is worth 50 billion Holy Spirit crystals. If the 3 of us join hands and kill that guy, we might be able to get a few 100 billion Holy Spirit crystals. Then, we'll be able to enjoy ourselves for a while. A burly man said sinisterly. Big brother, let's give chase. Don't worry, that guy is probably a newbie. He got hit by the special mark I left behind, so he can't run away. These three were the three brothers who were famous for their dog-eat-dog behavior. It was unknown how many people had fallen into their hands. They quickly followed him out. The Su family's three brothers are experts in joint attacks. They can even threaten grand monarchs. This is a good opportunity to test that guy. On the royal city's walls, a middle-aged man from the temple laughed. I reckon that many people are like us, planning to wait and see. There were indeed a few people standing on the royal city's walls. They were all staring in the direction that the black-robed man had left. Although the myriad treasures tower did not reveal its whereabouts, it was not difficult to find out who it was. This was especially true for those who had obtained the privilege of a top-class private room. As long as they were willing to pay the price, they would be able to obtain something. Lin Fei did not use a flying ship. Within the Black Domain, the fastest-moving ship was the Black Domain flying ship. As for the Black Domain flying ship, it was not cheap. The most common one cost 1 billion Holy Spirit crystals, the precious one cost 5 billion, and the rare one cost more than 10 billion. Within the Black Domain, it was extremely tiring to travel alone without a flying ship. At the same time, the consumption was also great. This was a publicly acknowledged fact. Outside the Azure Royal City, Lin Fei's speed was not very fast. 3 people, they have guts. It seems like they are very confident in their own strength. Lin Fei easily knew that there were people chasing after him. Once he left the royal city, no one would care if he committed murder or arson. No matter where one was in the Black Domain, it was extremely dangerous to travel alone. This was because there was no guarantee that one would be killed at any time and all their wealth would be plundered. For instance, right now, the 3 Su brothers had caught up. Big brother, I'll go first. If I can't do it, you guys go after him. Once we steal his things, we can use the Black Domain flying ship to leave. They might not be able to catch up. Su San said. Su De and Su San had no objections. It was good to test the waters. To be able to survive from the betrayal, the 3 brothers were famous for being cautious. Although the other party was at the High Lord realm, they would not let down their guard. This was the result of many years of experience. Who? Su San was the first to attack. He turned into a massive rain of black raindrops that fell upon Lin Fei's area. Each raindrop was the size of a fingernail and was as heavy as 1,000 caddies. Each strike was at the peak of the High Lord realm and could easily pierce through the opponent's defenses. This was Su San's best move. The most terrifying thing about this move was the continuous attack. The power of each strike could easily pulverize the particles of one's body. More often than not, a single move could heavily injure one. The strength of the 3 Su brothers is indeed not weak, especially this Su San. This move is extremely threatening. I wonder how that fellow will block it. This secret technique is indeed extraordinary. It can silently pulverize one's body. It's not easy to defend against. That fellow is dead for sure. He's so weak, but he still dares to come out. Lin Fei stopped, and the corners of his lips curled up. That's all you've got? A faint golden halo appeared around his body, forming a barrier. The black raindrops that fell from the sky were repelled when they collided with the barrier. Not a single black raindrop could penetrate it. Again. The sky full of raindrops swept over once more. Lin Fei waved his hand, and a huge force surged over. Wherever it passed, there would be endless banging sounds. The black raindrops were smashed into pieces on the spot, as if someone had smashed them into pieces with a single palm strike. This was just a casual attack from him. Not good, third brother has met his match. He easily blocked third brother's attack. The 2 Su brothers had been paying attention to the situation. When the black raindrops exploded, they realized that the situation was not good. They had met their match, and it seemed like they were injured. Let's go. Without any hesitation, Suda disappeared into the sky with a whoosh, concealing all of his aura. Chapter 2953. When the three brothers of the Su family joined hands, their power increased greatly. One walked the dark world, one could turn into black raindrops that could penetrate deep into the body's particles, and the last one was skilled in saber arts. Each saber strike was accompanied by a green poison that paralyzed space and the body, affecting the speed to a certain extent. In the black domain, the three brothers of the Su family had a certain reputation, and it wasn't an undeserved reputation. Even peak supremacies might not be able to easily block them. The most terrifying was the Dark World Walker, Suda. He was the most terrifying. When one's flaws were the most obvious, he could kill them in one strike. No one knew when he would act. The experts of the black domain are truly amazing. With the three of them joining hands, even a peak supremacies would have a hard time dealing with them. A moment of carelessness could lead to death. Lin Fei thought, unfortunately, you met me. Dark World Walker Suda, Lin Fei could see through space and see him clearly. He was lying in ambush beside him like a hunter. He could deliver a fatal blow at any moment. Let's kill them first. Lin Fei laughed. He stepped out and pierced through the air. He stretched out his hand, causing a gigantic palm to blot out the sky, grabbing all the black raindrops. Su San's body appeared, and he was grabbed by the neck. Continue. Su San was shocked, desperately trying to escape. It was like he had lost control of his body. Hua hua hua. The life energy in his body began to leak out. With a pang, Su San exploded into nothingness. Lin Fei also instantly plundered the other party's life energy and used force to kill him. The two happened at the same time, and no one could see the changes. Su San was the first to die. Third brother. Suda and Su Er's eyes were scarlet, their minds shaken. Their third brother, who was extremely good at escaping, had actually been killed. Now it's your turn. Lin Fei took another step forward. The void of the black domain did not have such a strong blocking ability. Furthermore, he was at such a close distance. The saber light that filled the sky moved over. When the green poisonous creatures touched Lin Fei's body, they were automatically repelled. Lin Fei also stretched out his hand, passing through the dangerous saber light and grabbing Su Er's neck. Kacha! Su Er collapsed and was instantly killed. Lin Fei had killed two experts from the black domain in a row. It was as if he had done something insignificant. Your brothers are all dead, you can go down with them. Lin Fei looked at the dark world. His palm expanded and struck the dark world. Not good, we've been discovered. Suda knew that he was in big trouble. His second and third brothers had been killed in an instant. Even a peak supremacy couldn't do such a thing. He turned around and ran for his life. He couldn't care less. He's fast. Lin Fei's attacks were even faster. A huge palm whizzed over. It slapped onto Su Da's body, smashing him into pieces. In the blink of an eye, the three Su brothers were dead. Lin Fei looked up at the sky and smirked. Those who want something from me, open your eyes and look carefully. If you want to die, come at me. I don't mind fulfilling your wishes. If you don't want to die, scram as far as you can. At this moment, Lin Fei was filled with dominance. With the death of the three Su brothers, the surrounding hidden forces, as well as the experts who had betrayed them, all changed their expressions. Clearly, they hadn't expected such a situation. Damn it, the three brothers of the Su family are actually dead. Am I seeing things? That's too fast. Su San and Su Er are a bit weaker, but Suda can travel in the dark world. He's an expert at survival, but he still died. What's that guy's background? He's only a supremacy. Should we make a move? He's too scary. The three Su brothers were able to survive the joint attack of three peak supremacies. That black-robed guy is too terrifying. The three Su brothers died so quickly that it completely exceeded everyone's expectations. For a moment, no one dared to move. The three Su brothers were a lesson to be learned. Even now, they couldn't tell anything. They could barely tell that the black-robed guy was a physique cultivator. There was no trace of emperor intent on his body, and his strength was extremely condensed and powerful. Such a physique cultivator was equivalent to a peak supremacy, and he was very difficult to deal with. The three Su brothers didn't have the slightest ability to resist in front of the black-robed guy, so it was useless for them to go up. How arrogant. Let me try you. The black-robed guy had tens of billions of treasures on him, so some people still took the risk. A gray-robed middle-aged supremacy put away his treasure and appeared. With a long spear in hand, he slashed down in Lin Fei's direction. The void between them was instantly torn apart by the spear, and a huge black line appeared. I didn't expect the wandering spear king of the dark domain to make a move. The power of this spear is extraordinary. It tore apart the void of the dark domain. The quicksand spear king's strength has increased again. A peak supremacy versus a peak supremacy. This time, the victor will be decided. After the gray-robed supremacy's wandering spear king used his spear, he easily shook the void, displaying his extraordinary strength. His use of strength was also fierce and domineering. This was the first time Lin Fei had encountered an opponent who used a spear. This move was huge, and the strength was condensed into a single line. It was indeed very terrifying, and it had the strength of a peak supremacy. Hee, your strength isn't enough. It's a bit lacking. Lin Fei didn't even look at it. He met the black line with his fist, and the void shattered infinitely, turning into a huge black hole. This is real strength. Lin Fei casually slashed with his palm. With a loud rumble, the same black line appeared, and it was even more powerful than the wandering spear king's spear. The quicksand spear king gripped the spear in his hand tightly, and he kept thrusting, bringing with him waves of power. In the end, a black whirlpool was formed in front of him. His whole body flickered with flowing light, and he kept retreating. This attack was life-threatening. The black line rushed forward, and everywhere it passed, the void was torn apart. The wandering spear king's attack was easily disintegrated, and the whirlpool in front of him was also split in two. The flowing light on his body blocked it, but it was broken by the black line, and the black line passed through his body. The wandering spear king was dead. In terms of strength, no one could compete with Lin Fei. The wandering spear king, a peak supremacy powerhouse, never thought that he would die from another kind of terrifying strength. A peak supremacy powerhouse was killed, and the surrounding area fell silent once again. This black-robed man was definitely a genuine peak supremacy powerhouse. The strength of his palm was so terrifying that it scared the other supremacies so much that they turned around and ran. If each of them used a palm, they would definitely die. Quickly run. That fellow is too terrifying. In just a few moments, all the experts who tried to attack had fled. Apart from a few people from a few forces, there was no one else in the sky. Pa 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 pa. After they left, there was a round of applause. Young man, is this your strength? No wonder you dared to snatch the things of our temporal temple. After the applause, a group of people appeared in the sky. A black warship appeared, and it was black and exuded a domineering aura. The warship was completely black, and it flickered with luster. Chapter 2954. Someone from the temporal temple had finally come out. At the beginning, the middle-aged supremacy wanted to see how capable the other party was, and he was shocked. To be able to defeat the three brothers of the Su family and the famous wandering spear king so easily, this person could be considered a monster. It was not difficult for a supremacy to defeat another supremacy, but it would be difficult to kill the other party in a short period of time, unless one was stronger and had greater strength. The performance of the black-robed man had piqued the interest of the temporal temple's middle-aged supremacy. You guys finally came out. I thought you were going to continue waiting. That was really a waste of my time. Lin Fei laughed. Facing the temporal temple, you can still speak in such a tone. You are quite good. The middle-aged exalt said coolly, now, I'll give you a chance. Become my servant, and I can spare you from death and not fuss about the myriad treasure towers matter. After all, it's too much of a pity for an expert like you to die. As one of the three peak powers, the Temporal Temple would definitely try to recruit powerful experts if they were able to. As a result, the Temporal Temple's strength had increased imperceptibly. This black-robed man was so powerful that in the eyes of the middle-aged supremacy, he was a rare warrior. If he could take him in, he would be of great help in the future. A servant who could kill a peak supremacy was not easy to find. In the Saint Spirit world, including the Black region, there were only a few powerful experts who trained in the body. It was impossible for someone from a top faction to join them. If he had a powerful background, he would have brought it out long ago instead of staying in the Myriad Treasure Tower. Lin Fei laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, you want me to be your servant? You are really stupid. How about this, you can be my servant, and I will not make things difficult for you today. After all, your strength is not bad. On the battleship, the faces of the people from the Temporal Temple turned gloomy. Great one, let this little one bring some people down to eliminate this fella. One of the trusted aides at his side was clad in armor, taking the initiative to volunteer, going up to execute the other party. The middle-aged supremacy's position in the Temporal Temple was not low. Now that he was ignored by a young man, the thought of recruiting him faded. No matter how powerful he was, it was useless to keep an arrogant and unruly person by his side. Jianghu, bring your team up there and meet them, the middle-aged High Lord said lightly. The ferocious-looking fellow clad in armor was one of his trusted aides. He was in charge of a space-time battle team. In the space-time temple, a space-time battle team wasn't something an ordinary person could lead. Without status and experience, one could forget about it. The space-time battle team could not be compared to the lower realm battle teams. In the Saint Spirit domain, this was an existence whose name spread far and wide. No one wanted to run into a space-time battle team. Every space-time battle team had a battle strength that surpassed a peak supremacy. Even an early-stage great supremacy would not be able to defeat a space-time battle team. Space-time battle team was just that powerful. Not far away in the sky, there was also a warship. It was on par with the Temporal Temple. Looks like Fan Haotian has met with quite a bit of trouble. That fellow is really surprising. His strength is so tyrannical, but there is actually no news of him being in the Saint Spirit domain. It is really a little strange. This was a demon from the demon motherland. A cold aura flickered on this demon's body, and he had a thoughtful look on his face. This person must be quite famous. My intuition is never wrong. If things go wrong, Fan Haotian will have to suffer a lot. My lord, is that black-robed fellow really that powerful? The space-time battle team is not an ordinary battle team. Even those that are ranked at the bottom of the Great Sovereign Divine list cannot defeat the space-time battle team. Heh heh, this seat's eyes aren't grown for nothing. You guys watch closely. The demon from the demon motherland laughed sinisterly. It's best if both sides fight to the death. I don't mind destroying them and monopolizing the benefits. Ha ha ha. How dare you disrespect my lord? Now, I will let you witness the power of the space-time battle team. Jianghu rushed down with an aggressive aura. At the same time, 16 black-armored men descended from behind him. Every single one of them wore a mask, and the weapons they used were very special, like a bright moon. They carried a murderous aura. Lin Fei had heard of the space-time battle team before. Every space-time battle team was extremely famous, and they were known as the Reaper of Supremacies. Countless supremacies had died in the hands of the space-time battle team. I didn't expect to meet the space-time battle team here. That middle-aged man on the battleship is not simple. Since he can lead a space-time battle team, I can witness the power of the space-time battle team. Who? Jianghu led the space-time battle team down. In mid-air, the battle formation opened up, turning into a perfect whole. Jianghu became the leader, and the members of the space-time battle team behind him seemed to turn illusory, becoming blurry. However, Jianghu's aura became stronger and stronger, rising to a peak. Hua hua hua. Their figures became blurry. A huge moon appeared in the sky, faintly discernible. On the moon, streams of energy flowed down, starting to affect the spacetime of this region. Lin Fei also began to feel the suppression of the spacetime energy. No, it should be the power of space. Time and space belonged to two different paths. The former was more difficult, while the control of space was much easier. The surrounding space began to solidify. Lin Fei also felt like he was being squeezed in space, unable to move. It seemed like nothing, but in fact, he was being suppressed. This was the power of space. It could easily affect a region of space. In this region, he had to endure the power of this power, and his strength would also be reduced by more than half. How could he block the opponent's killer move? The power is not bad. Directly freezing space has the power of a peak supremacy. No wonder ordinary supremacies would run as far as they can when they meet the spacetime battle team. This kind of space freezing is very difficult to resist. Lin Fei silently felt the power of the space compression. The strands of power invaded the particles of his body, trying to affect them. With a thought, the particles of his body exploded with terrifying power, strangling the power until it condensed outside his body, forming a golden halo, blocking all the space power outside. Stupid guy, you should feel the space freezing. This is the power of our spacetime battle team, but that is just the most ordinary level. Jianghu laughed dryly. Later, I will suppress you alive. Solidify. Hua hua hua. The space solidified again, and the power was even stronger. Under the power of this solidification, all living things would be killed. He controlled a space domain. Chapter 2955. Jianghu commanded the spacetime battle team and controlled the spacetime energy in the surrounding area, forming a massive solidified energy. Massive energy surged over from all directions, vast and boundless. At this moment, it made people feel even more insignificant. Lin Fei immediately became the target of the spacetime solidification attack. The power of this move surpassed the peak of the supremacy stage and reached the level of a great supremacy. Furthermore, it was an attack that couldn't be neutralized. You weren't fighting against a person, but the power of space. Good timing, I can test the endurance of a world-defying 9th stage fleshly body. Lin Fei didn't retaliate, allowing the power of space to penetrate him. This was the first time he was truly facing the power of space. The golden ring of defense on the surface of his body didn't block the compression of the power of space, and it directly penetrated into his body. Out of 100% of the power, 20% was blocked, and the remaining 80% seeped in. The power of space collided with the particles of his body, and it was tyrannical and terrifying, as if it wanted to flatten everything. The endless pressure kept invading him. The particles of his body were incomparably huge, and no matter how the power of space collided with them, they didn't move at all. When I was at the 8th stage, I might have been injured, but after the 9th stage, the particles of my body are incomparably huge, and they are as sturdy as a boulder. How can a mere compression force shake them? Lin Fei observed and revealed a smile. The reputation of the world-defying 9th stage was well-deserved. Jianghu commanded the battle team to attack, and when he saw that the other party didn't resist, he felt that the other party had given up. In front of the spacetime battle team, once one was trapped in this area, their strength would be greatly reduced, and any resistance would be futile. This was something that everyone knew. Jianghu didn't think that the other party had the strength to block such a terrifying attack. Everyone knew that the spacetime battle team was the most difficult to deal with, and they would be facing the endless power of space. You can't take it anymore, but it's a pity that you've done the stupidest thing. Jianghu sneered, let me send you on your final journey. If you can reincarnate, remember that you can offend anyone but the spacetime temple. The power of space compression surged forth once more, and it was even more terrifying than before. The place where Lin Fei was immediately engulfed by this wave of power. Any living creature in this space would not be able to survive this attack. All of them would die. You dare to fight against us, Jianghu said disdainfully and prepared to collect the items. In front of the spacetime battle team's attack, there was really no one who could withstand it. Every single one of them was killed instantly. The power of space was no joke. Ha ha ha, so this is the strength of your space-time battle team? You're just tickling me, how annoying. Just as he stepped forward, a lazy voice rang out. The guy who had been imprisoned by the spatial shackles was actually still there, and he was looking over lazily. You actually blocked it. Jianghu was shocked. The other party didn't seem to be injured at all. Immediately, he looked like he had seen a ghost. Too weak. It's really disappointing. Lin Fei complained, if this is the strength of the space-time team, then it's way too different from what I imagined. In the sky, the people on the warship wavered slightly. It was really surprising that he could withstand the attack so easily. Jianghu shook his head. He must be faking it. In front of the space-time battle team's attack, he must be an arrow at the end of its flight. Yes, that must be it. No one can come out unscathed. Continue attacking. The space-time battle team moved again. They also seemed to feel insulted. To actually look down on the space-time battle team, he was simply courting death. Even without Captain Jianghu's order, the 16 of them would take action themselves and kill this guy. The huge space-time will appeared again. Wave after wave of spatial compression force attacked. Facing a physique cultivator, such an attack method was the most suitable. Even the wandering gun king was easily killed, so they wouldn't approach him. Come. You're not strong enough. Bigger, you haven't eaten yet. Sigh, what a disappointment. It seems like the treatment in the space-time temple isn't good. You can't even eat your fill. No wonder you're so weak. Why don't you follow me? I guarantee that you'll eat to your heart's content and have women. How about it? Think about it. Such opportunities don't come often. Hearing these taunts, the members of the space-time battle team almost vomited blood. What a shame. Too shameless. They attacked with all their might, guiding the battle formation to unleash its strongest power. Yet, that person seemed to be fine and continued to say whatever he wanted, causing their faces to turn green and red. Jianghu was about to go crazy. Every word the other party said was like a huge slap to his face, causing him to feel a burning pain. Every time he felt like he was about to succeed, the other party seemed to be fine. How can he keep holding on? Jianghu couldn't understand. The other party was just a peak supremacy. Even if his physical body was strong, it was the same. Since when could a physique cultivator resist for such a long time? Ha ha ha, Fan Haotian, your space-time battle team is too weak. You can't even deal with a single person. Is it because you've been squeezed too much that you can't even eat your fill? On the Devil Ancestor Nation's warship, the demon laughed loudly. Seeing the space-time temple suffer a setback, the Devil Ancestor Nation's side was gloating. Fortunately, they didn't attack immediately. Otherwise, they would be the ones getting slapped in the face. Fan Haotian's expression was very ugly. A peak supremacy cultivator was actually so difficult to deal with. It was really strange that he could resist the space-time battle team's attacks. Isn't it just a physical body? In front of the space-time battle team, no matter how strong he is, it's just that. Fan Haotian said solemnly, Little Jiang, use your killer move. The space-time battle team's dignity can't be lost. If the previous attack didn't work, then he would change to a stronger one. Jianghu changed the way he controlled the battle team. The space-time wall behind him suddenly became solid, shining brightly and emitting a terrifying and dangerous aura. Slash. The space-time wall disappeared with a swoosh. Lin Fei was instantly targeted by a terrifying aura. A domineering aura crushed down. The sky-splitting rod appeared in Lin Fei's hand. He swung it horizontally and the space-time wall slashed onto the rod. A huge force directly erupted, destroying the surrounding space. Especially behind him, a huge black hole split open. This killer move is really terrifying. The sky-splitting rod resisted 70% of the force, but 30% still penetrated, and the last 10% landed on the particles of the body. The surrounding space collapsed, and the squeezing force of the space disappeared. Now it's my turn. Lin Fei used his movement technique and pounced toward the spacetime battle team. In just 2 breaths, he grabbed the sky-splitting rod and slashed down. Condense. Spacetime battle team also had a method. The surrounding space started to condense, forming an invisible protection. Chapter 2956. The power of Lin Fei's strike was not small. It forcefully broke open the frozen space, and a huge force penetrated into their bodies, sending them flying. All of them were seriously injured. The violent power ravaged their bodies, and cracks appeared all over their bodies, including their armors. As the leader, Jianghu was the most seriously injured, and he kept vomiting blood. When the Essence Force divine weapon was half open, the power was not that easy to block. After stepping into the proud Sky 9-tier body, Lin Fei's casual power had the power of the 8-tier body, which was 5 times the power of the 8-tier body. He had experienced the attack of the spacetime battle team, and he naturally had no interest in continuing to play. Spacetime battle team can't withstand a single blow. Lin Fei looked at the black warship in the sky, and with a shuttle, he came near the warship and slashed down with the rod again. A huge light appeared and hit the black warship heavily. A shield appeared on the black warship immediately, wrapping it up. Just as the shield appeared, with a crack, the shield broke, and the sky-splitting rod directly hit the warship. Boom boom boom. The terrifying power exploded, and the black field warship was torn apart, and it almost fell. Fan Haotian was also caught off guard. A huge force swept over, and the space in front of him condensed, forming a spatial wall, and he was forced to retreat. The dispersed power penetrated all the way, and the defense of the spatial wall was directly broken. It was extremely fast, and it penetrated Fan Haotian's body. This is not the strength of a peak supremacy. This guy is a great supremacy. Even though there was a layer of spatial energy on the surface of Zhang Xian's body to block it, it still managed to seep in and destroy the particles of his physical body. Zhang Xian's face changed drastically as he looked at the other party with fear and disbelief. The person in front of him was a great supremacy. Only the strength of a great supremacy could easily penetrate, and his spatial defense couldn't stop it. The opponent's power exceeded the limits of his defense. Since when did a great supremacy appear in the Saint Spirit realm? What a joke! Fan Haotian wasn't afraid of supremacies, even peak supremacies. That was why he wanted to recruit him. A peak supremacy could deal with 2 or 3 peak supremacies without a problem. However, he had never expected that the person they were so certain of would be a great supremacy. His frightening strength was even greater than an ordinary great supremacy's. Their spatial protection wasn't that easy to break. The other party's strength was tyrannical and thick, directly crushing over, walking the path of absolute strength. You're the great sovereign. Who are you? Fan Haotian kept retreating, fear and dread rising in his heart. The space around him seemed like it was about to collapse, and a large part of it caved in. However, he was unable to force back the black-clothed man who was chasing after him. The staff in the black-clothed man's hand chopped down again and again. The power of the staff pierced through the air, giving him no chance to retaliate at all. He could only passively defend. Under Xiao Chen's passive defense, the tyrannical energy seeped into his body, shattering the particles of his physical body and worsening his injuries. Great Sovereign, no wonder you're so confident. On the warship of the ancestral Devil Kingdom, the devils were also shocked. The person he was casually dealing with was a great sovereign, a close combat great sovereign with terrifying combat strength. Even on the warship, they could feel the might of the power he displayed. We're in luck. A great exalted lord like him is indeed terrifying. Fan Haotian is in big trouble. A strength-type great exalted lord is at least at the mid-great exalted lord realm. If he unleashes his full power, he would have the strength of a late great exalted lord. No wonder he's so confident to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. With such strength, even if the temporal temple wants to retaliate, they'll have to consider whether they can bear the losses they suffered. Fan Haotian was having a hard time resisting. His vitality was constantly being consumed. The energy that seeped into his body was constantly destroying him, but he didn't have the time to disperse it. He could only barely suppress it. His strength was inferior to the other party, so it was extremely difficult for him to resist. This great sovereign, I'm willing to apologize for this matter. What do you think? We don't want the Yuan Force Divine Sand anymore. Fan Haotian's body was enveloped by spatial energy, but he couldn't stop the energy from seeping into his body. His face turned pale, and he could only choose to make peace. It didn't matter if he lost face to a great sovereign, as the other party was strong. What was important was that he could survive. If he knew that the other party was a great sovereign, Fan Haotian wouldn't have come even if he was beaten to death. The spacetime battle team was heavily injured, and he was also having a hard time. His passive defense wasn't able to block all the attacks. Fan Haotian didn't know how many methods he used, but he failed every time. The other party's strength was terrifying. Even the spatial energy that specialized in defense couldn't block the ferocious attacks of such power. Fan Haotian had no choice but to lower his head. Fan Haotian was proud, but he also knew that he didn't have any qualifications in front of this great sovereign. Lin Fei was very disappointed with this expert from the Temporal Temple. Originally, he could still interact with him, but from the looks of it, this expert was only a so-so. This expert's method of defending back and forth might be effective against ordinary supremacies, but against a strength-type expert like him, the difference was like night and day. Now you know how to beg for mercy. With a loud shout, Lin Fei's sky splitter pierced forward like a spear, piercing through Fan Haotian's defense and stabbing into his chest. Half of Fan Haotian's body exploded on the spot. Lin Fei didn't continue to attack this temporal temple's great sovereign. After Fan Haotian was defeated, half of his body recovered, but he still couldn't get rid of the power. His flesh was still bleeding, and he couldn't control himself for a moment. I can spare your life. Give me 50 billion Saint Spirit crystals, and I can let you go. Lin Fei grabbed the sky splitter and said indifferently, you only have one chance. Fan Haotian was very clear about the power of that sky splitter. A few more hits, and the other party could easily kill him. 50 billion Saint Spirit crystals was also a huge number. It seems like you're prepared to die. A wave of killing intent locked onto Fan Haotian. Wait, this great sovereign, are you sure about 50 billion Saint Spirit crystals? You should know that our temporal temple is. Before he finished speaking, a black shadow whipped over, and the sky splitter hit Fan Haotian's body. Pung! Under the second attack, Fan Haotian's body exploded on the spot. Don't use the temporal temple to threaten me. Are you going to give it or not? Lin Fei said indifferently, the next time I attack, it won't be easy. I'm afraid you'll die. Fan Haotian also understood that if he didn't hand over 50 billion Saint Spirit crystals today, he probably wouldn't be able to leave this place. He couldn't afford such a loss. I'll give it. Chapter 2957. After handing over 50 billion Saint Spirit crystals, Fan Haotian felt rather helpless. This person's strength was ridiculously strong. Even the power of space could not stop his power from seeping in. This battle was a very humiliating loss. Sir, you are not afraid of the temporal temple. Can you leave your name so that we can know which great supremacy you lost to? Fan Haotian gritted his teeth and said. Lin Fei was quite surprised. You guys are not willing to give up. You want to know my name? I don't mind telling you. My name is Aotian. Your temporal temple is very good at finding people. Come if you have the ability. Next time, I won't be so polite. You are. Aotian. Fan Haotian could not immediately associate this person with the Aotian Lord. Why? Can't I? Lin Fei laughed. As a member of the Temporal Temple, Fan Haotian had heard of the Aotian Lord's name. He was an extremely powerful supremacy of the body tempering school. Now, it seemed that this person was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Even though he did not reveal the aura of a great supremacy, his strength was definitely that of a great supremacy. In the supremacy realm, he was an invincible existence. His cultivation speed was too monstrous. Fan Haotian knew the name and felt that his loss was not unjustified. However, this guy had offended the temporal temple and that other power. His days in the Saint Spirit world would not be so good. The Aotian Lord's strength is more powerful than I imagined. However, even though you have suppressed me, you have also offended another power. I believe that they will come knocking on your door soon. I hope that you can still be so calm at that time. Fan Haotian left with the injured and disabled soldiers. Lin Fei did not plan to stop him. He recalled the last sentence. It should be that I have indirectly offended another power by blocking the god Yuan Chi Sand. It seems that their background is not small. So what if they really come? I am now a great supremacy. No matter how many come, I will kill them all. After his fleshly body advanced from the 8th layer to the 9th layer, his powerful fleshly body strength and defense became Lin Fei's greatest confidence. Moreover, he also had the no-pardon scepter, shadow stealth, and other cultivation techniques. Even if a great sovereign came, he wouldn't be able to take advantage of them. Brother Ao, you're really strong. Even Fan Haotian was forced to flee by you. The temporal temple has lost a lot of face this time. On another warship belonging to the Demon Empire, a tall black-armored demon said to Lin Fei. This was the second time Lin Fei had seen a demon from the demon country up close. He had to admit that the devils of the Devil Nation all had very powerful auras, giving off a very oppressive feeling. Lin Fei pondered whether or not he should get rid of the devils of the Devil Motherland so that he could contribute to his proud heaven. If you have something to say, just say it. The black-armored demon said. Brother Ao, with your strength, you can get the treatment of a great sovereign if you join any power. I wonder if you are interested in joining our demon empire? Our demon empire is willing to give you the treatment of a great devil. Lin Fei laughed. The temporal temple didn't even succeed in recruiting me. Your demon empire seems to be quite confident. Aren't you afraid that I will destroy all of you? The devils on the Devil Ancestor country's warship instantly felt a chill spreading out from their bodies. Although our demon empire is hated by everyone in the Saint Spirit world, those powers might not dare to do anything in the Black Domain. As for us and you, we have no enmity. I believe Brother Ao won't harm us. The black-armored demon said slowly. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. We can send you a piece of news. The power that Fan Haotian mentioned before he left is indeed mysterious and special. He is the group of forging maniacs from the Sky Feather Nation. Forging maniacs, Sky Feather Nation. When Lin Fei heard what he wanted to hear, he was startled. It can't be. This is too much of a coincidence. Thinking about it carefully, the Saint Spirit world was huge. The amount of Essence Force God sand was limited. Those who could refine Essence Force God weapons, or even complete Essence Force God weapons, were few and far between. Lin Fei had also relied on the system's help to master the refinement of elemental energy weapons. It was indeed very difficult. Without knowing the refining method, it was as difficult as ascending to heaven. After thinking about it, it seemed like the mysterious Sky Feather Nation was the only place that could buy Essence Force God sand in large quantities. Lin Fei realized that his reaction was a little slow. It seemed like there was no other place besides the Sky Feather Nation that would care so much about the Essence Force God sand. The Temporal Temple must want to build a relationship with the Sky Feather Nation. The Sky Feather Nation's strength is not to be underestimated. I reckon that they might have a powerful treasure that can fight against a hierarch expert. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced that he had obtained the Essence Force God sand in advance. The Temporal Temple must think that I am easy to deal with. They have tens of billions of Saint Spirit crystals left. In the end, they did not expect me to be more powerful than them. They have lost a lot of face. If Lin Fei had wanted to take advantage of them, he would have had to pay a huge price. Now that Ao Tian was at the 9th level, there was nothing to worry about. Before he had a clear grasp of his own strength, they would be the unlucky ones. You definitely don't know those lunatics from the Sky Feather Nation. You definitely don't know how powerful they are. Let me give you a piece of advice. The Sky Feather Nation has the strength to fight against a hierarch. Even the 3 hierarchs outside have to give them face. The black armored demon wanted to let the other party know how powerful the Sky Feather Nation was. If you are willing to join our Devil Nation, the Sky Feather Nation will have to think twice before taking revenge on you. The black armored demon really wanted to rope the other party into the Devil Nation. The Devil Nation needed such experts. Such a hierarch expert had the strength of an early-stage great hierarch, or even a middle-stage great hierarch. This kind of strength was absolutely terrifying. The Devil Nation has always been hunted by others. If I join you, I don't want to be hunted by the 3 major forces. Lin Fei shook his head. I also know that the 3 major forces will besiege your Devil Nation soon to weaken your strength. I have no interest in becoming cannon fodder. It would have been fine if he didn't mention anything else. But the moment he mentioned this, the black armored demon laughed sinisterly and said arrogantly, "How can you know the strength of our Devil Nation? I might as well tell you. This time, the 3 major forces will join hands, but it is destined to be for naught. You can just wait and see." Lin Fei frowned slightly. From what you said, it seems like the Devil Nation has something to rely on. I am interested to see what the Devil Nation is capable of. Hua. Lin Fei used shadow stealth and disappeared in front of the Devil Nation. What a powerful movement technique. He completely concealed his figure and aura. This is probably the power of a 10th level Saint Spirit Realm's secret technique. The black armored demon was very surprised. It's great that such an expert didn't join the Temporal Temple. I believe that in the upcoming battle, the Devil Nation will once again shake the Saint Spirit world. The shadow stealth was provided by the Dark Shadow Devil Lord. It allowed him to travel through the Dark Realm, and his movement technique was even more concealed. Within the Dark Realm was still affected to a certain extent. His movement speed was infinitely suppressed. The Devil Nation should have prepared something. When they besiege me, I will have to be careful lest I fall for their trap. Chapter 2958. The battle outside Azura King City fell into the eyes of many forces. Daring to snatch something left behind by the Temporal Temple, especially in the Black Domain, once one left this place, it was normal to be robbed. If it was outside, the Temporal Temple wouldn't be so unscrupulous, but it was different in the Black Domain. No one was optimistic that that person could withstand the attack. After waiting for a few decades, that person left the King City. Everyone paid attention to him, wanting to see how he dared to snatch something from the Temporal Temple. From the 3 brothers of the Su family, to the Wandering Spear King, and finally to the Temporal Temple, the black-robed man who they didn't have high hopes for had displayed the extraordinary strength of a great sovereign master, easily suppressing the Temporal Temple to the point where they couldn't even lift their heads. This was a huge setback. Those forces that were not optimistic about the outcome were also dumbfounded at this moment. Aotion Lord? A new expert from the outside. This body tempering technique is definitely top-notch. No wonder he has the ability. Luckily I didn't go back then, or I wouldn't even know death. His strength is ridiculously strong, he's an outstanding expert in body tempering. Aotion's name quietly spread in Azura King City. However, it would take a long time for it to spread throughout the Black Domain. King City, Thousand Treasure Tower. Vice Tower Master Tang watched the entire process from his treasure, and his expression changed from sneering to shock. This Paragon Lord Aotion is actually so powerful. Fan Haotian is also a famous paragon, and he even brought the Spacetime Battle Squad, but he still couldn't defeat him. This Paragon Lord's strength is comparable to the ancient Paragon Lords. It's not the aura of a great paragon, but with the combat strength of a great paragon. No wonder he isn't afraid of the Temporal Temple. Vice Tower Master Tang was very surprised, and a trace of regret rose in him. Such an expert should have been recruited. He would be a huge help to the Thousand Treasure Tower and the royal family of the King City. Go and investigate Paragon Lord Aotion's background immediately. I believe that such an expert will shine in the Saint Spirit domain very soon. Vice Tower Master Tang called for his trusted aide. This person's name will probably be on the god list very soon. The confidant was shocked. That person could be on the god list? Similarly, in an inconspicuous place in Royal City, the fight between Lin Fei and the Temporal Temple's Fan Haotian was being replayed in a small house. A middle-aged man revealed an excited expression. My luck is too good. I can't believe I'm able to encounter a martial monarch with the strength of a great monarch here. This is too heaven-defying. The middle-aged man maintained his excitement as he took out a document and began to jot it down. Suspected to be a top-notch body tempering art. The details are unknown, but it might be self-created. Extremely powerful. Close combat. Very fast. Mysterious background. High Lord Strength, Grand High Lord's Battle Prowess, 8th Order Heavenly God Realm Master. The middle-aged man kept recording. It's finally done. It can be passed on. Such a strong martial artist is completely qualified to enter the top 1,000 of the Sacred Spirit Domain's God list. After Lin Fei activated Shadow Stealth, the system had been monitoring his surroundings. After confirming that there was no one around, Zhang Xian took out the Blackfield battleship he had bought and headed out. There were a few ambushes along the way, but Lin Fei sent them straight to hell. The rest of the journey was uneventful. The journey back to the Blackfield battleship took half the time it took to arrive. This was the power of the Blackfield battleship. Lin Fei quietly returned to the Dark Shadow Palace. In just a few decades, no one had paid attention to him. A simple reason to go into seclusion was enough. He completely concealed his aura, maintaining his peak proud Heaven 8th Order physique. He still couldn't break through to 9th Order Heavenly God realm. That would be too dazzling. Especially when it came to the physique cultivation path, it was notoriously difficult. Once it was revealed, many experts would be attracted. Now that he was at peak proud Heaven 8th Order, Lin Fei's control over his strength had become more thorough. Even if he were to encounter a great monarch, he would be invincible just by relying on his moves. Lin Fei understood this point better than anyone else. The moment he came out from seclusion, Lin Fei had only enjoyed a few days. His eldest senior apprentice brother Chongyang had arrived. Junior apprentice brother, you're finally out. If you didn't come out, senior apprentice brother would have come looking for you. Chongyang said the moment he arrived. What happened? Lin Fei could hear the urgency in his senior apprentice brother's voice. Master wants to see you, come with me. Leaving the cultivation dwelling, Lin Fei and Chongyang arrived at their master's cultivation ground. Just as they arrived, a giant hand descended from the sky without any warning, exuding boundless power, as if space itself was on the verge of collapsing. Lin Fei raised his hand and countered with a palm strike. The two collided heavily. Boom! After a loud explosion, a giant black hole appeared in the air. After several decades of seclusion, your strength has risen again. Not bad, not bad. Grand Venerable Hantian's voice came from the pavilion. The two came to the pavilion, and Grand Venerable Hantian looked at Lin Fei with joy in his eyes. You're getting stronger and stronger. I really don't know what body tempering method you've cultivated. My palm strike is so powerful that even an early-stage great supremacy might not be able to withstand it. I'm relieved that you can deal with it so easily. Grand Venerable Hantian had thought that Lin Fei's cultivation was monstrous, but now it seemed that he was too abnormal. The Shadow Throne has comprehended something after returning, so it's here. Lin Fei said. It seems that you'll be able to enter the divine list soon. At that time, you'll be a real figure in the Saint Spirit realm, an overlord. Grand Venerable Hantian said with a smile, back then, it took me more than 30 million years to enter the divine list. You're much more powerful than me. I can't even imagine it. In the future, you might even be able to enter the top 100 of the divine list. Chongyang said enviously, congratulations, junior apprentice brother. After so many years, you're still wandering outside the divine list. Now that you're on it, you'll be a real expert in the Saint Spirit realm. God ranking list. Lin Fei was stunned. He contacted the little devil and asked him to pull up the information on the divine list. He wouldn't have known if he hadn't looked at it, but the moment he did, he jumped in fright. Due to the large amount of information he had copied from the Dark Shadow Palace, most of it was directly stored in the system. He could pull it up when he needed it. Only after reading through the information did Lin Fei realize the importance of the divine list. Only those who had stepped into the Great Supremacy realm would know about this list. The divine list contained 500 Saint Spirit World's Ninth Order Heavenly God Realm Masters, including those from the Saint Spirit World and the Black Realm. Those who could enter this list were considered real experts in the Saint Spirit World. Any one of them could be considered an overlord of a region, an existence that could establish a sect or sect. Master, my strength is not bad, but it won't be that easy to enter the divine list. Lin Fei said casually. After all, anyone on the list has the strength of a great supremacy. Chapter 2959. The divine list has been updated. Grand Venerate Han Tian and Lin Fei paused for a moment and said something unexpected. Both High Lord Chongyang and Lin Fei were surprised. High Lord Chongyang was surprised that the divine list had been updated, while Lin Fei was confused. Lin Fei didn't know where to look at the divine list. It was a very mysterious list. Look, the divine list has just been updated. Grand Venerate Han Tian waved his hand and a list appeared. At the bottom of the list, a name appeared. I was surprised when I heard this person's name. Where did this expert come from? I didn't expect him to enter the divine list so quickly. He's ranked at the bottom 1000. Master, I know this person too. His background is very mysterious. Let's see what it says. High Lord Chongyang was also interested. Lin Fei looked at the name at the bottom of the list and was very surprised that his clone's name was on the divine list. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. My clone, Proud Heaven, has entered the divine list before my true self. Even though he's ranked at the bottom of the divine list, he's still a top expert in the Saint Spirit World and the Black Realm. Lin Fei hadn't actually thought about entering the divine list. The list didn't just contain the cultivation techniques and strength, but also the battle records. It was obvious at a glance that Proud Heaven's clone had entered the divine list by relying on his strength and not by taking a shortcut. This Proud Heaven's body is very strong. He doesn't have the aura of a Grand Venerate, but his strength is at the level of a Grand Venerate. I really don't know how he cultivated. Junior brother, your opponent is here. He's a match for you. It seems that your battle prowess is very close to that of a Grand Venerate. High Lord Chongyang said. Almost, but compared to him, I'm still far behind. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced. The identity of Ao Tian has always been kept very mysterious. Even if someone suspected, they would not suspect him. This person is an expert. Great Supremacy Han Tian also nodded and said, he is indeed very powerful. Every expert who can get on the divine list is a genius, and only a few supremacies can get on the divine list. At present, only Supremacy Kong Wen and a few others are qualified to get on the list. I didn't expect that Ao Tian Lord would come out of nowhere and suppress the Spacetime Battle Team and Fan Haotian. He is really the young generation now. Lin Fei began to look through the names on the list, from the bottom to the top. Only the ultimate gods from the 3 top forces in the sacred spirit domain are in the top 10 of the divine leaderboard. The one in first place is called Yuanmia. What a strange name. The divine list reached the top 10. Looking at the names on it, Lin Fei was shocked. The strongest person in the Saint Spirit domain was not one of the 3 ultimate gods. There was still a gap between them inside. Hierarch Dark Shadow, 10th Order Heavenly God Realm, ranked 9th. Hierarch Slaughter, 10th Order Heavenly God Realm, ranked 7th. Hierarch Spacetime, 10th Order Heavenly God Realm, ranked 3rd. The one in first place was a name that Lin Fei had never heard of, Yuanmia. It made people think of the special energy that coexisted with the mainland, Yuanmia. What shocked Lin Fei the most was that there were very few records about Yuanmia. There were only a few sentences. However, the records were very scary. It was a black-clothed man who alternated between the void and the void, facing thousands of experts. Each of those experts exuded a terrifying and invincible aura. In front of this black-clothed man, with a light wave of his hand, he killed all of the experts. Even Lin Fei was shocked by a casual attack. This was too domineering. This is our Saint Spirit Domain's publicly acknowledged #1 expert. The divine list was also created by him. No one knows Yuan Mia's origin, but we know that all the experts who challenged Yuan Mia died. In the most glorious battle, Yuan Mia single-handedly killed thousands of high lords and hundreds of great high lords. This is the scene that the divine list can see. Great Venerable Shaker sighed. It's a pity that I was born too late. Otherwise, I could have seen this battle of invincible experts. High Lord Chongyang said with a smile, every time I see the elegance of the #1 expert, I am shocked by his strength. Even though the #1 Yuan Mia expert has not appeared for a long time, no one can shake his position as the #1 expert. Lin Fei was absolutely shocked. Thousands of high lords and hundreds of high lords. Judging from their auras, the current high lords couldn't compare to them. This was true strength. From the records of the divine list, Lin Fei could see that this was the most direct suppression of power, which ignored all attacks and was mighty. One touch was enough to kill anyone. I wonder if I'll have this strength when I'm at the 12th level of Proud Heaven. The difference between the 8th and 9th levels was more than 5 times. Now, a casual attack of his had the strength of a great high lord. If he used his strength to increase it, it would be even more terrifying. Another body-tempering cultivator has appeared on the divine list. Even though he's ranked at the bottom, he'll still cause a big stir. This has nothing to do with you. You just need to cultivate hard, and in the future, you'll also be able to enter the divine list. Great Venerable Shaker dispersed the list and looked at Lin Fei. The encirclement of the demon motherland is about to begin. It's time for you and the Elysian sun to set off. Perform well. In the end, Lin Fei didn't say anything about the demon motherland. They came out of their master's cultivation place. Eldest senior brother Chongyang and Lin Fei walked side by side. Junior brother, on this trip to encircle the experts of the demon motherland, you have to be especially careful. Those demons of the demon motherland are all sinister and cunning. If you're not careful, you'll fall into their trap. Lin Fei nodded. I'll be careful. If those experts of the demon motherland want to kill me, it won't be that easy. I'm not that easy to deal with. Chongyang was relieved. Besides this, you also have to be careful of the people of the Massacre God Court and the Temporal Temple. They're not that righteous, especially junior brother. They're outstanding experts of the body-tempering cultivators and have more potential than ordinary emperor will supremacies. They'll definitely play dirty tricks. Over the years, our Dark Shadow Palace has lost many experts to them, including some outstanding ones. Lin Fei didn't have a good impression of the Massacre God Court and the Temporal Temple. It didn't seem impossible for them to play dirty tricks in the dark. Doesn't that mean I can also play dirty tricks? Chongyang laughed. Junior brother, your way of thinking is different. You're right. As long as we don't do it openly, they won't say anything if someone dies. Although our Dark Shadow Palace, the Temporal Temple, and the Massacre God Court fight on the surface, we're actually allies. Although we're relatively loose, our target is also those people from the Black Domain. Chapter 2960. In the sky above the Saint Spirit Realm. A mighty and domineering black warship was advancing rapidly. On both sides of the warship hung a large black flag with the word Dark embroidered on it. It was the symbol of the Dark Shadow Palace. Wherever the black warship passed, everyone avoided it. The demon motherland is in a remote area. It would take too much time to fly there. This Black Realm warship is different. It's best for traveling. We can reach the periphery of the demon motherland in a month at most. A brawny man in a black cloak stood on the deck of the warship. He was Great Supremacy Black Jew, one of the 5 great supremacies. He was the one leading the team this time. Every time the Dark Shadow Palace and the other forces attacked the demon motherland, a Great Supremacy would lead the team. This time, it was Great Supremacy Black Jew's turn. Standing next to him were the geniuses of the Dark Shadow Palace. Among them, Duguijian, Lin Fei, and the Elysian Sun were the most influential. They were the strongest of the younger generation in the Dark Shadow Palace. As for who ranked first, no one could guess. One had unparalleled sword Dao, one had the Buddhist Dharma, and the last had strength. This time, we brought the Dark Shadow battle team of the Dark Shadow Palace. We will definitely deal a heavy blow to the experts of the Demon Motherland. The Elysian Sun was full of fighting spirit. We will let them know that as long as the Dark Shadow Palace exists, they will never be able to take another step forward and live in that remote and barren place. Lin Fei and Duguijian both laughed. The Demon Motherland had always been suppressed by the three forces. It was very difficult for the experts of the Demon Motherland to come out in large numbers. At most, they would sneak around like street rats. Great Supremacy Black Jew liked hearing this. This time, the team sent by the Dark Shadow Palace could be considered the most powerful one to encircle the Demon Nation. Not to mention anything else, there was Duguijian, who was a peak supremacy, and the Elysian Sun's Buddhist Dharma, which could deliver all living things from suffering. Coupled with the powerful Lin Fei, even 10 supremacies would not be a match for the three of them. Great Supremacy Black Jew stood on the deck for a while, gave some instructions, and then went into the cabin. He left the matters outside to the three of them. Lin Fei didn't have much interest in management. After Grand Monarch Black Absolute left, he chatted with the two of them for a while before leaving as well. Duguijian did the same. The Elysian Son of Heaven was very interested in management. When he saw that the two of them were not doing anything, he was quite happy and took charge of everything. A month passed in the blink of an eye. We're almost there. Grand Monarch Black Jew said, pointing at the barren land in the distance. From the Black Field Warship, one could see a completely different scene in the distance. It was a barren land, with almost no signs of life. Not even a blade of grass grew on the ground. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere. Apart from the yellow sand that filled the sky, there was only more yellow sand. When Lin Fei arrived, he already understood the situation. This should be the Saint Spirit world's most desolate and remote Saint Spirit wilderness. Duguijian said. I've also heard of this place. Now that I've seen it, it's indeed a barren land. The name, wilderness, is quite fitting. The energy of heaven and earth in this place is also quite sparse. It wasn't like this in the past, Grand Monarch Black Jew said. It's because a great war affected a large area, so it became like this. It'll take us a few days to reach the depths of the wilderness. The Saint Spirit wilderness was very barren. The Black Field warship flew over the wilderness. 7 days later, they finally reached the depths of the wilderness. Rumbling energy fluctuations spread out continuously. At the same time, there was also a desolate aura. They must be training. Grand Monarch Black Jew said. In order to prevent the Devil Empire from coming out of the wilderness, the three of us gathered a large amount of resources and set up a battle line to trap them in the depths of the wilderness. An army camp appeared in front of them. That's right, they were army camps. The barracks were lined up in a row across the wildlands, forming a huge battlefront. It was just as Grand Monarch Black Jew had said. The huge army was training continuously. Dense baleful auras gathered together, forming a terrifying aura that surged into the sky, covering the sun. It was extremely obvious. The Dark Shadow Palace's Black Field warship arrived at the army camps. In a huge army camp, a figure boarded the Dark Shadow Palace's warship, revealing a strong body that was brimming with killing intent. His eyes were bright and piercing. Brother Black Jew, I didn't expect you to lead the team this time. We can fight together again. The newcomer was very familiar with Grand Monarch Black Jew. The two hugged as soon as they boarded. I remember the last time I led a team here was 50 million years ago. Grand Monarch Black Jew sighed. He quickly recovered and introduced to Lin Fei and the others. This is Imperial Wind Beitang, a member of the Imperial Wind clan in the Saint Spirit world. He's a grand monarch. The Imperial Wind clan was quite influential in the Saint Spirit world, occupying 3 positions on the divine list. At the same time, they were attached to the Dark Shadow Palace, so their status was not low. Lin Fei and the others stepped forward. Greetings, Grand Monarch Imperial Wind. Imperial Wind Beitang said straightforwardly. The 3 of them should be the most outstanding members of this generation in the Dark Shadow Palace. One of them is the Solitary Sword, which should be you, and the other is the Elysian Son of Heaven, who is skilled in the merciful arc of salvation. You should be Lin Fei, who has recently risen to fame. As a supporting force, Imperial Wind Beitang knew about the changes in the Dark Shadow Palace, especially Lin Fei, who was an outstanding body-tempering cultivator. Recently, it was said that this guy, who had become a grand monarch after cultivating for 100,000 years, had entered the last level of the Shadow Throne and obtained a lot of good things. Just for this, it was worth everyone's attention. After greeting them, Imperial Wind Beitang led Grand Monarch Black Ju to a military camp. This was just arranged. While Grand Monarch Black Ju arranged for people to take care of the following matters, they also went to a large camp in the military camp. You have to be careful this time. This time, the commander is Grand Monarch Killing Emperor of the Massacre God Court. You'd better follow the rules. Imperial Wind Beitang said as he set up a formation. That guy loves to find fault. Grand Monarch Black Ju's expression changed slightly. I didn't expect it to be his turn. Years ago, I fought with him, and I won by a bit. That guy is narrow-minded and has always held grudges against me. I guess this time, he's really going to do something. Lin Fei and the others could tell that something was wrong. Before coming, they had learned about the situation on the battlefield. The subordinate forces of the 3 major forces were all gathered here. This required a commander. The commanders were grand monarchs sent by the 3 major forces in rotation. They carried supreme treasures, and with the formation of the military camp, their strength would increase infinitely. These commanders changed every 5,000 years. This time, it was Grand Monarch Killing Emperor of the Massacre God Court's turn to be the commander. Chapter 2961. Now that the person in charge of the Wildlands had become a member of the Massacre Court and was hostile to the Dark Shadow Palace, everyone was in a bad mood. Imperial Wind Beitang left after sitting for a while. Another peak supremacy expert from the Dark Shadow Palace had arrived. The Dark Shadow Palace had also arranged for an expert with the strength of a peak supremacy. With the help of treasures, he had the battle prowess of an early grand supremacy. Unfortunately, he hadn't entered the god list yet. The moment this peak supremacy arrived, he lowered his pride. After meeting Grand Monarch Black Absolute and listening to the introduction, he became very interested in Lin Fei and the others. It's great that the 3 geniuses could come. High Lord Mo Yang said in a good mood, it's time for the Dark Shadow Palace's younger generation to perform. Lin Fei and the others could hear the unintentional grievance in High Lord Mo Yang's voice. So could Grand Monarch Black Absolute. Tell me about the Dark Shadow Palace's situation in the camp. With Imperial Wind Beitang's reminder, Grand Monarch Black Absolute was prepared to learn about the Dark Shadow Palace's situation in the camp so that he could be prepared in advance. Exalted Sovereign, said High Lord Mo Yang, the Dark Shadow Palace's forces in the Wildlands have been doing well these past few years. However, after the departure of the previous commander, the new commander was replaced by the Exalted Sovereign. Our Dark Shadow Palace, High Lord Mo Yang began to speak in great detail. Exalted Sovereign, our Dark Shadow Palace can't take this lying down. Their methods are clearly against the rules. Hearing this, Grand Monarch Black Absolute's face darkened. Everyone could feel the anger emanating from Grand Monarch Black Absolute. The Imperial Exterminator is really shameless. He actually dares to suppress our Dark Shadow Palace. From Mo Yang's words, everyone could tell that after the Imperial Exterminator took over, the Dark Shadow Palace's influence had been suppressed. The number of injured had also begun to increase. It was obvious that the Dark Shadow Palace's strength was being consumed. Elysian Son of Heaven was the first to be displeased. Lin Fei and Dugu Yijian didn't speak. This matter was left to Grand Monarch Black Absolute. I'm here. If the Imperial Exterminator wants to do anything, he will have to think twice. Tell them that even if they have other ideas, they shouldn't break the rules and get caught by them. High Lord Mo Yang finally relaxed. Facing a great supremacy on the god list actually put a lot of pressure on him. The encirclement and annihilation of the demon motherland hasn't started yet. You guys stay in the Dark Shadow Palace's barracks and rest well. When you're free, you can go to the front line to take a look. Lin Fei and the other two came out of the barracks. Almost immediately, a 7th Order Heavenly God Realm Master came up, leading them to the prepared camp to rest. The people from the Court of Massacre are too arrogant. I don't even know who set up this rule. I really want to find the people from the Court of Massacre and have a good fight with them. The Elysian Sun exclaimed. From High Lord Mo Yang's words, everyone could tell that the Dark Shadow Palace had always been suppressed here. Their strength had also been weakened to a certain extent. Over a long period of time, it had also been a huge drain. However, the Dark Shadow Palace had no reason to pursue this matter. Everyone suffered losses. It was just that the Dark Shadow Palace's enemies were stronger, so they suffered more. This grievance was hard to say. Dugu Yijian was quite open-minded. The three forces have always wanted to compete for the number 1 spot. This is normal. The Court of Massacre has quite a number of experts among the younger generation. When can we spar and teach them a lesson to vent our anger? I like this idea. Lin Fei added, we can't act recklessly within the rules, but we still have a chance to teach them a lesson. On the wilderness battlefront, inside the largest barracks, also the Alliance's headquarters. It was currently under the control of the Massacre God Court. The Imperial Exterminator was personally overseeing this place. Commander, they're here. The one leading them, Great Supremacy Black Supremacy, is staying in their own barracks. The 3 strongest young generation masters are here. One of the subordinates reported in a low voice. Sitting at the top was a black-armored brawny man. His entire body was covered in ice-cold black armor, revealing only his hideous face, which exuded a gloomy aura. Black Supremacy, ha 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 ha. Unbridled laughter rang out. You've come, this seat has been waiting for this day for a long time. After settling down in the barracks of the Dark Shadow Palace, Lin Fei did not remain idle. He first observed the barracks, and then, under the guidance of the Heavenly God, he arrived at the front line of the wilderness battlefront. A huge city wall stretched out like a black line on the ground. From the top of the city wall, one could see that it was a barren land outside. Apart from that, there were countless piles of bones. In the farthest place, he could vaguely see a huge city. That was one of the cities of the Devil Motherland. There were a total of 6 such huge cities in the entire Devil Motherland, and they formed the infamous Devil Motherland. Despite being besieged by the 3 major forces, they had persisted until now. The Devil Motherland is really different from the rest. With just a glance, Lin Fei could see the problem. Even if it was just one of the big cities, it had a special and rich aura, as if it was a part of some great formation. The Devil Motherland itself is a treasure, or it has set up a terrifying formation. Within this formation, the strength of the leader will be greatly enhanced, and he can be said to be an invincible existence. Lin Fei could feel his heart palpitating. After reaching the proud sky 9th layer, he was even more sensitive to dangerous auras. The Devil Motherland was a huge threat to him. Lin Fei came to the city wall almost every day. He also saw the Heavenly God experts of the barracks forming small teams and fighting with the Devil Generals of the Devil Motherland in the war zone outside. The battle situation was extremely tragic. The Devil Generals and other experts of the Devil Motherland were very strong. In a one-on-one fight, they had no advantage. They had to form teams to have a chance of winning. Small-scale battles like this happened almost every day outside the Wildlands barracks. Therefore, this place was also a place where Heavenly God experts fought and trained. Compared to the Heavenly God disciples cultivating in the Dark Shadow Palace, the Heavenly God disciples in the Wilderness Battlefront had a clear improvement in both aura and strength. In a one-on-one fight, the difference was quite big. Even though this was a very good place to train, the death rate was too high. This was because the enemy was not just anyone, but the devil generals and devil gods of the devil motherland. All of them were strong and had strong defenses. The people from the temporal temple are here. Lin Fei saw a black warship appear. It was the special flag of the temporal temple, and it was hard not to recognize it. The black warship arrived at a military camp in the distance, which happened to be the camp of the temporal temple. Chapter 2962. With the arrival of the elites of the temporal temple, the people of the three major forces gathered in the boorish military camp. In the military camp of the Dark Shadow Palace, Grand Monarch Black Absolute received the news that the Imperial Exterminator would hold a small banquet tonight to introduce everyone and prepare for the upcoming encirclement of the demon motherland. With these words, Grand Monarch Black Ju sent a few people over, and summoned High Monarch Imo Yang, Lin Fei, and the others. That Grand Monarch Black Ju said that we should get to know each other, but the truth is that he's trying to intimidate us so that he can take command of us. Grand Monarch Black Absolute disdained the Imperial Exterminator's invitation. We still have to go to the banquet. You have to get ready. Grand Monarch Black Absolute said, if the massacre court wants to intimidate us, they will definitely come for you. According to their character, they will only want to learn from each other. As the top figures of the younger generation, you will definitely be the target. High Lord Imo Yang nodded in agreement, that should be the case. Some time ago, the massacre court sent many experts, especially the High Lords and some veteran High Lords. Grand Monarch, our Dark Shadow Palace is not to be trifled with. I, the Elysian Sun, will be the first to let them know that the people of the massacre court will not dare to act presumptuously in front of us. The Elysian Sun was the first to speak. If they want to bully us, let's see if they have the ability to do so. Lin Fei and Dugu Yijian both laughed. We are not bullies. Whether it was the Elysian Sun, Lin Fei, or Dugu Yijian, they were the top three of the Dark Shadow Palace's younger generation. If the massacre court wanted to intimidate them, they might have found the wrong opponent. At the same time, on the other side, in the military camp of the temporal temple, this time, the leader of the team was Grand Monarch Feng Dong. He had mastered 2 emperor intents, space and time. In terms of ranking, he was far above Grand Monarch Black Absolute and the Imperial Exterminator. During tonight's banquet, none of us will fight. Feng Dong's supremacy's face was white and beardless. His face was extremely pale and sickly. It was as if he was going to die at any moment. None of the people present dared to ignore him. It was this sickly person who was infamous in the Saint Spirit domain. His space-time and time-killing move had killed many experts. Great Sovereign, we know. Those seated below were all elites of the temporal temple. There were old supremacies and new supremacies. All of them were extremely famous. When night fell, in the largest military camp, the 3 forces were all gathered here. Dozens of High Lords gathered together. The temporal temple and the Dark Shadow Palace stood opposite each other. After a simple greeting, they didn't do anything else. At the same time, they observed each other's younger generation. The confrontation at this banquet wasn't between the great monarchs. They wouldn't be stupid enough to start a fight. The ones who would be exchanging pointers would be the younger generation. Grand Monarch Black Absolute introduced the experts of the temporal temple to Lin Fei and the others. The one sitting in the middle is Grand Monarch Dark Cave. He's ranked 731 on the divine list. He's well versed in spatial and time magic, and he practices a powerful spatial and time magic move. The strongest of the temporal temple's younger generation, Kong Wen, didn't come. It's said that he's cultivating in the temporal temple's secret realm. The one who came this time is the temporal temple's Luo Shen, who is second only to Kong Wen. He's an extremely tyrannical fellow. His control over space is average, but his mastery over the Tao of time is outstanding. While Grand Monarch Black Absolute was introducing the experts of the Dark Shadow Palace, Grand Monarch Dark Cave was also introducing the experts of the Dark Shadow Palace. The Dark Shadow Palace has been declining year by year. Their three strongest experts are the ones you saw just now. One is Duguijian, who is skilled in the Tao of Sword. The other is the Elysian Son of Heaven, who is very powerful in the Buddhist Dharma. Especially the Merciful Ark of Salvation, who can easily influence others. The last one is that black-robed Lin Fei. He broke into the supremacy realm in 100,000 years. According to our spies, this Lin Fei even has the battle prowess of a great supremacy. The Temporal Temple didn't lack information either. The Dark Shadow Palace is only so-so. Among the three of them, only Duguijian's Tao of Sword is slightly troublesome. The others can't even withstand a single blow. In front of my flowing time divine art, they're all ants. Sitting next to Grand Monarch Dark Cave was Luo Shen, an extremely arrogant and domineering person. Although he was sitting with a golden saber, he was like a domineering mountain that could crush everything in its path. The Dark Shadow Palace is indeed useless. However, you should pay attention to the experts of the Massacre God Court, especially the eldest disciple of Grand Monarch Killing Emperor. Although he isn't their leader, he's still one of the 5 dragons of the Massacre God Court's younger generation. Got it. Grand Monarch Killing Emperor didn't arrive too late. He was clad in black armor and had a strong body. Boundless killing intent surrounded him, and from this killing intent, miserable and despairing screams could be heard. Phantoms could be seen struggling ceaselessly. It was a tragic sight to behold. All the supremacies felt a strong sense of crisis. This Grand Monarch Killing Emperor was tainted with a large amount of karma and evil karma. A single glance from him could make one collapse. Brother Black Absolute, Brother Dark Cave, long time no see. Grand Monarch Killing Emperor said to the two upon arriving. Those who didn't know better would think that they were old friends. Yes, long time no see. Congratulations on becoming a commander. Grand Monarch Dark Cave said with a smile. We're still waiting for you to destroy the demon motherland. Grand Monarch Killing Emperor liked Grand Monarch Dark Cave's words very much. Even if it was just a compliment, he was quite satisfied. After all, Dark Cave's ranking on the god list was higher than his. That day will come. We must destroy the demon motherland. Grand Monarch Black Absolute wouldn't compliment Grand Monarch Killing Emperor, so he gave a simple reply. Grand Monarch Killing Emperor didn't show any expression. If one looked closely, it was easy to tell if he was cold or hot. In recent years, the Dark Shadow Palace seemed to be on the decline. On the other hand, experts kept appearing in the Temporal Temple, especially Supremacy Kong, one of the younger generation, who had been advancing triumphantly. It was even rumored that once Kong Wen came out of seclusion, he would definitely have the strength of a Grand Supremacy, and would be able to contend against a late Grand Supremacy. Many people believed this rumor to be true. The Temporal Temple's influence expanded extremely quickly. Naturally, the Massacre God Court wouldn't offend the Temporal Temple. On the God list, Divine Supremacy Spacetime was ranked above them. To reunite everyone, cheers. Grand Monarch Killing Emperor took the initiative to raise his cup. Cheers. Everyone raised their cups and drained them in one gulp. 3 cups of wine were downed. The evening banquet had finally begun. Immediately, a fairy maiden came up to perform a dance. The melodious music and graceful dance made everyone watch with great interest. However, everyone knew that this was just the beginning. The real good stuff was yet to come. An hour later. It's too boring to just watch the fairy maiden dance. It's not exciting enough. Grand Monarch Killing Emperor shouted at the fairy maiden to retreat. We are all martial artists. Instead of watching these soft and unexciting dances, why don't we consider the younger generation? After all, they are the future pillars. Brother Dark Cave, what do you think? Chapter 2963. Grand Monarch Roaring Cave had long since seen through everything and didn't mind giving face to the Imperial Exterminator, so he agreed in a gloomy voice. Coupled with his sickly pale face, no matter how one looked at it, he seemed to harbor malicious intentions. The Imperial Exterminator was very satisfied. Brother Black Jew, you don't have any objections, do you? After all, we need everyone's cooperation to attack the demon motherland. Let's exchange some pointers in advance. Grand Monarch Black Jew nodded slightly. All right. Tonight's matter couldn't be avoided. Even if he refused this excuse, there would be another one. As the commander-in-chief, Grand Monarch Black Jew had to give face to the other side. He had confidence in his people's strength and didn't think they would lose. Soon, an empty space was cleared in the camp. Let's start with the teams. The Imperial Exterminator suggested. No one had any objections. The first match was between the Slaughter team and the Spacetime team. The whole process was very exciting, and there was no danger. The nearly 100 exalts present had witnessed the terrifying strength of the Slaughter team. When they attacked together, their strength wasn't inferior to theirs. The second match was between the Slaughter team and the Dark Shadow team, not the Dark Shadow team and the Spacetime team. Grand Monarch Black Jew didn't have any objections. This kind of exchange happened often. But when the two teams clashed, the Slaughter team's strength erupted, and they weren't as calm as when they fought the Spacetime team. Their killing intent surged, blotting out the sky. They did it on purpose. Seeing the Dark Shadow team retreating, the Elysian Sun was furious. They clearly went all out. Grand Monarch Black Jew frowned slightly. The Slaughter team's killing intent is indeed terrifying. Our Dark Shadow team is good at movement and concealment, but their real strength is still a bit lacking. The Dark Shadow team lost. They were completely defeated. All of them were badly injured. The Imperial Exterminator angrily shouted at the Slaughter team in front of everyone, then turned to Grand Monarch Black Jew and said, "Brother Black Jew, I'm really sorry. Those guys didn't hold back and injured them by accident." How could Grand Monarch Black Jew not see it? It's normal to be weaker than others. There's nothing to be sorry about. The Slaughter team is very strong, and the Dark Shadow team will win it back in the future. It'll also let them know that there's always someone stronger, so they won't become arrogant. Well said. Grand Monarch Dark Cave said with a sinister smile. Teams need constant tempering. The more tempering they do, the more progress they will make. Grand Monarch Imperial Exterminator didn't intend to anger Grand Monarch Black Jew right away. Grand Monarch Black Jew was a Grand Monarch and an expert on the divine list. He wasn't someone who didn't understand the bigger picture. Next, the other Shadow Battle team fought with the Spacetime Battle team. They weren't as good as the Spacetime Battle team, so they didn't lose as badly. I heard that your Dark Shadow Palace has a lot of experts among the younger generation. Why don't you invite them to come out and exchange some pointers? Those from our Massacre God Court have been eyeing them for a long time. The Imperial Exterminator suggested. At this moment, a green-robed young man standing behind the Imperial Exterminator came to the center of the field. Supreme Exterminator, I would like to interact with the prodigies of the Dark Shadow Palace. Please allow me. Before the Imperial Exterminator could agree, the azure-robed young man turned to the Dark Shadow Palace's side and said, "I like to exchange pointers. I've long heard that the Dark Shadow Palace's geniuses have amazing strength. I wonder if you have the guts to come down and exchange pointers with me." The Imperial Exterminator said with a smile, "This is my disciple, Jianghu. He's a good-for-nothing who likes to spar with others. I can't even persuade him to come back. I've made a fool of myself." In his words, he did not mention at all that he wanted Yan Kuei to return. "Great Sovereign, please allow me to go up and exchange pointers with this brother." A High Lord stood up. Grand Monarch Black Desolate nodded. "Sure." Grand Monarch Black Jew wouldn't back down now that the Grand Monarch had come to him. Even though he knew that the Grand Monarch killing Sovereign had done this on purpose, he couldn't refuse. Although it seemed like the Imperial Exterminator was being selfish on the surface, on the other hand, this involved the battle between the Dark Shadow Palace and the Massacre Court. If they backed down today, the news that the Dark Shadow Palace was afraid of the Massacre Court would spread the next day. Grand Monarch Black Absolute didn't want to bear such a heavy responsibility. Thus, he nodded and allowed the High Lord to go up. According to the Imperial Exterminator, High Lord Yan Kuei was a good-for-nothing. However, after he attacked, his killing chi surged like a vast ocean, and his killing moves came one after another. He immediately suppressed the Dark Shadow Palace's young supremacy, restricting 30 to 40% of his strength. After more than 20 moves, he was defeated. The High Lord of the Dark Shadow Palace is indeed not that great. He can't even defeat a good-for-nothing like me. Yan Kuei said sarcastically. Anyone else can come up and have a try. The Imperial Exterminator was very happy. This was the result he wanted. I'll go. Another young supremacy went up. He used a sword technique and walked a light and tricky path. However, he was defeated after 30 moves. Another High Lord of the Dark Shadow Palace went up, and was easily defeated. Grand Monarch Black Absolute's face darkened. The High Lords of the surrounding subordinate forces also looked grim. They were all relying on the Dark Shadow Palace. The cultivation technique of the Massacre Court is really tyrannical. Accumulating killing intent, and using a special method to display it, forming a domain that can suppress the opponent's strength and make them unable to concentrate. If this goes on for too long, even the Reverend of the Dark Shadow Palace will be defeated. Lin Fei watched quietly. He had to admit that the High Lord of the Dark Shadow Palace was a bit weaker than Yan Kuei. This good-for-nothing High Lord Yan Kuei's strength was extremely terrifying. He was a late-stage High Lord, and was very difficult to deal with. Among the younger generation of the Massacre Court, he was at least an elite. Dugu Yijian looked over. There aren't many experts in our Dark Shadow Palace who can defeat this person. No wonder the Massacre Court is stronger than our Dark Shadow Palace. Interested? Lin Fei asked. Dugu Yijian shook his head. It'll take at most 3 moves to defeat him. It's not interesting. Lin Fei believed in Dugu Yijian's words. 3 moves. That was definitely 3 moves. No more. Why don't we let Brother Shen go? The two glanced at the Elysian Sun and smiled. The Elysian Sun understood tacitly. He had been suppressing his anger since the beginning. Using a late-stage High Lord was indeed a bit of a bully. There were many supremacies on the Dark Shadow Palace's side, but not many of them could defeat the other party. Even if they won, they would be in a sorry state. The only ones who could suppress them were probably Lin Fei and the other two. Let me have a taste of your skills. The Elysian Sun, dressed in white, walked out. As soon as the Elysian Sun appeared, everyone took him seriously. He was one of the top 3 experts of the younger generation of the Dark Shadow Palace. I know you're an Elysian Sun. You're skilled in Buddhism. Yan Kuei said. 1 move. Make your move. Chapter 2964. Elysian Son of Heaven personally appeared and emitted a powerful aura. Behind him was a huge Buddha that emitted 5-colored Buddhist radiance. Sanskrit chants resounded continuously. Little Yen, this is the Dark Shadow Palace's Elysian Sun. You must cherish this opportunity. He is the most outstanding genius of the Dark Shadow Palace's younger generation. The Imperial Exterminator said. Yan Kuei became excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Ha ha ha, 1 move. You are really boasting. Supremacy, Yan Kuei sneered, then let me see how powerful the Dark Shadow Palace's genius is. Supremacy Yan Kuei was the first to make a move. He turned into a black fog that shrouded over. Once the black fog appeared, a murderous aura soared into the sky. Everyone felt a great impact and secretly circulated their chi to resist this murderous aura. To be able to accumulate such a thick murderous aura, one must have killed countless people. This was a huge impact to any supremacy. Facing the monstrous black fog, the Elysian Sun's expression didn't change. Pretentious. Hua hua hua. The Elysian Sun's body emitted 7-colored Buddhist radiance. Under the Buddhist radiance, the murderous aura melted as if it had met its nemesis. Miserable cries came from within the black fog. A palm whizzed out and slammed onto the black fog. The Elysian Sun's palm contained a holy aura. Large patches of black fog melted and Supremacy Yan Kuei's figure retreated several steps. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Little Yen, go down. The Elysian sun easily defeated Yen Kuei with a single palm. The Dark Shadow Palace's side was also delighted. It was easy to lose face if they kept on losing. Fortunately, the Elysian sun easily defeated his opponent. The Imperial Exterminator shouted at Yen Kuei to retreat. His face was expressionless, as expected of the Dark Shadow Palace's genius. Little Yan's defeat is not undeserved. Who else is willing to seek guidance from the Elysian sun? Don't miss this opportunity. It was fine if he defeated an ordinary supremacy of the Dark Shadow Palace. There was nothing to be proud of. But if he defeated the Elysian sun, then it would be interesting. Supreme, let me experience Brother Xing's skills. A black figure rushed out from behind. Before he arrived, a dense murderous aura shot out. The show is about to start. On the Temporal Temple's side, Grand Monarch Ming Dong revealed a look of understanding. The eldest disciple of Grand Monarch Killing Emperor, Nu Tao, one of the 5 dragons of the Massacre God Court. Luo Shen, who was sitting beside him, also revealed his fighting spirit. One of the 5 dragons of the Massacre Court. I really want to take a good look at it. Luo Shen was wild and arrogant. He would not underestimate any opponent. Grand Monarch Black Desolate's expression also flickered slightly. What a cunning fellow. I reckon he is waiting for the sacred Son of Heaven and the others to appear. He actually sent his eldest disciple, Supreme Lord Nu Tao, one of the 5 dragons of the Massacre God Court, to attack. What a good scheme. Grand Monarch Black Ju was well aware of the 5 dragons' strength. Supremacy Nu Tao was a top-notch expert nurtured by the Massacre God Court. Grand Monarch Black Ju felt relieved. The Elysian Sons of Heaven's Buddhist cultivation innately suppress negative emotions, such as killing intent. I suppose they'll be able to fight to a draw. A draw is more like it. I know you, the most outstanding genius of the Dark Shadow Palace. Supreme Lord Nu Tao was wearing a black cloak, and his appearance could be seen clearly. His voice was so cold that it caused one's hair to stand on end. And I, Nu Tao, one of the 5 dragons of the Massacre God Court, will defeat you. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. It was the same move. Shrouded in black fog. Disdain rose in the Elysian Sons of Heaven's heart. It was the same move again. No matter how many came, it would be countered. The 7-colored Buddhist light crushed over. In the face of the 7-colored Buddhist light, the shrouded black fog gradually turned into nothingness, as if it did not exist at all. The moment this move was made, the heart of the Dark Shadow Palace's Supreme Lord sank. He used the same move, but there was a huge gap between them. This was a powerful opponent. The 7-colored Buddhist light is only a so-so. The black fog appeared again, arriving above the Elysian Sons of Heaven. A fist filled with killing intent smashed down, and at the same time, miserable howls of wolves could be heard. This fist was extremely powerful. The Elysian Sons of Heaven's 7-colored Buddhist light turned into a shield that blocked the attack from above. When the opponent's attack landed on the shield, it caused ripples. The black killing intent was not affected much, and it continued to penetrate through the shield. The Buddhist protective shield is indeed powerful. It's impervious to all techniques. I wonder how many times it can block my attacks. The black fog above his head dispersed into several clumps, gradually condensing into figures. There were a total of 8 of them. When they appeared, the 8 black-robed men attacked together. Their auras kept increasing, climbing to the peak of the Supreme Lord level. The attacks of the 8 black-robed men were greatly enhanced, surpassing the peak of the Supreme Lord level, reaching the early stage of the Supreme Lord level. Their attack speed was extremely fast, and the crowd could only see a dense number of shadows. With this kind of attack efficiency, the power of each punch was the same, without any variation. The faces of the supremacies behind changed. The 5 dragons of the Massacre Court were really not simple. The Elysian Sons of Heaven's Buddhist Dharma could suppress people, but in the face of the raging waves, they encountered a huge change, and they were surrounded. The situation is not good. Lin Fei saw the problem. The Elysian Sons of Heaven tried several attacking methods, but he could not break through the siege of the raging waves. Those figures kept alternating between real and fake, and could not be destroyed. This dragon of the massacre court is very strong, and seems to be suppressing his strength. I suspect it has the explosive strength of a mid-stage Supreme Lord. Dugu Yijian also frowned. The Elysian Sons of Heaven might lose. The opponent must have some treasure that can resist the seven-colored Buddhist light. Lin Fei and Dugu Yijian could see that the Elysian Sons of Heaven were prepared. No matter which one he faced, he would have the advantage. The Imperial Exterminator was really good at scheming. Brother Black Jew, your Dark Shadow Palace's geniuses are still a little weak. The Imperial Exterminator laughed, his face full of pride. He wanted to attack the Dark Shadow Palace's influence. No matter from which aspect, the Dark Shadow Palace was inferior to the Massacre Court. Who knows until the end? Imperial Exterminator said. That Supreme Lord Nu Tao seemed to have heard those words. A trace of malevolence flashed across his face as he exuded a cold intent. The 8 shadows merged into one, and the 8 attacks instantly merged into one, piercing through the Elysian Sun's shield and striking his chest, sending him flying. We have lost this battle. Imperial Exterminator Black Jew did not let the Elysian Sons of Heaven continue to attack. The Elysian Sons of Heaven had been injured by that attack, and his injuries were not light. The murderous aura had entered his body, and black patterns had appeared. If he did not expel them, they would be greatly affected. The Dark Shadow Palace's geniuses are only so-so. Elysian Sons of Heaven said complacently, his tone full of provocation. Lin Fei and Dugu Yijian did not attack. Imperial Exterminator Black Jew had suffered a small loss. In order to deal a blow to him, the Imperial Exterminator had arranged for no one to go out and spar until the Elysian Sons of Heaven returned. Chapter 2965. Great Monarch Black Absolute left with his people. The supremacies of the forces under the Dark Shadow Palace also left. Their backer was the Dark Shadow Palace. Losing the Dark Shadow Palace wouldn't be good for them. After Great Monarch Black Absolute left, the banquet ended on a sour note. Great Monarch Imperial Exterminator didn't show any displeasure on his face. He seemed to have expected this. Master, why didn't you let them stay? If you asked them, they wouldn't dare to leave even if they had 100 guts. After Great Monarch Feng Dong left, the banquet was finally over. Yan Kuei, who had recovered from his injuries, asked his master with a hint of confusion. Great Monarch Imperial Exterminator didn't get angry at his own words. He smiled and said, the Dark Shadow Palace looks like it's on the verge of collapse. As long as that person is still around, no one can do anything to the Dark Shadow Palace. I have a conflict with Great Monarch Black Absolute, so I can't force him too much. If I ruin the plans of the 3 lords, no one will be able to bear the consequences. The disciples understood and sucked in a breath of cold air. Master, Great Monarch Black Absolute is quite patient. He won't be easy to deal with. However, I feel that we can make the Dark Shadow Palace suffer a great loss if we attack the Demon Empire. Supremacy Nu Tao said with narrowed eyes. No rush, no rush. I have the authority of the barracks. As long as it's within the rules, everything has to be done according to my wishes. No matter how patient Great Monarch Black Absolute is, how long can he endure? As long as he breaks the rules, even if he doesn't die, he will at least lose a layer of skin. Ha ha ha. The disciples cupped their hands. Congratulations, Master. You will be able to take revenge soon. A resounding flattery went up. In the barracks of the Temporal Temple, Great Monarch Feng Dong wore a sinister smile. Little Luo, what do you think? Great Monarch Feng Dong felt that the small banquet tonight was very exciting. Great Monarch Imperial Exterminator is too arrogant. Just like the rumors, he is not broad-minded. Back then, he lost to Great Monarch Black Absolute and has always harbored a grudge. Furthermore, the god ranking is higher than him. Now that he has finally gained the authority of the barracks, as long as it's within the rules, he will definitely deal a heavy blow to the Dark Shadow Palace. Luotian said indifferently, and we can also benefit greatly from this matter. I believe that the Imperial Exterminator will come to visit you very soon. Perhaps tonight. Your analysis is excellent. The Imperial Exterminator's temper can't be changed. The Dark Shadow Palace is going to suffer this time. I believe that the Massacre Court also wants to suppress the Dark Shadow Palace. So, what do you think of those people? The eldest disciple of the Imperial Exterminator, Nu Tao, is indeed powerful. He also has a secret treasure that allows him to erupt with the strength of a mid-stage exterminator for a short time. If he fought with me, my sun and moon space will could easily injure him. Luotian said proudly. As for the rest of the Imperial Exterminator, they are not worth mentioning. On the Dark Shadow Palace's side, only Duguijian is difficult to deal with. Those body-tempering Lin Fei are the easiest to deal with. Great Paragon Feng Dong said with a smile, this time, the encirclement and suppression of the demon motherland is, in fact, a competition between our three forces. As a genius of the Spacetime God Temple, you must perform well. If you can suppress the Dark Shadow Palace and the Massacre Court in one fell swoop, it will be equivalent to making a great contribution. At that time, I can make the decision to recommend you to cultivate in a secret realm. Luotian's eyes brightened. Thank you, Great Sovereign, for your help. Those people won't be able to stop me from becoming the greatest contributor to the annihilation of the demon nation. I will kill anyone who dares to block my path. On the battlefield, what does it matter if a few people die? Even high lords can fall. Not bad, not bad. In the military camp of the Dark Shadow Palace, Grand Monarch Black Jew violently expelled the killing intent from the Elysian children's body, and the black patterns that had appeared on his body disappeared without a trace. Great Sovereign, I miscalculated this time. I didn't expect them to be prepared. The Elysian children said with a guilty expression. Next time, he definitely won't be so lucky. For the Elysian children, losing to Lin Fei or Duguijian was fine, but losing to the people of the Massacre Court made him feel ashamed. You can't be blamed for this. Grand Monarch Black Jew said, the Imperial Killing Emperor's target was me. You guys were just collateral damage. I will remember this enmity. After appeasing the Elysian children, Grand Monarch Black Jew said, the Imperial Killing Emperor wanted us to make a mistake and violate the rules. In this military camp, the last thing we can do is violate the rules. Those rules were set by the three hierarchs. For this reason, they even left behind a powerful treasure. No matter who it is, as long as they violate the rules, even if they are a great sovereign, they won't be able to resist that treasure. This is also the reason why I didn't get angry. Great Sovereign, can you tell us what kind of treasure it is? Lin Fei asked curiously. In fact, the military camp we are in has set up a super grand formation. Inside this grand formation, the Imperial Killing Emperor can control the formation to increase his strength to the peak Great Sovereign level. Grand Monarch Black Jew said, the reason why the demon motherland has been unable to break through the front line is because of this formation. As long as it isn't a hierarch, those people alone won't be able to destroy the front line. The three of them suddenly understood. Peak Great Sovereign level strength. This peak strength was not as simple as they had imagined. He was a true expert. In the military camp of the Wilderness Battlefront, the Imperial Killing Emperor, who was the commander-in-chief, was equivalent to the number one expert. He could suppress everyone. This was the source of the Imperial Killing Emperor's confidence. He was in charge of the military camp of the Wilderness Battlefront. The three of them secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. The number one expert of this huge military camp was indeed terrifying. With the help of the formation's power, it was quite normal for his strength to soar. In the Saint Spirit domain, many countries, royal cities, and even the headquarters of the family clans would set up formations to greatly increase their strength. Within the formation, one's strength would soar, and one would be able to fight above one's cultivation level. None of this was impossible. Generally, very few people would attack large royal cities and other places, unless they were really strong enough to destroy everything. That was another matter. Before the siege of the demon motherland ends, you all have to bear with it. On the surface, the Imperial Killing Emperor is targeting me, but in reality, it is also the Massacre Court suppressing our Dark Shadow Palace. This is actually very normal in the wilderness battlefront. The three forces will take turns to suppress one side. Grand Monarch Black Jew said. The three of them were not fools. Since Grand Monarch Black Jew had said it so clearly, they understood it very well. We really have to behave. Lin Fei said with a smile. That's a big rule. Chapter 2966. Ever since that banquet, the Imperial Exterminator didn't do anything against the Dark Shadow Palace. He did what he was supposed to do. Many people came to a realization. Were they seeing things? In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed since Lin Fei arrived at the boorish military camp. In these 5 years, he, the Elysian Sun, and the others led a Dark Shadow battle team. They killed many demon gods and demons of the demon motherland and rose to prominence in the boorish military camp. Apart from them, the Massacre Court and the Temporal Temple also sent out some experts, including Yan Kuei, Nu Tao, and a few other geniuses from the Temporal Temple, such as Luo Shen. Besieging the demon motherland wasn't as easy as imagined. The demon motherland had a total of 6 big cities. They were built according to special arrangements, forming a large-scale formation. If they wanted to kill the experts of the demon motherland, they had to destroy the big cities. Every time they besieged the demon motherland, the three forces had to pay a huge price. The demon motherland's experts were trained even faster. They were almost invincible at the same level. This was the terrifying part. In order to prevent the demon motherland from coming out, they would join forces to besiege the demon motherland from time to time. On one hand, they could weaken the enemy's strength, and on the other hand, they could train their disciples. It was a good thing to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Even if they had to pay a huge price, the 3 top forces never frowned. I heard that they are going to discuss attacking the big cities of the demon motherland. Lin Fei returned with the Dark Shadow battle team. Before he could relax, Great Sovereign Black Jew sent someone over to discuss the matter. Looking at the time, it's about time to start. In these 5 years, Lin Fei had a better understanding of the demon motherland. However, the demon motherland was still very mysterious. He couldn't help but think of the Dark Shadow Devil Lord's words. The 3 top forces had been besieging the demon motherland and killing its living forces. Was it because of the Dark Shadow race? If he hadn't heard this secret from the Dark Shadow Devil Lord, Lin Fei really wouldn't have thought of this. The Dark Shadow race has nothing to do with me. Killing the experts of the demon motherland will be a justifiable reason for me to plunder their life energy and push my proud Heaven 9th layer physique up. Ever since Lin Fei learned that he would be participating in the war against the demon motherland, he didn't refine many life crystals and kept them in reserve. The demon empire's demon generals and demon gods were of the same cultivation realm, but the life force in their bodies was much stronger. Their physical bodies were also very strong. This was a very powerful race. Compared to them, the human race was much weaker. If not for the 3 top factions stopping them, no one doubted that they could conquer the Saint Spirit domain. This was the potential of the demon motherland. When Lin Fei arrived at Grand Monarch Black Absolute's camp, Duguijian, the Elysian Sons of Heaven, and the other exalts were all present. I heard that you killed another dozen or so demons. Not bad, you killed more than me. Elysian Son of Heaven greeted Lin Fei, I'm lesser than you. Those demons seem to be hiding. It's really not easy to find them. Ever since he lost the last time, all the fiend celestials and fiends outside had become unlucky. In these 5 years, it was unknown how many had been killed. But compared to Lin Fei, they were much weaker. Elysian Son of Heaven naturally did not know that Lin Fei had the system scanning ability to find fiends. Lin Fei was not like him, who needed a long time to find a fiend, and this depended on luck. Coming, we're all here. Seeing that Lin Fei had taken a seat, Grand Monarch Black Absolute began to speak. He briefly mentioned the recent situation, and then got to business. According to my guess, our official encirclement and suppression of the demon motherland should be within these 3 to 5 days. Everyone's expressions became grave. Encircling and suppressing the demon motherland was completely different from fighting in the periphery. There were times when people would die. The demon motherland had been under constant encirclement and suppression. Their reproduction rate was faster, and there were many experts appearing. Every encirclement and suppression was very stressful. This time, our Dark Shadow Palace will do the same as before. We will first cut off the connection with the big cities, and then collectively attack a big city. Although it's an old trick, no one can guarantee that the demon motherland will not make any changes. Everyone must be careful. 3 days later, Grand Monarch Black Absolute and the other Grand Monarchs received the notice and held a secret meeting. No one knew what was said. After the secret meeting ended, the army camp began to move. Grand Monarch Black Absolute returned to the Dark Shadow Palace's army camp and immediately summoned everyone. The encirclement and suppression of the demon motherland has officially begun. Our mission is to cut off the communication points outside the big cities. I plan to leave this matter to the 3 of you. Grand Monarch Black Absolute briefly explained the details of the attack on the first big city of the demon motherland. The Grand Monarchs would work together to attack, and they would need to break through the few hubs outside the big city. After explaining the situation, no one had any objections. In fact, no one would have any objections. As the ambushers, you must act quickly. As long as you destroy the hubs, you can retreat. Do not linger in battle. If you encounter experts, retreat if you can't beat them. Lin Fei and the other 2 each received a hub to attack. The demon motherland was a special force. 6 big cities formed a huge demon motherland. Each big city had a large population and countless experts. It would be very difficult to attack the big cities head-on. However, the demon motherland had a flaw. The demon motherland had become a powerful treasure under the arrangement of the big shots. There needed to be a certain connection between the 2. These hubs were the key to this. After destroying these hubs, the defense of the city would be weakened, and it would be easier to break into the city. The difficulty would also decrease. Every time, these hubs would become the key to victory or defeat in the battlefield. The confrontation at these hubs would become a confrontation between the 3 great powers and the demon motherland. Lin Fei selected 15 supremacies and 3 shadow battle squads. Under the cover of the night, they entered the battlefield. At the same time, the geniuses of the 3 forces led their teams and went straight to the hubs to destroy them. Under the amplification of the formation, the Imperial Exterminator directly attacked the first big city. Even though the distance was quite far. Under the amplification, the Imperial Exterminator's strength increased. His strength was infinitely close to the hierarch realm. Sweeping across the sky, he arrived at the first big city, Demon Earth City, and heavily slammed his palm down. In the sky above the Demon Earth City, waves of brown shield ripples rose continuously. Imperial Exterminator, it won't be easy for you to destroy the Demon Earth City. A loud and clear voice soared into the sky from the big city, and a figure appeared. A spear pierced through the air, causing a huge commotion. You have to pass through me first. The Imperial Exterminator and the experts of the Demon Earth City began to fight across the sky. The huge sky above the battlefield exploded, and a terrifying aura swept across the entire wilderness. Chapter 2967. The Imperial Exterminator made his move, opening the curtains of the encirclement of the demon motherland. The 2 great experts attacked, smashing the outer battlefield into pieces. Terrifying waves swept out, marking the center of the battlefield as a forbidden area. After the Imperial Exterminator made his move, the supremacies of the 3 forces joined the battle. The Demon Earth City also sent out a large army to join the battle. Lin Fei and his men moved quickly, avoiding the area affected by the explosion. The strength of the Demon Earth City's great demon is also not to be underestimated. Feeling the terrifying shockwaves from afar, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. The stronger the demon, the better, the more life energy I can plunder, the faster I will improve. The other side provided a hub outside the city. Lin Fei did not dare to let his guard down. He activated the scanning function, in case the demon motherland was prepared. The battle erupted on a large scale. Under the night sky, they quickly approached the target. Wait! Lin Fei stopped. The supremacies behind him did not understand. Captain Lin, what's the situation? A Dark Shadow Palace supremacy asked. In these 5 years, Lin Fei held the position of a captain. It did not look high, but no one dared to defy him. The supremacies were all very convinced. There's a trap in front, let's go in and wipe them all out. Under the system's scanning, no secrets could be hidden. Lin Fei frowned slightly. The Demon Earth City's great demon seemed to be prepared. The trap was also quite special. Looks like we can only fight our way through. The hub must be destroyed. Especially at this time, if Lin Fei did not destroy the hub, the Imperial Exterminator would definitely make a move. Although he was not afraid of the Imperial Exterminator, he did not want to bring trouble to the Dark Shadow Palace. Let's go from the other side. Lin Fei asked Little Devil to find a shortcut. He wanted to kill them before they could react. This place was hundreds of li away from the Demon Earth City. Actually, the distance was not very far. Rather than calling it a hub, it was more like a black stone tower, occupying a large area. The black stone pagoda stood there quietly. Wow, they actually did not fall for it. I thought they were a bunch of good-for-nothings. To think they still have such good eyesight. There was a group of people hidden in the void around them. Their auras were also restrained. Should we kill them directly? A demon on the side said anxiously. It'll be bad if they run away. A demon with 2 horns on his head shook his head and said casually, there's no need. If they want to attack demonic Earth City, they'll have to destroy these black towers. However, they don't know that we've prepared a great gift for them, ha ha ha. After bypassing a few dangerous spots, Lin Fei saw the target he wanted to destroy. It was a black tower. It was quiet all around. It was completely different from what he had imagined. Captain Lin, that's the Black Energy Tower. Rumor has it that these things are responsible for the transmission of energy. As long as we destroy them, our mission will be considered complete. The High Lords behind him said excitedly. It was also Lin Fei's first time seeing these black towers, which were the energy towers of the Demon Empire. They looked very ordinary, but he felt something different. Something's wrong, something's wrong. They clearly know that we're going to surround them, so why isn't there anyone guarding this place? A trace of doubt appeared in Lin Fei's mind. This was completely different from what he had imagined. Lin Fei didn't rush forward. Instead, he scanned the area. Found it. There were people hiding near the Black Tower, and they were using some kind of treasure. Come out. Lin Fei's fist punched out, landing on the empty space. Hua 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 hua. Devil flame-filled experts from the Demon Empire appeared in front of them. There weren't many of them, but each of them exuded a terrifying aura. 30 devils, 8th Order Heavenly God Realm Masters. Just a single energy tower had 30 devils guarding it. Lin Fei was inwardly shocked. The Demon Empire's strength was beyond his imagination, and this was only one of the 6 major cities. I know you, Dark Shadow Palace's newly promoted High Lord Lin Fei, an outstanding physique tempering cultivator. The leader of the devils laughed. Unfortunately, you've come to the wrong place today. You, and all of you, will become our Demon Empire's nourishment. Do it. The leader of the devils ordered. The devils behind Huang Xiaolong dove into the energy tower, their movements swift, not giving the Dark Shadow Palace's High Lords any chance to react. The energy tower shone with a black luster. Retreat. Lin Fei ordered. That energy tower gave him a dangerous feeling. Hua hua hua. The energy tower suddenly released a unique fluctuation, spreading out with the High Lord as the center. The first to bear the brunt of this fluctuation was Lin Fei. From his feet, wisps of white appeared, wrapping around his legs, spreading upwards, trapping his lower body. The frigid coldness not only trapped his legs, but also his internal energy. The High Lords behind Huang Xiaolong were the same, half of their bodies were trapped. No matter how hard they they couldn't shake off this strange substance. Their faces paled. He, don't struggle anymore. Once you've been hit by our demon empire's frozen emperor intent, don't even think of breaking free. Die. The devil who had been standing there all this time sneered, pouncing forward like a streak of light. Rip. The closest High Lord's emperor intent protection was torn apart on the spot. He opened his mouth and bit the High Lord's neck. A moment later, he became a dried corpse. Delicious. After sucking a High Lord dry, the devil's aura grew. Next. Black shadows dashed out from the surroundings, pouncing on the High Lords behind Lin Fei. In just one exchange, the High Lords suffered heavy casualties. The strongest devil had his eyes on Lin Fei, the thick aura on his body was filled with great temptation. Dark Shadow Palace fools, you'll suffer heavy losses tonight. Your vitality will be greatly damaged. Ha ha ha. The devil pounced forward, bringing with it a gust of wind. He opened his mouth and bit at Lin Fei's neck. Lin Fei's body shook, and the ice on his lower body exploded. A sky splitter hammer appeared in his hand, bringing with it a streak of light, smashing on the devil's body. Die. The leader of the devils was directly smashed away, half of his body shattered. With one strike, he was heavily injured. A circular halo of light appeared around Lin Fei's body, rippling outwards. The ice couldn't get close to him. He rapidly pounced towards the nearest demon and smashed his skysplitter hammer against it. With a peng sound, the demon was smashed into pieces. It couldn't be any more dead. Bang bang bang. In front of Lin Fei, the devils suffered a terrifying attack. Streaks of light smashed on their bodies. The defense that the devils were so proud of became extremely weak, exploding one by one. In just a moment, the devils suffered heavy casualties. Chapter 2968. Falling into the trap of the Devil Earth Empire's experts in the first battle of the Devil Earth City exceeded Lin Fei's imagination. 5 of the 15 supremacies he had brought with him had fallen, and the Dark Shadow Battle Squad had also suffered heavy losses, greatly reducing their strength. Die. Lin Fei was a little angry. He had been very careful along the way, but he still fell into the trap of the Devil Earth Empire's experts. The sky splitter hammer in his hand smashed out continuously, and the experts within its range exploded in just a few blows. Retreat. More than a dozen experts from the Devil Earth Empire were killed. Those people had chosen to flee into the void, escaping without a trace. Lin Fei tried to chase after them, but he was blocked by a special energy in the void. He could only give up and check on the situation of his subordinates. After a round of inspection, he found that they had suffered great losses. Especially those supremacies, they died the most aggrieved deaths. Before they could resist, they were sucked dry and died with grievances. The experts of the Devil Earth City have been scheming against us for a long time. This is not a good start. Lin Fei's expression was ugly. He had fallen into the trap, and the others had probably suffered the same. Let's destroy the energy pagoda and leave. When Lin Fei returned to the army camp with his men, the atmosphere was a little stifling. We fell into the trap, and our losses are not light. When they returned, Dugu Yijian and the Elysian children also returned. Their expressions were ugly, similar to Lin Fei's. I fell into the trap too. They set up a formation and caught me off guard. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. They were prepared this time. I wonder how the Temporal Temple and the Massacre Court are doing. Since they had fallen into the trap, the others probably weren't any better off. We can only wait for the great sovereign to return. The first confrontation on the battlefield was over for a short period of time. Great Sovereign Black Absolute returned with his men, and after hearing about the situation, his expression changed. The situation is not good. After saying this, he left the army camp and went to the headquarters to understand the situation. Their Dark Shadow Palace had never experienced such a situation before. 2 hours later, Grand Monarch Black Absolute returned with some bad news. We were unlucky this time. Our losses were the heaviest. Fortunately, Lin Fei destroyed an energy tower. Grand Monarch Black Absolute returned with a dark face. This time, the Spacetime Temple and the God of Massacre performed well. He briefly explained the situation to him. How is that possible? We're the only ones who fell for it. The Elysian Heavenly Sun asked with a darkened face. We don't know the situation yet. Grand Monarch Black Desolate shook his head. As for your suspicion that there's a leak, I don't think that's possible. Lin Fei and the other two were puzzled. It happened in the Dark Shadow Palace. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem right. The last time we launched our first attack, the effect was not very good, especially the Dark Shadow Palace. We did not complete all the tasks assigned by I hope we will succeed next time. The Imperial Exterminator summoned everyone for a discussion. He chose the Dark Shadow Palace on the spot and did not say anything. He hoped that they would try harder next time. Grand Monarch Black Absolute was very clear that if the Dark Shadow Palace did not perform well after the attack, it was their own problem. The Spacetime Temple and the God of Massacre had paid a huge price, but they did better than them. Next time, our Dark Shadow Palace will definitely go all out. Grand Monarch Black Absolute declared. The Imperial Exterminator did not say much. After all, this was only the first attack. But it also made everyone understand that it would not be easy to attack the Devil Earth City of the Devil Motherland this time. After discussing their follow-up actions, they decided to launch a second attack. The Imperial Exterminator launched another attack on the Devil Earth City. He was the main attacker. The other exterminators attacked the Devil Earth City from the side. After the energy tower was destroyed, the Devil Earth City's defense was much weaker. The Imperial Exterminator's attack was very tyrannical, and it seemed like he could break through the Devil Earth City. At the crucial moment, the experts of the Devil Earth City attacked. A large number of demonic gods attacked. The battle squads of the three top forces also joined the battle, followed by the supremacies. The battle was very intense. Compared to the powerhouses of the three major factions, the Demon Earth City's side was more difficult to deal with. The Demon Earth City had more powerhouses, and even if the battle squads continuously attacked, it would still take a certain amount of time to kill the demon gods. The battle was in a stalemate, and only when the High Lord powerhouses came out and surrounded the demon gods did they manage to gain a foothold. Lin Fei and the others also attacked. Peng peng peng. With a sweep of the Heaven Splitter Hammer, a large number of demonic gods were killed. In the distance, Dugu Yijian's sword Intent Domain was also reaping the lives of the demonic gods. The supremacies of the God of Massacre had turned into a black fog and were killing excitedly. This battle was not as easy as expected. Very soon, everyone met their match. Lin Fei and the other supremacies were surrounded by several powerful supremacies. All of them had the strength of a peak supremacy, and their combat power was very terrifying. At the same time, their defense was also very good. They were not as weak as the demonic gods, who could be killed with a single sweep. You are the supremacy of the Dark Shadow Palace. Your strength is not bad. You killed so many of our demonic gods. The 5 demons surrounded Lin Fei and set off waves of terrifying power. Lin Fei's body was surrounded by a golden cycle, blocking wave after wave of attacks with ease. Although they were strong, they were still far from breaking through his defense. The geniuses on the other side were the same. They were not as relaxed as his side. Lin Fei's performance was not that amazing. It would be good if he was a little better than them. After all, he was a body-tempering supremacy, and he had a great advantage in a protracted battle. Despite the 5 demons joining forces, Lin Fei was still very relaxed. With the Heaven Splitter Hammer, they did not dare to come forward and maintain the appearance of a tie. Woo, 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 when the demons heard the sound, they made a feint and all retreated. The demonic god army also retreated quickly like the tide. The tentative attack ended. Lin Fei also saw how powerful the demonic Earth City was. The 3 top forces joined forces, and they were still under a lot of pressure. The demonic motherland strength has increased too quickly. Great Venerable Black Jew returned with a trace of seriousness. If we want to break through the first demonic Earth City, we need to think of other ways. Lin Fei and the other two nodded. Needless to say, they knew the situation. The demonic motherland's strength was really deep. If not for the array, the demonic motherland's experts would definitely be in the Saint Spirit domain. I think we will have to use Plan B soon. That will be the time when we will be under the most pressure. The second attack on the demonic Earth City. The gains were not very big, and the demonic Earth City's experts strongly resisted. Great Venerable Black Jew went to discuss again. This time, only a few great supremacies went, and the experts on the god list went. The discussion lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, and no one knew the details. When he returned, Lin Fei and the other two, as well as some supremacies, were called over. This time, it is a big operation. Once everyone arrived, Great Venerable Black Jew said. Great Venerable, what kind of operation? Elysian's son asked. Chapter 2969. An independent city? Everyone started to worry. Demonic Earth City had as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. Now that they had to deal with one city alone, it was simply an impossible task. If they didn't handle it well, they would all die in the hands of Demonic Fire City. Great Sovereign, this mission is too difficult. Demon Fire City is surrounded by the 5 elements Great Fire. Even our supremacies would find it difficult to resist the might of the 5 elements Great Fire. We're already having a hard time dealing with Demonic Earth City, let alone Demonic Fire City. No one was too happy about it. Demon Fire City wasn't as easy to deal with as he had imagined. From the beginning of the confrontation until now, no one had gained any advantage at all. Instead, they had suffered great losses. The subsidiary forces with the advantage had suffered even greater losses. This was something they knew best. If you ask them to deal with Demon Fire City now, even with the Dark Shadow Palace leading the way, they won't be too willing. Great Monarch Black Absolute swept a glance at everyone. This matter is non-negotiable. This is a mission given by the Imperial Killing Emperor. Not only us, but the Temporal Temple has also gone to deal with the Gold Devil City. However, you don't need to worry too much. This matter isn't as bad as you think. According to our reliable sources, the experts of the Gold Devil City and the Fire Devil City have all gathered in the Devil Earth City. What we need to do now is to create a diversion. Everyone secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The demonic Earth City's forte was its defense. With the experts of the other 2 cities gathered together, it was not unusual for them to have such strength. The defenses of the other 2 cities would obviously be much easier to deal with. Now, let's discuss the specifics. This was to ensure that the operation against Demon Fire City would succeed. Grand Monarch Black Jew concealed everyone's auras with the treasures he had brought from the Dark Shadow Palace, and traveled through the void of the Dark World. With the support of this treasure, the group approached Demon Fire City, avoiding all the hidden sentries. In the Devil Motherland, which was the wilderness, especially in the territory of the Devil Motherland, it was extremely difficult to travel through the Dark Realm or the Void. Because the experts of the Devil Motherland were worried that someone would infiltrate, they had made some arrangements to fortify the region that the Devil Motherland was in. If you don't have any powerful treasures in your hands, it would be impossible to infiltrate the Demon Nation. The Dark Shadow Palace was one of the top treasures. That's Demon Fire City. Before it even got close, a blazing aura filled the void and the dark world. The treasure opened up a barrier, blocking the wisps of scorching aura outside. Everyone was inwardly startled, especially Lin Fei and the other newly arrived High Lords. They could feel a terrifying existence from the wisps of blazing aura. Demon Fire City is built on a special 5-elemental land. It's supported by a large formation, forming a 5-elemental Great Formation. It's very difficult to deal with. However, this time, many experts from Demon Fire City went to Demon Earth City. The power of the formation will change. We'll find a flaw in Demon Fire City. When the flaw appears, we'll kill our way in. Grand Monarch Black Jew said as he gazed into the distance. Everyone nodded. Attacking Demon Fire City and killing their way into Demon Fire City were two completely different concepts. Comparatively speaking, it was much easier. Demon Fire City was entirely red, like a ball of fire. It was especially eye-catching. Demon Fire City's 5-elemental Great Formation is powerful. The wisps of fire floating in the air can easily injure cultivators below 8th order Heavenly God realm. No wonder Demon Fire City is one of the more difficult cities to attack, second only to Gold Devil City. Lin Fei was inwardly shocked by the power of the fire. Even with his proud Heaven 9th physique, he could still feel the threat from the fire. Fighting in this kind of place, even an ordinary High Lord would have to suppress the fire, losing at least 2 to 3 cities of their strength. The Demon Nation's Devil Lords had the upper hand in terms of strength. With the help of the Grand Formation, Demon Fire City is impregnable. On the outskirts of Demon Fire City, Grand Monarch Black Jew had been waiting with a group of people. The large formation was in operation, but the flaw had yet to appear. Rumbling noises came from the distance. The Devil Earth City has made their move. The Imperial Exterminator will attract everyone's attention, so our chances of success will be higher. Grand Monarch Black Jew said. A short while later, the Temporal Temple's side also made their move. The unique time and space aura was the most obvious. There's a flaw. Grand Monarch Black Jew stared at the Grand Formation. The opportunity has come. Everyone, attack that flaw with me. We only have one chance. Attack. Grand Monarch Black Jew directly attacked from the Dark World with the help of the Treasure's defense. The Dark Shadow Palace's main force attacked at the same time, attacking a certain part of the Grand Formation. The Grand Formation immediately formed a defense, but because it was a flaw, it was slightly pressured. Under everyone's frenzied attacks, a gap was finally opened in the Grand Formation. Kill. Grand Monarch Black Jew controlled the treasure and rushed in. His powerful divine sense locked onto the number 1 expert of Demon Fire City, and he attacked. Wherever he passed, the devil generals and devils were either killed or heavily injured. A bloody path was opened. Dark Shadow Battle Team, charge. Kill. The experts of Demon Fire City had never expected that the Dark Shadow Palace would attack. The Dark Shadow Palace's experts, who had fought in haste and suffered fierce attacks, used all their powerful moves, dividing the Demon Fire City experts into groups and attacking them one by one. Lin Fei, Duguijian, and the others targeted the devils. Ordinary devils were killed in 2 or 3 moves. Without the support of the devils, the Demon Fire City experts retreated. It feels good to plunder life energy openly. Lin Fei exclaimed. The devils of Demon Fire City were really no match for him. City Lord's Mansion. Lin Fei moved the fastest, and he rushed to the City Lord's Mansion. In the sky, Grand Monarch Black Jew faced 3 Grand Monarchs. With the treasure in his hand, he was evenly matched with them. Grand Monarch, let me help you. Lin Fei rushed up. A few devils who were guarding the formation rushed up, and a strong wind swept over, directly killing half of them. With Lin Fei's help, one of the 3 great devils of Demon Fire City was pinned down by Lin Fei, and the remaining 2 made Grand Monarch Black Jew breathe a sigh of relief. Dugu Ijin quickly rushed over and fought against one of the great demons. Sword wills hacked at the great demons of Demon Fire City, causing them to be battered and exhausted. The sharp sword wills tore through their defenses, leaving behind wounds. Lin Fei didn't unleash his full strength. Therefore, he didn't feel too much pressure facing off against a great demon middle-stage powerhouse. After 100 consecutive strikes, he killed the great demon of Demon Fire City and plundered all the life force from the other party's body. What a great tonic! Chapter 2970. Demon Fire City. It can't be. We captured Demon Fire City just like that. Elysian's son looked at the demon generals and demons prostrating on the ground. He could not digest the scene in front of him. In the Saint Spirit domain, the powerful demon motherland was not that powerful. Demon Fire City, one of the 6 major cities, was easily captured. Yes, we succeeded. Great Monarch Black Absolute laughed and said, "There's nothing strange about that. The reason why the demon nation has such a fierce reputation is because they reproduce very quickly. For example, our demon fire city isn't actually the core of the demon nation. Their real core is in the demon nation's ancestral land. It seems that they've given up defending this time and are waiting for us to come knocking." Ancestral land. It was the name of the last major city of the demon motherland. It was the birthplace of the demon motherland. Rumor had it that the ancestral land of the demon motherland had a big secret. No one had ever broken in. Even the three ultimate gods had not been able to gain any advantage in the ancestral land. The joy on everyone's faces faded. Arrange for people to imprison all the prisoners in Demon Fire City. Search Demon Fire City. We'll set up camp there. The orders were passed down. On the city wall of Demon Fire City. After the 5 elements formation was removed, the blazing aura also disappeared. Lin Fei and Dugu Yijian sat on the city wall and looked at the barren area outside. I thought Demon Fire City was only this strong. It turns out that they have given up defense. Dugu Yijian handed over a bottle of wine, grabbed a bottle and poured it into his mouth. It's really disappointing. Although Dugu Yijian was not a great supremacy, his combat power had surpassed the peak of great supremacy. With the strength of an early-stage great supremacy, coupled with the power of his sword principle, his power was close to that of a mid-stage great supremacy. Dugu Yijian was very disappointed in the battle during the day. The great demon's defense was amazing. In front of the exquisite sword principle, the great demon's strength seemed to be somewhat inadequate. Don't worry. This is only the first one we have conquered. I believe that you will meet a real expert in the last one. Lin Fei said with a smile. I hope so. Dugu Yijian took a sip of wine and slightly frowned. I don't know why, but I feel a little uneasy about this mission. Uneasy? Lin Fei really didn't feel that way. In a place like the Devil Empire, as long as the strongest expert did not appear, there was really nothing to worry about. There's a hint of uneasiness, but I don't know where it is, Dugu Yijian said. Maybe I'm overthinking it. You must be thinking too much. It's not like this is the first or second time we've encircled and annihilated the Devil Motherland, but they've always been suppressed. Lin Fei laughed. Regardless of whether it was the Temporal Temple or the Dark Shadow Palace, the Imperial Exterminator's sneak attack had been carried out very well. After conquering 2 major cities, Grand Monarch Black Jew, Grand Monarch Romp Cave, and a group of other patriarchs joined the battle against Devil Earth City. It took them 15 years to conquer the city and kill a large number of powerful experts from the Devil Empire. In a short period of time, the 3 forces had achieved astonishing results. As the commander-in-chief, the Imperial Exterminator had a wide smile on his face. His authority and influence in the Wildlands barracks had reached its peak. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Imperial Exterminator led the army and attacked the 2 major cities outside the Devil Empire's ancestral land in one go. It took them 90 years to finally conquer the 2 cities. At this point, the Devil Empire only had 1 ancestral land left. The 3 forces had joined hands to besiege the Devil Empire. This time, it was more effective than any other time. In the past 100 years, the Imperial Exterminator's prestige had reached its peak. At the same time, he was also the one who had contributed the most. Everyone knew that the Imperial Exterminator had made a great contribution to the successful attack on the Devil Empire. Therefore, in the past 100 years, the Massacre God Court's influence had expanded rapidly. In the Wildlands barracks, the disciples of the Massacre God Court had also begun to show off their strength. Even the 3 hierarchs had a good evaluation of the Imperial Exterminator. After the siege on the Devil Empire ended, they would be rewarded by the 3 hierarchs. Currently, we have conquered 5 of the 6 major cities of the Devil Empire. We have killed a large number of experts from the Devil Empire, such as demon generals and great demons. We have captured hundreds of millions of devil generals. The Imperial Exterminator had summoned the great monarchs for a meeting. They were preparing to attack the ancestral land. Isn't it too hasty to attack now? Great Monarch Black Jew said with a frown. In the past 100 years, the Dark Shadow Palace had suffered great losses. Fortunately, the journey had been relatively smooth. But now, Great Monarch Black Jew was not too happy to attack the Devil Empire's ancestral land again. Under normal circumstances, after 100 years of continuous battles, they should have rested for a while before launching another fierce attack. The Devil Empire and the three hierarchs seemed to have reached an agreement to cooperate. As long as that person did not attack, they would not attack either. Therefore, every time they attacked the Devil Empire, they were actually destroying the Devil Empire's strength. As for attacking the ancestral land, that had not happened for a long time. Basically, every time they destroyed 5 major cities, it would be considered over. As for the ancestral land, it was just for show at most. That place was not so easy to attack. Great Monarch Black Jew did not approve of attacking the Devil Empire's ancestral land now. Not to mention anything else, just the number of great demons and experts was enough to make them feel pressured. The Imperial Exterminator's eyes turned sharp as he swept a glance at Great Monarch Black Jew. There's no hurry. In the past 100 years, we've already conquered 2 cities. The last ancestral land is nothing. Besides, this time, I've already made preparations. There are great demons in the ancestral land who have rebelled. As long as we enter the ancestral land and lose the threat of the formation, they will be like lambs to us. Everyone present was a great supremacy. When they heard the Imperial Exterminator's last words, they could not help but be shocked. Instigate great demons to rebel. If there are great demons who have rebelled and turned off the threat of the formation, with our strength, we will definitely be able to kill them all. Great Monarch Feng Dong showed a hint of joy. The most terrifying thing about the ancestral land is the formation. Without the formation, to be able to instigate great demons to rebel in the ancestral land, Great Monarch Feng Dong had to admit that his methods were impressive. That's right. If we can destroy the ancestral land and seriously injure the experts of the Devil Empire, we will all make great contributions. The Imperial Exterminator said proudly. Brother Black Jew, what do you think? At this point, Great Monarch Black Jew could not find any reason to refute. Since the Imperial Exterminator had already given a reason, it seemed that they had a good chance of succeeding. Instigate great demons to rebel, this method was amazing. Great Monarch Black Jew could not help but sigh. He really did not know how they had managed to do it. They must have paid a great price. After all, it was not so easy to instigate great demons to rebel. I have nothing more to say. Since the 2 great monarchs did not say anything, the remaining great supremacy also had no opinion. Chapter 2971. Attack the ancestral land. Grand Sovereign Black Jew returned with the news. The High Lords present subconsciously frowned at this news. They had just conquered a city, and everyone was mentally exhausted. Logically speaking, they should be resting now. Why were they in such a hurry to attack? Great Sovereign, isn't this a little too much of a rush? After all, that place isn't the 5 Elements' grand city, but the Devil Nation's ancestral land, a dragon's pool and tiger's den. True masters are as common as the clouds, with several peak god sovereigns guarding it. That's right, even if we attack, we might not be able to break through their defenses. In the past, our mission was more or less complete after conquering the 5 Elements' grand city. Why bother attacking the ancestral land? Everyone thought they were too anxious. Grand Sovereign Imperial Exterminating Grand Sovereign Black Jew was more than satisfied to be able to conquer the 5 Elements' grand city. In order to conquer these 5 cities, they had spent 100 years. Whether it was the High Lords or the Dark Shadow Battle Squad, all 6th Order and 7th Order Heavenly God Realm disciples were tired, and it wasn't suitable for them to attack the ancestral land. Grand Sovereign Black Jew shook his head with a bitter smile. I've said this before, but Grand Sovereign Imperial Exterminating Grand Sovereign has given us a reason that we can't refuse. As for what it is, you don't need to know. Just remember, if we really attack the ancestral land, we still have a high chance of succeeding, at least 70%. Everyone was in an uproar. 70% chance. That was too high. That was the ancestral land incited the great devil to defect? After the subordinate forces left, Grand Sovereign Black Jew revealed the truth to Lin Fei and the others. This news was bound to be explosive. How is this possible? Since when did the Divine Slaughter Court have such means? Inciting the great devil to defect, and even controlling the Grand Formation, this requires the strength of a peak great devil Elysian Heavenly Prince exclaimed in shock. Duguijian frowned. Is there something wrong with this? Inciting the great devil to defect didn't sound realistic no matter how he thought about it. After all, every great devil was proud, they wouldn't lower their heads so easily. The ancestral land wasn't an ordinary place. Even if they entered, they had to be careful, not to mention inciting the great devil to defect. They couldn't guarantee what would happen if something happened. We can't refuse this matter. Grand Monarch Black Jew smiled bitterly. During the past 100 years, he led us to capture 5 major cities and made great contributions. No one could stop him. Everyone fell silent. In fact, that was really the case. The Massacre God Court's performance in this siege against the Devil Empire was the most outstanding, especially their disciples. The number of experts they killed far surpassed that of the Dark Shadow Palace and the Temporal Temple. They seemed to be the best. Now that they were attacking the ancestors' land, neither the 3 ultimate gods nor their subordinates would actually stop them. Regardless of whether they succeeded or not, the Imperial Exterminator would become the most outstanding great monarch in history. Everyone, get ready. I estimate that we will launch the attack in less than a month. 100 years. Lin Fei didn't feel much about it. It seems to be progressing a little too fast. Sitting on the city wall, Lin Fei grabbed a bottle of wine and looked off into the distance. The ancestral land was shrouded in black mist, and the powerful auras interwove into a huge net. That was a dragon's pool and tiger's den. It's not that easy to attack the Devil Empire's ancestral land. A streak of light flew over, landing on the city wall. It was Duguijian. You and I need to be careful, we might become their main target. In the past 100 years, Lin Fei and Duguijian had killed many experts from the Devil Empire. Lin Fei disdained to kill devil generals below 8th Order Heavenly God realm. Just the energy he released was more than enough to crush them. Thus, the 3 of them had made a name for themselves. Lin Fei nodded. We need to be careful. From the beginning of the attack until now, they had not felt any strong resistance. This was different from the information they received. Lin Fei had never forgotten about this matter. The Devil Empire's strength was not just for show. In the past 100 years, although Lin Fei had killed some great devils, the difference between them and the great devils in his imagination was too great. If he used his full strength, he could kill the great devil in 3 moves. In Lin Fei's mind, the great devil's strength should be able to withstand at least 10 moves from him, and that was if he used his full strength. There were no great devils in the Devil Empire, but there were definitely peak grand sovereigns like the Devil Empire. The 10 great devils, the current ruler of the Devil Empire, none of these people have shown themselves. Duguijian said solemnly. If the plan is not right, we must retreat immediately. 1 month's time to prepare. The Killing Emperor was ready to move. This time, he would lead the 3 forces experts above the Great Lord Realm to carry out a beheading operation, catching them off guard. The Dark Shadow Palace's group was deeply worried. The Devil Empire's ancestral land was not easy to deal with. Even though the Killing Emperor could raise his strength to the limit of a peak grand sovereign with the help of treasures, the experts in the ancestral land were not so easy to deal with. The ruler of the Devil Empire was a peak grand sovereign, ranked in the top 200 of the god ranking list. As for the other 10 grand elders, any one of them was a god ranking list master. This is the Temporal Temple's time stop scroll. It can be used for 5 breaths of time. We can easily enter the ancestral land. In the space of a treasure. The Killing Emperor was in high spirits. The Slaughterhouse's Great Lord was also in high spirits, as if attacking the ancestral land was a surefire plan. With the help of the spatial treasure. The killing emperor led everyone to the outside of the ancestral land. The huge formation continued to operate. It was a top-notch array formation even in the sacred spirit domain. The three ultimate gods could naturally break it, but it would not be so easy for experts below the ultimate god level. Mo Guoguang's reputation was not undeserved for being able to last so long. All right. When the formation weakens, I will lead everyone in and activate the time-stop scroll. The killing emperor made arrangements one by one with great ambition. After an unknown period of time, a flaw had appeared in the enormous formation. This flaw wouldn't affect the operation of the spell formation much, but for the Imperial Exterminator, once he entered the ancestral land, everything would be much easier to deal with. Let's go in now. The killing emperor was the first to enter, and the experts behind him followed. Feeling the terrifying aura within the formation, the experts did not dare to take it lightly. The legendary formation was indeed terrifying and dangerous. No one had expected that a flaw would appear in the huge formation, allowing them to easily enter without making a sound. Even the experts of the Devil Empire inside the formation did not notice them. The last big city of the Devil Empire, the Ancestral Land. Chapter 2972. The Ancestral Land of the Devil Motherland actually has another name. It's called the Land of Origin. We're currently at the Land of Origin. In the depths of the Land of Origin is where the ruler of the Devil Motherland and the 10 elders cultivate. There's a treasure there called the Divine Pool of Origin. The Imperial Exterminator led everyone straight into the depths. They didn't encounter any danger along the way. The entire ancestral land, which was also the Land of Origin, was extremely quiet. When everyone heard the Imperial Exterminator's words, they looked at the Land of Origin with shock and excitement. More than half of the supremacies present had never been here before, nor did they know of the Land of Origin. However, everyone knew how powerful the Land of Origin was. It was said that this place was filled with endless mysteries. The reason why the Devil Motherland produced so many experts was actually closely related to the Land of Origin, and even related to that treasure. Now that there was a chance to see that mysterious treasure, everyone was very excited. The Origin Land is really not simple. The life aura in this place is too rich. It can't be released by that treasure, can it? Dugu Yijian secretly communicated with Lin Fei. Lin Fei also sensed the boundless life energy. This was the place with the densest life energy he had ever seen. Proud Heaven 9 Layers' physique produced an intense excitement, and all the pores on his body opened up to automatically absorb it. This was the first time Lin Fei had encountered such a situation, and he was also filled with curiosity and interest towards the treasure in the Land of Origin. It was normal for Proud Heaven to have such a reaction. The life energy is indeed dense, but did you guys feel that it's too quiet along the way? Lin Fei asked doubtfully. It's too quiet. Now that we're all here, it's best to be careful. Dugu Yijian said cautiously. Even he couldn't see through the Land of Origin himself. Look ahead, there are so many devil generals. The Elysian Sun suddenly said as he looked into the distance, his entire person revealing an expression of shock. Not far away, a large group of countless demon generals appeared. They just stood there, spreading out majestically without an end in sight. The devil generals all had their eyes closed, their expressions solemn as they stood in a single direction. Heavens, there's too many of them. Rumor has it that the Demon Empire's demon generals are like locusts. It seems like it's true. All of them are devil generals. The weakest among them is a third-order heavenly god realm. No wonder we can't compete with them in terms of numbers. It's not worth it. Such a large number of demon generals. Even a supremacy powerhouse felt a great pressure at this moment. Ants could bite an elephant to death. In the Land of Origin of the Devil Motherland, this was not impossible. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that there were so many demonic generals in the Origin grounds. If they were to break through the front lines in the wildlands and arrive at the other continents, which power could resist the ferocious might of the Devil Motherland? Except for a limited number of powers, the other powers would not be able to withstand a single blow from this army. As everyone ventured deeper, the huge number of devil generals appeared before their eyes. At this time, they were really worried that they would be discovered. Grand Monarch Black Ju sent a voice transmission to the powerful experts from the Dark Shadow Palace. "We've come at a good time. This must be their pilgrimage to their birthplace." Pilgrimage? The experts of the Dark Shadow Palace did not understand. They really didn't know this kind of secret. It is said that the pilgrimage is a special kind of sacrifice in the origin grounds. As for the purpose of the sacrifice, no one knows. Perhaps everyone's horizons will be broadened today. Grand Monarch Black Ju joked. The number of devil generals stretched all the way to the depths of the origin grounds. Their strength was also rising. From 3rd Order Heavenly God Realm to 4th Order Heavenly God Realm, then to 5th Order Heavenly God Realm. These devil generals seemed to have formed a single entity. Their auras merged together, exuding a strong sense of danger. At this moment, they were no longer facing a single person, but a great demon king. It wasn't that they had never seen an army of thousands of men and horses, but this was the first time they had seen one like this. Too terrifying. Even Grand Monarch Black Ju's expression turned solemn. Under the circumstances of this pilgrimage, it would not be easy to attack the king of the demon motherland and severely injure their strength. Under such circumstances, no one dared to disturb Grand Monarch killing sovereign who was controlling the devil motherland's treasures. Once these devil generals were awakened, it would be a huge threat to them. Even the Holy Spirit killing move would need some time to kill them. "Is that the origin divine pool?" someone exclaimed. In front of them, there was a huge red lake, surrounded by circles of devil generals. Not far from the lake, there were more than a dozen black platforms. Each black platform had a different height. In the middle was the tallest platform, as if it pierced through the clouds, with no end in sight. Plop plop plop. The devil general standing beside the lake leaped into the lake one after another, creating ripples on the surface of the lake. Wave after wave of devil generals leaped into the lake. The moment they stepped into the lake, their auras disappeared. Sacrifice, this is a sacrifice, I can feel a terrifying existence in this lake. Could this be the origin divine pool? Too sinister. Lin Fei was shocked as he stared at the origin divine pool. This giant lake is actually filled with life energy. What the hell, this is too inconceivable, where did it come from? If he hadn't isolated his aura, he wouldn't have believed what he was seeing. To think that such a treasure existed. He couldn't imagine how much life energy there was in the origin divine pool. Lin Fei suppressed the excitement in his heart. If I can plunder all the life energy in the origin divine pool, no, I only need 1/3, even if it's 1/10, my proud heaven stage will definitely improve, reaching the pinnacle of proud heaven stage in an instant, and I'll be able to refine a large number of life crystals. This was the most vigorous life energy Lin Fei had ever seen. Even the Shadow Devil Lord couldn't compare to the origin divine pool. It was like a small river in front of a great sorcerer. Lin Fei was thinking about it. Batch after batch of devil generals entered the origin divine pool, creating ripples. After 1,000,000 devil generals entered the lake, a dark red bead in the shape of a water droplet rushed out of the lake. On a nearby platform, a hand reached out and grabbed the water droplet. Then, with a flick of a finger, the water droplet shot toward the nearest platform, where a powerful demon stood. Then, the water droplet entered the demon's body. The Devil Lord's aura surged, and demonic flames surged into the sky. In an instant, he had stepped into the realm of a great devil. An expert had appeared just like that. The High Lords and Great Supremacies who were watching from the shadows were all dumbfounded. They couldn't imagine that a great devil lord would appear in front of them just like that. Chapter 2973. Without any warning, a domineering voice came from the highest platform in the distance. The rumbling sound was like thunder. As the domineering voice appeared, a huge black storm formed in the sky above the lake, covering 1,000,000 li and pressing down on everyone's hiding place. Boom boom boom. The treasure controlled by the Imperial Exterminator was on the verge of collapse under the terrifying attack. It couldn't hold on any longer, cracks appearing on its surface. Whoosh. Everyone was exposed. The people of the three great forces were secretly shocked. From the moment they were exposed, the numerous gazes converged on them, causing them to feel a dangerous and terrifying aura. After witnessing the terrifying sacrifice, they realized how terrifying the Origin Deity's lake was. It was a supreme treasure that could create a great demon realm expert at will. The Origin Deity's lake played a huge role in the Devil Motherland's continued existence. The 33 monarchs of the Devil Motherland. The Imperial Exterminator and the other monarchs acted at this moment, breaking through the storm together. Their gazes landed on the figure on the highest platform. Everyone's eyes were filled with dread. When they broke through the black storm together, they could clearly feel the enormous pressure within it. In the Devil Motherland, there was no other expert who could easily cast such an attack apart from the monarch. The supremacies behind the monarchs felt it even more strongly. In front of the black storm, they seemed completely defenseless, as if they would die under the attack at any moment. Lin Fei, Duguijian, Elysian's son, retreat immediately when the battle starts. We've been tricked. The other side is prepared. Grand Monarch Black Jew's expression was solemn. The monarch of the Devil Motherland is more terrifying than we imagined. In the ancestral land of the Devil Motherland, even peak supremacies can't resist him. The supremacies of the Dark Shadow Palace also paled at this moment. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The demonic flames on the highest platform began to dissipate. The black platform exuded a sharp aura. Imperial Exterminator, Abyss Cave Supremacy, Grand Monarch Black Jew, long time no see. The Origin Deity's lake of the Devil Motherland isn't bad, right? Ordinary people aren't qualified to see such a scene. The monarch specially prepared it for you. A huge figure stood on the platform, with a black horn on his head that seemed to pierce through the sky. His sharp eyes looked straight at them, his black cape fluttering in the wind. Everyone knew they had been tricked. Monarch 33, you've really schemed well. The Imperial Exterminator said. I think those demons who rebelled against me did it on purpose. They wanted to lure us to the Origin Divine Lake so that they could kill us all in one fell swoop. Ha 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 ha. Demon 33 laughed. Your three great powers have spent a great deal of manpower and resources each time, wanting to raise our Devil Motherland to the ground. But in our eyes, all of your efforts have been futile. This time, I can only say that your luck is too bad. There was a path to heaven, but you didn't take it. Retreat. The Imperial Exterminator said. Hearing this, everyone's heart sank. They had come at a bad time. It was obvious that the Devil Motherland was going to make a big move, and it seemed like they had run into it. They were all smart people. Whether it was the Temporal Temple or the Dark Shadow Palace, even though they were extremely dissatisfied with the Imperial Exterminator, they knew that if they didn't unite now, they wouldn't be able to leave the ancestral land of the Devil Motherland. Retreat. Everyone, gather together. Everyone turned around and retreated. You Jinx, you're really amazing. You even got it right. Lin Fei said to Duguijian with a bitter smile, I always felt that something was wrong. So this is the problem. We're doomed this time. Duguijian's eyes turned cold, it won't be easy to keep me here. My sword will be their nightmare. Black-armored great demons appeared on the high platforms, their vigorous auras piercing the sky. There were a total of 10 such experts, and any one of their auras was above the Imperial Exterminator and the others. Ha ha ha, since you've come to the Origin Divine Lake, there's no need to leave. The Devil 33 Country Lord waved his hand, and the huge black lake formed a huge whirlpool. A terrifying suction force covered the entire plain. Hua hua hua. Not good, I can't control my body. Damn it, I can't move. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. As the Black Lake formed a huge whirlpool, a large number of demon generals and demon soldiers were all sucked into the lake, causing ripples to appear. The people of the three factions were also panicking and losing control. In front of the Black Lake, they became minuscule, like ants. Even the weakest supremacies were sucked into the lake in an instant, letting out miserable cries. The great supremacies and the other experts were in a similar situation. They had 80% of their strength to resist the lake's suction force, but it was barely enough. If an expert attacked at this time, not many present could stop them. The supremacies of the three factions were sucked into the lake one by one. The great supremacies were even more anxious. Even after using their treasures, they still couldn't resist the terrifying power of the lake. Imperial Exterminator, you will soon experience the true power of the Origin Divine Lake. I forgot to tell you that this is a true, complete Origin energy treasure. MO-33 formed a series of complicated seals towards the Black Lake below. Hua! The suction force of the whirlpool suddenly increased. The supremacies, who were at the end of their flight, instantly lost their ability to resist. Except for a few particularly powerful supremacies, no one was spared. Imperial Exterminator, you must take responsibility for this matter, and the Massacre God Court too. Grand Monarch Ming Dong was furious, and the spatial energy around him continuously resisted the suction force. People of the Spacetime Temple, come to my side. A golden scroll was torn open. A ray of light enveloped them, and they tried to escape into the void. This was the long-distance teleportation technique that only the Spacetime Temple had mastered. This was one of the reasons why the people of the Spacetime Temple couldn't be killed. If they wanted to leave, no one could stop them. Grand Monarch Ming Dong was about to leave with the few remaining Spacetime Temple geniuses, and cracks appeared in the void. Once they entered the cracks, no one would be able to catch them. MO-33, who was on the highest platform, sneered and slammed his palm down. He was one step ahead of the others, and his palm struck the ball of light, causing Grand Monarch Ming Dong to vomit blood. In the territory of the Devil's Motherland, not just anyone can enter. MO-33's casual palm strike caused them to vomit blood. The second palm strike caused the ball of light to crack, and the third palm strike caused the ball of light to shatter, causing everyone to vomit blood. The terrifying suction force came, and Grand Monarch Ming Dong was completely sucked into the lake. Chapter 2974. The Imperial Exterminator led his people to break out of the encirclement. When Grand Monarch Ming Dong's short-distance teleportation scroll was suppressed by MO-33, he realized that his opportunity had come, and he took out a time-stop scroll. This was a precious treasure. In order to leave the ancestral land, the Imperial Exterminator couldn't care less. A mysterious time suddenly swept over. Under the influence of this time-stop scroll, everything in the surroundings began to stop. Everyone, follow me. A few breaths of time passed in the blink of an eye. But for experts like the Imperial Exterminator, with the help of treasures, their speed was extremely fast. Ordinary peak great supremacies couldn't even dream of catching up. On the high platform, MO-33 revealed a disdainful smile. Even the Temporal Temple's short-distance teleportation scroll is useless in the land of origin. Do you think you can rely on that time-stop scroll? It's simply a huge joke. It's hilarious. The Origin Divine Lake once again sent out a series of hand seals. Roar. Suddenly, a terrifying sound that made people's hearts palpitate came from the bottom of the Black Lake. Wherever this voice passed, it was. The remaining experts of the three great forces all vomited blood, their figures tottering. Caught off guard, they were directly hit. Lin Fei was hit by the sound, but with the system's shield activated, it was very easy for him to withstand it. The others of the Dark Shadow Palace weren't so lucky. Roar. 3 consecutive sounds soared into the sky. The retreating supremacies were hit again. A powerful suction came, sucking them in one after another. Grand Monarch Blackju's eyes were scarlet. He couldn't stop the attack of the lake sound. Everyone, be careful. It's very likely that there are meta beasts at the bottom of the lake. Grand Monarch Blackju warned everyone, his voice trembling. The next second, a black streak of light rushed out from the bottom of the huge lake. Its huge body was like a dark cloud. It was an extremely strange-looking monster. It was several thousand feet in size and had a pair of enormous black wings. Under its scarlet eyes was a pair of large mouths, and as it breathed in and out, a strong stench spread out in all directions. This strange meta beast first opened its mouth and swallowed the millions of demon generals in the surroundings. In this situation, it swallowed 3 times in a row, as if it had eaten its fill. With a whoosh, it rushed out, and only a long black line was left in everyone's eyes. They were the first to catch up to the Dark Shadow Palace. They opened their mouths and swallowed a few supremacies without being able to retaliate. Grand Monarch Black Desolate unleashed his most powerful attacks one after another, but all of them were blocked by a strange force. In other words, the Grand Monarch's attacks couldn't have much of an impact on them. This was unexpected. Lin Fei, Duguijian, Elysian Son of Heaven, leave immediately. I'll stall this beast. Grand Monarch Black Desolate realized that it would be very difficult for him to leave today. Lin Fei and the other 2 were shocked. In front of this powerful monster, the great senior lord's attack seemed to be ineffective. This was quite unbelievable. The legendary creature actually existed. Soul beasts. It actually exists. What the hell? Duguijian and the Elysian Son of Heaven were shocked. Not good, it's charging over. The strange soul beast charged straight at them, opening its mouth and spewing out a large amount of stinky air. The experts of the Dark Shadow Palace fell into a daze. Although the soul beast's enormous body was huge, it didn't affect its speed at all. As it charged down, it was simply a one-sided slaughter. Even Grand Monarch Black Jew was injured by it. In the blink of an eye, there were only a few experts left in the Dark Shadow Palace. Let's go. Lin Fei was the only one present who could easily withstand the sound waves and the foul air. Duguijian and the Elysian Son of Heaven's movements were now sluggish. Whoosh! The strange meta beast rushed over again. It opened its mouth and a black hole appeared, sucking everything in. Grand Monarch Black Desolate was caught off guard. He stretched out his black tongue and curled it at the void. Everyone's eyes blurred as the tongue wrapped around them. Not good, I've been paralyzed. Damn it, this thing has paralyzing toxins on it. Lin Fei was also affected in an instant. Traces of paralyzing toxins directly entered his body. His flesh and blood began to lose control and fell into a calm state, spreading all over his body. Such terrifying toxins. My proud heaven has already reached the 9th level. Although I didn't deliberately control my flesh and blood, I didn't expect the paralyzing toxins to be so powerful. Lin Fei finally witnessed the power of the strange meta beast. How terrifying. Lin Fei knew very well that if he didn't use his full strength, it wouldn't be so easy for him to leave the origin ground today. Boom! Boom! His flesh and blood shook, instantly shattering the paralyzing toxins in his body. Open! Lin Fei's body trembled as he punched the black tongue. The powerful force was only able to make the tongue move slightly, and the pressure on his body lessened slightly. So powerful. If the other party had a physical defense, Lin Fei might have believed it. But now, a huge tongue had such a defensive power. It was completely beyond his imagination. No, I saw some special energy. Could it be that it's elemental annihilation energy? Not only does it have terrifying power, but it can also form an elemental energy defense. After Lin Fei tried attacking it a few times, he finally figured out what was going on. Every time his attack landed on the giant tongue, the surface of the tongue would produce black and white energy. It wasn't very obvious, but it did block his attacks. This energy should be the existence of the meta beast's instinct. The 3 top forces have never been able to break into the demon motherland. Perhaps it has a lot to do with this. Lin Fei increased the power in his hands, focusing his attacks on a single spot. After more than 20 attacks, he blasted a wound. After feeling the pain, he took advantage of the situation and shook, gaining an opportunity to escape. In a short time, this strange meta beast had caught up to the people of the massacre court. Its attack method was very crude, but it was very useful at this time. Especially the paralyzing toxins. Be it high lords or great high lords, in front of this powerful meta beast, they all seemed extremely weak. Great sovereign, I'm coming to save you. Lin Fei's heart sank. This time, they really were all wiped out. It was completely one-sided. They couldn't stop it. Great Sovereign Black Absolute's entire body was almost paralyzed. His entire body became dispirited and listless, and his consciousness was not very clear. Save them! Lin Fei turned towards Dugu Yijian and the elemental children and pounced. 10-tier power art burst forth. He directly used the first tier, a 5-fold amplification. Roar! He punched through it. Dugu Yijian and the elemental children fell to the ground. Most of their bodies couldn't move. We really failed miserably this time. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed. Dugu Yijian's sword intent was domineering, but in front of this toxin, it seemed extremely weak. He smiled bitterly at Lin Fei. I'll bring you out. Chapter 2975. As soon as the terrifying and tyrannical essence beasts appeared, the people of the three forces were completely routed. They didn't even have the strength to resist. Even the great sovereign powerhouses seemed powerless at this time. They were panic-stricken, and it seemed as if all of their killing moves had become useless. First, it was Great Supremacy Feng Dong, then Great Supremacy Black Jew, and then Imperial Exterminator. Without exception, they were all defeated by the Essence Beast. Triumphant laughter could be heard from the high platforms. Our king is mighty. The three forces will have to pay a heavy price this time. Several of their great supremacies have fallen. Without these powerhouses, we can start our next step. Those fellows from the Saint Spirit domain will be shocked soon. Let's give them a big gift. Our devil ancestor will let them know what fear is. Mo33's eyes were cold as he looked at everything below him. A faint smile appeared on his face. Third elder, fifth elder, you have done well this time. You have made a great contribution to the devil ancestor. On another high platform far away, the two burly great devil elders also revealed proud expressions when they heard the devil ancestor's praise. This plan had succeeded because of them. The three forces had recklessly barged in, and the devil ancestor had defeated them in one fell swoop. This meant that there was a gap in the encirclement of the three forces. From now on, the devil ancestor would walk out of this barren land. It would officially have the right to expand its power in the Saint Spirit domain and compete with the three forces. Lin Fei carried the two of them with one hand. Under the first stage of the tenfold power technique, his speed increased by several times as he flew out. The terrifying essence beast had terrifying attack power, paralyzing speed, and swallowing ability. However, its speed was obviously slower. It was only a step faster than ordinary great supremacies, but compared to Lin Fei, it was a far cry. Lin Fei could not shake it off. The endless suction force shrouded the area in front of him, and he had to use a portion of his strength to resist it. On the plains, the demon generals and demon soldiers who were making sacrifices were now flocking over. With the eruption of the tenfold strength art, the particles in Lin Fei's body stirred, and the aura he emitted was enough to shatter a large number of demonic generals surrounding him. This won't do. There are too many demon generals and demon soldiers. I won't be able to kill them all in time. I reckon that the people on the high platform have already noticed me. I have to end this quickly. Lin Fei frowned slightly. The situation was getting worse for him. The life of a single meta beast was enough to put him in a difficult situation. Too powerful. Tenfold strength technique second stage burst forth. Lin Fei didn't know what kind of danger awaited him if he stayed any longer in this place. Under the eruption of the second layer of strength, his speed suddenly skyrocketed, and he directly became a black line, piercing through. His strength doubled once again, and no one could stop him wherever he went. Lin Fei forcefully carved out a bloody path. It was only a step away from the ancestral land of the devil tribe. The dangerous array emitted a cold and dangerous aura, but in Lin Fei's eyes, there was a slight change in the array, and a lot of it had already been broken by the system. Kid, you still want to leave this place? You're delusional. Three black figures descended in front of him, and each of them had the aura of a great demon. They were extremely powerful, and they were looking at Lin Fei with a cruel and mocking expression. Scram! Lin Fei didn't have time to play with them. The meta beasts behind him kept chasing him. If he was delayed, it would be even more troublesome. The three great demons laughed sinisterly, but in the next second, a tyrannical and terrifying aura directly crushed over, slamming fiercely into their bodies. In a single exchange, the three great demons vomited blood and flew out. Lin Fei carried people with both hands, and had no time to be distracted. With a single word, he injured the three great demons. It was very domineering and tyrannical. The three great demons' bodies were also left with cracks, and it was a shocking sight. On the high platform, the 10 elders and the other top powerhouses of the demon nation all noticed this scene, and they were all secretly shocked. What a powerful force. That kid is not bad. That seems to be the Dark Shadow Palace's body-tempering supremacy, Lin Fei. His physical strength is very strong, and he has cultivated for less than 150,000 years. He is one of the top 3 geniuses in the Dark Shadow Palace. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Although the group of elders was a little surprised, they didn't take it to heart. Body-tempering supremacies were popular in the Saint Spirit domain, but in a place like the Demon Nation, almost all the great demons and powerhouses were body-tempering supremacies. The other party's ability was not worth mentioning. He's just a Dark Shadow Palace prodigy. I can take him down with one hand. On one of the high platforms, a great demon elder directly made a move. His thick black arm grabbed outwards, and he appeared above Lin Fei. With a great capture, the void was instantly sealed. This was something that could only be done with extremely powerful physical strength. 10th Elder's great capture is getting more and more skilled. That brat from the Dark Shadow Palace will definitely not be able to escape. The 10th Elder's great capture came down. Lin Fei felt a power sealing off the area in front of him. At the same time, the power crushed down on him. The power was extremely terrifying. Even a great sovereign might not be able to easily break free from the seal of the great capturing technique. With the activation of the second stage of the tenfold strength technique, this bit of power was not worth mentioning. Lin Fei collided with it. With a cracking sound, the seal formed by the powerful force shattered into pieces. Lin Fei rushed out and increased his speed. He scuttled into the Ancestral Lands array. The system immediately provided him with a route, and the terrifying array attack seemed to be non-existent. He actually failed. The 10 great elders of the demon nation had extremely ugly expressions. They actually failed to take down a young brat. That slap was really painful. That brat is quite famous. He can even break the 10th elder's great capture, but he doesn't know what's good for him. He wants to break through our origin ground's peerless array. He really doesn't know what death means. That's right, that brat is dead meat. Everyone released their divine senses into the array. They originally thought that the brat would be reduced to ashes under the terrifying attack of the array. However, when they saw that the brat was like a fish in water in the array, the 10 great elders and the great demon experts below were all completely dumbfounded. Damn it, how did he know the position of the array? There's no way he could know. What the hell, what's going on? In a few breaths, the other party went deep into the array. A great demon elder reacted. Control the array immediately and kill him. We can't let him go out and leak the news. They reacted very quickly. However, Lin Fei was even faster. There were almost no restrictions, and he directly flew along the route. Chapter 2976. My lord, please allow me to chase after that kid. The 10th elder took the initiative to ask. Lin Fei of the Dark Shadow Palace had escaped. This was beyond the expectations of the 10 elders. They seemed to be a little embarrassed. The Demon 33 country lord shook his head, no need. A mere heaven's chosen is nothing. Just inform the people outside to chase after him. That guy was able to break through your great capture and smoothly pass through the formation. He is indeed outstanding. However, if a body-tempering supremacy uses a secret technique, it will be very difficult for him to escape from the demon motherland back to the army camp outside. At that time, no one will listen to their words. The 10 elders on the high platform were stunned for a moment before they all revealed smiles. Lin Fei brought the two of them and rushed out. I must return to the army camp and report the news. The demon motherland is about to make a big move. Besieging the last ancestral land of the demon motherland. Lin Fei did not think that it would succeed. Throughout history, the alliance's strength had reached its peak several times, but it had never been able to cause much of an impact on the last ancestral land of the demon motherland. One could imagine the difficulty. Lin Fei could only say that the Imperial Exterminator was a big idiot. Someone is chasing us. Behind him, sounds of air breaking could be heard. Lin Fei did not feel the life aura of the essence beast. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If that thing came, it would not be easy to deal with. He could be said to have experienced it deeply. That abnormal defense was perfect, it was very difficult to deal with. I'd better find a place to help them expel the paralysis poison from their bodies. Elysian Son of Heaven and Duguijian were extremely strong, but in front of the paralysis poison, it was difficult to expel it in a short time. The demon motherland's territory was very large. Lin Fei activated the second layer of power. His speed was extremely fast. Coupled with the system's scanning, he easily avoided everyone. Along the way, he encountered the encirclement of the great demons and easily killed them. Finally, in an abandoned cave, Lin Fei used a formation to conceal his aura, avoiding the pursuit of the experts of the demon motherland. This situation could not be maintained for long. The demon generals of the demon country were searching in circles outside. It was a true carpet search. It wouldn't take long for them to reach this location. Lin Fei believed that this amount of time was enough. 2 hands patted on the back of the Elysian Sun and Duguijian, and a massive amount of energy blasted in, beginning to strangle the paralyzing poison. This thing was very hard to get rid of and was very tough. The power of the things that meta beasts possess is truly extraordinary, especially this paralyzing poison. It's extremely tough, and without enough power, it's impossible to break it. It's really difficult to rely on just the two of them. Lin Fei activated his physical strength and focused on crushing the paralysis toxin. The entire process lasted for 2 hours. Elysian Son of Heaven and Duguijian opened their eyes at the same time. Thank you, Brother Lin, I didn't expect this poison to be so powerful, even my strength can't destroy it. Duguijian had a lingering fear in his heart, if not for Lin Fei's help, they would definitely be finished. My Buddhist light can eliminate everything. It's too difficult to deal with this kind of thing. The life force of a meta beast is even more terrifying than I expected. The Elysian Son of Heaven sincerely thanked Lin Fei. None of them had expected that this operation would be so dangerous. Is it just the 3 of us that came out? Duguijian asked. Lin Fei nodded, we were completely wiped out. The Devil Motherland is more terrifying than we imagined. Perhaps, what we saw was just the tip of the iceberg. Duguijian and the Elysian Son of Heaven fell silent. Everyone, don't be discouraged. As long as we report the news, I believe the higher-ups will take it seriously. Lin Fei also didn't know what to say, he could only say this, what we need to do now is to leave the Devil Motherland. They're here. Duguijian's killing intent turned cold, he sensed that the surrounding people were coming. Let's kill our way out. The 2 of them were very powerful, and after suffering at the hands of the meta beast, they had a bellyful of anger with nowhere to vent. The demon generals and other experts from the outside had undoubtedly become their target. Kill. The 3 of them rushed out like ferocious tigers descending the mountain. Awesome. Kill, kill, kill. With a sweep of Duguijian's sword intent, the demon generals died one after another. None of them could last for more than 3 breaths, let alone the others. The 3 of them moved very quickly, rushing all the way out. Wave after wave of demon generals were getting stronger and stronger. In front of the 3 of them, they couldn't even withstand a single blow. They were getting closer and closer to the army camp. Soon, they were besieged by 15 great demons. Each of them had the strength of a mid-stage great demon. Their strong defense, coupled with their close combat killing moves, directly put Dugu Yijian and the Elysian Sun in danger. For a moment, they were surrounded by danger. Among the people present, Lin Fei was the most relaxed. The sky splitter hammer whizzed forward, and black shadows smashed onto their bodies. He didn't need any moves, his speed was faster, and his power was greater. With his full strength, the great demon generals besieging Lin Fei were all killed in less than 10 breaths. He plundered a large amount of life energy and rushed to the side of the Elysian Son of Heaven. They are too difficult to deal with. The Elysian Son of Heaven was now sincerely convinced, it's all thanks to Brother Lin's help. The few great demon generals were very resilient, but just this alone was enough to make them feel unbearable. The Elysian Son of Heaven originally thought that he was weaker than Lin Fei, but now he truly realized that the difference between him and Lin Fei wasn't just one level, but a huge one. Lin Fei could easily kill 4 to 5 great demon generals, while he had a hard time dealing with them. With the addition of 2 people, Dugu Yijian also quickly killed the great demon generals, and without any hesitation, they continued to rush out. The number of experts in the demonic motherland was far beyond imagination. Along the way, there were constantly experts coming out to intercept them, each wave stronger than the last. First, there were 10 great demon generals, then 20, until there were 30. When Dugu Yijian and the Elysian Son of Heaven knew that they couldn't fight head-on, they used Lin Fei as the center. The 2 of them blocked the attacks from the side, and the frontal attack was handed over to Lin Fei. The 3 of them arrived at the border of the demonic motherland without any mishaps. We're finally out. The Elysian Son of Heaven and Dugu Yijian were in a trance. They almost couldn't get out. As long as we enter the array, then there's nothing to worry about. Lin Fei looked at the army camp. There's a large array over there that seals the demonic motherland. Those experts from the demonic motherland might not be able to break through. The 3 of them nodded. This matter wasn't something that could be dealt with easily. They had to gather the strength of the 3 major powers in order to deal a heavy blow to the demonic motherland. Without the pursuers, the 3 of them successfully returned to the army camp. The army camp was no different from usual. Chapter 2977. The Wilderness Military Camp. The remaining supremacies in the military camp changed their expressions when they saw Lin Fei and the other 2 in a sorry state. They did not look like they had returned in triumph. Did something big happen? What's going on? Why didn't the deputy commander let us in? Look at the people around us. They seem to be watching us, as if they want to capture us. The deputy commander did not summon them as they had imagined. Instead, he asked them to wait outside. Dugu Yijian transmitted a message to Lin Fei and the Elysian Sun. He was suspicious. What the hell? We are being chased by the great demon in the demon motherland. Now that we are back in the military camp, we are being watched. What's going on? Let's get angry and kill them all. The Elysian Sun did not have a good temper. Lin Fei frowned slightly. This situation didn't seem right no matter how he looked at it. Could something have really happened? Surround these 3 traitors of the Dark Shadow Palace and spies of the demon motherland. Do not let them escape. Suddenly, a terrifying aura descended from the military camp. The Great Formation began to operate, and a vast and powerful force came crashing down, firmly suppressing the 3 of them. The deputy commander of the massacre court, who was clad in black armor, strode forward. He glared at them and shouted, "I did not expect that you would betray the Dark Shadow Palace and become the pawns of the demon motherland. You won't be able to escape today." Traitor? Lin Fei was speechless. He had become a traitor for no reason. He had colluded with the demon motherland. Did this crime need to be so serious? Who is the traitor? Make it clear. The Elysian Sun was already angry. If you don't make it clear, this matter will not end. Dugu Yijian transmitted a message to Lin Fei. We seem to be involved in the great maelstrom. Compared to the Elysian Sun, Dugu Yijian was much calmer. He did not say a word and looked around. There was a trace of confusion between his brows. "Humph, do you really think that no one knows your background?" The vice commander coldly snorted, "You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Then this commander will convince you." "Lin Fei, Duguijian, Elysian son of heaven, you've all disappointed me. If I hadn't been lucky enough to escape with my life, I reckon that your schemes would have succeeded. Unfortunately, heaven's net has long arms, and you guys never expected it, right?" The exterminating emperor walked out of the room without any warning, his face pale. His eyes were filled with anger as he glared at the three of them. The gazes of the deputy commander and the surrounding supremacy powerhouses turned hostile and angry. Just half a day ago, they found out that their allied forces had been besieged by the powerhouses of the Devil Motherland. The allied forces had suffered heavy casualties and were almost completely wiped out. Among them, there were 3 traitors from the Dark Shadow Palace. They defected to the Devil's Motherland and schemed against the allied forces. In the end, all their efforts were in vain. "Weren't you swallowed by a soul beast?" The Elysian son's eyes widened as he stared at the resurrected Imperial exterminator. They had all witnessed the terror of a soul beast. Any powerhouse that was swallowed by a soul beast would die a miserable death in the blink of an eye. For the Imperial exterminator to appear here, alive and well, was completely beyond their imagination. It was simply inconceivable. The Imperial exterminator sneered, "That's right, if you hadn't defected to the Devil Motherland, we wouldn't have fallen for their trap." Fortunately, at the critical moment, Mystic Cave appeared, allowing this commander to survive and expose your true colors. "You've really tarnished the reputation of the Dark Shadow Palace." At this time, Mystic Cave also walked out with a pale face, his body reeking of blood. It was clear that he had just experienced a fierce battle, and his life energy had been greatly depleted. "The 3 of you, are you all surprised?" Mystic Cave's voice was filled with hatred. "Because of your betrayal, all the geniuses I brought here died in the Devil Motherland. I will never forget this enmity for the rest of my life. Kill them. Kill them. Lackeys of the Devil Motherland." The exalts were all infuriated. Lin Fei was also shocked. The Devil Motherland really has good methods. "I'm afraid that the Imperial Exterminator and Mystic Cave have already been controlled by the Devil Motherland, and they've returned before us. The situation is a little bad. Master, they're filled with killing intent towards you. We can't stay here any longer." The little devil reminded him. "You've been tricked by the Devil Motherland. If today's matter spreads, the Saint Spirit World and the 3 major forces will hunt you down." Lin Fei smiled bitterly. "Fortunately, I'm strong enough. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to resist the pursuit of the 3 major forces. Even if the Dark Shadow Palace doesn't make a move, just the Temporal Temple and the Massacre God Court are enough to make them suffer." Lin Fei wasn't very angry about being slandered by others. Instead, he admired the Devil Motherland's methods. Was he going to use his full strength? "Brother Lin, what do you think we should do now?" Dugu Yijian didn't pay attention for a moment and subconsciously asked Lin Fei. "I feel that the only thing we need to do now is to survive. I can sense killing intent from them. They want to kill us." Lin Fei said. "We're from the Dark Shadow Palace. You said that we've surrendered to the Devil Motherland and betrayed you. How can we believe your words?" The Elysian son suppressed his anger. In the Saint Spirit world, betraying the 3 major forces was a huge loss, even if it was just a cooperative relationship. All of their elite forces had been destroyed by the Devil Motherland, and the front line of the army camp had become extremely fragile. Unknowingly, this had become a huge matter. The Imperial Exterminator seemed to have expected this. "Brother Mystic Cave, they're still not satisfied. I'll have to trouble you to show them the evidence of surrendering to the Devil Motherland. I believe that when that happens, they'll have nothing to say, and we won't have to wrongly accuse them." Mystic Cave waved his hand. "Fortunately, I'm also a Temporal Temple's exterminator. I have a space-time treasure with me that can record everything. Now, take a good look at your evil deeds." Whoosh! Whoosh! A scene appeared. It was the scene of the attack on the Devil Motherland's origin land. However, the scene above showed them approaching the origin divine lake and witnessing the terrifying sacrificial ritual. Then, they started fighting. Grand Monarch Ming Dong, Grand Monarch Exterminator, and several other Grand Monarchs had joined forces to attack them. Then, Lin Fei and the other two had suddenly launched deadly attacks against the Grand Monarchs. Then, they had suffered a series of defeats. This is fake. It's not like that. The Elysian Sun said angrily. It was completely different from what he had imagined. Naturally, he was extremely angry. Dugu Yijian and Lin Fei looked at each other and understood that they had been tricked. Chapter 2978. The Imperial Exterminator took out a scroll and threw it at Lin Fei and the others. This is an announcement from the Dark Shadow Palace to the Saint Spirit World. It has not been announced yet. However, you have been expelled from the Dark Shadow Palace. You are no longer disciples of the Dark Shadow Palace. Men, take them down. The surrounding supremacies attacked as soon as the order was given. Sword Domain. Dugu Yijian unleashed a terrifying sword domain. Everyone was attacked by the terrifying sword intent. The sharp sword intent cut through the void. Even the supremacies could not withstand such an attack at that moment. They all took out their treasures to block it. Buddha's light illumination. The Elysian Sun's body shone brightly with Sanskrit chants. As soon as the two of them attacked, they suppressed the surrounding supremacy powerhouses. Brother Lin, let's go. The three of them were not people who would sit still and wait for death. The Imperial Exterminator grabbed at the void. We predicted that you would resist and came to the Wildlands military camp. How can we let you leave? We still want to know what the Demon Motherland is planning. Boom. Boom. The Imperial Exterminator controlled the Grand Formation, and with the help of the formation's enormous power, a terrifying black light shot towards Dugu Yijian, who was the closest to him. The formless sharp sword domain shattered, seeming to be insufficient in the face of such great power. One palm. Dugu Yijian flew out and spat out blood. The Wildlands military camp's formation was a top-grade formation that could prevent the Demon Motherland from breaking through the defense line. In the Wildlands military camp, even the top experts were no match for the commander. Within the formation, the Imperial Exterminator's strength was almost invincible. Unless the Grand Array was blasted open, no one would be able to stop it. You can also lie down now. The Imperial Exterminator pressed his palm against the Elysian Sun. The Sanskrit chants shattered and the lotus platforms collapsed. The Buddhist chants were gone. The Elysian Sun was also sent flying with half of his body disintegrated. You won't be able to escape in the Wildlands military camp. The Imperial Exterminator's eyes flashed with joy and calmed down. He once again slapped at Lin Fei. Within the formation, a casual palm attack could reach the legendary peak Great Venerable Lord strength, which was infinitely close to an ultimate god strength. Lin Fei immediately felt the terrifying power of this palm, and all the hairs on his body stood up. It was truly terrifying. This is the power of a top-notch formation. Its power is almost at the level of an ultimate god expert. Even if it's not, it's at least 10% of its power. This shouldn't be the full power of the Imperial Exterminator. After making his decision, Lin Fei immediately made his choice. He brandished the Sky Splitter hammer in his hand, creating an airtight barrier around them. The tyrannical power blasted away a portion of it, but the majority of it landed on Lin Fei's body. His flesh and blood exploded, and his body became a blur as he was sent flying. Even though his injuries looked severe, under the might of the ninth heaven prideful heavenly body, this kind of injury was nothing more than a light injury. However, to Dugu Yijian and Elysian Son of Heaven, the power of this palm was no less than a fatal injury. As Lin Fei flew out, he reached out with his hand, and the power within his body surged out, condensing into a palm that grabbed the two of them. His speed skyrocketed, and he rushed out. Those who block me shall die. The wilderness barracks was huge. The heavenly gods formed battle formations and rushed forward to stop Lin Fei. Killing intent flickered in Lin Fei's eyes as he dodged the Imperial Exterminator's attack. Grabbing the heaven splitter hammer, he unleashed his full power as he swung it down. Anything touched by the golden light would explode into clouds of blood mist. The sky splitter hammer was now practically made of true Yuan force and divine force, and its power was disdainful. As Lin Fei swept out, the heavenly god battle teams fell one after another. Hundreds and thousands of heavenly gods were killed, and even the supremacies tried to surround him. After paying the price of dozens of supremacies' lives, no one dared to stop him anymore. Devil. The great devil of the Devil Nation. Commander, kill him, you must kill him. The supremacies looked at Lin Fei with fear in their eyes. They had never seen such a powerful supremacy, killing a 7th or 8th order heavenly god realm in a single move, yet they couldn't even withstand a single hit from that terrifying hammer. Lin Fei was infinitely close to the barracks entrance. At this moment, the formation's power was on full display. The land in front of Lin Fei suddenly turned white, as if he had entered a special place. Illusion realm. Lin Fei was dazed for a second, as if he was in a daze. From the void above, a hand reached out, slapping at his back like raging waves crashing against the shore, as if everything in front of this palm could be destroyed. You can't escape. I didn't expect your physique to be so strong that even the formation's power can't easily destroy your body. This commander is becoming more and more interested in your physique cultivation technique. Lin Fei turned around and struck out with his palm. Boom! A powerful energy wave rippled out. The surrounding space did not change much because of this wave of power. This commander has really underestimated you. The killing emperor walked out, his eyes sharp. His pale face was now filled with a trace of malevolence. No wonder you could escape from the origin lands. This level of strength is comparable to a late-stage great sovereign. Lin Fei held the Holy Son of Heaven and the solitary sword in his hands. He had no interest in tangling with the killing emperor. 10 stages strength technique, second stage. Lin Fei directly unleashed the power of the second stage. Kill. The heaven-splitting hammer struck out with full force. A streak of golden light slammed into the killing emperor's body. Boom! With a loud blast, the killing emperor's body exploded into a mist of blood. You actually grasped the 10th stage strength technique. I can't let you live. The killing emperor, who had just reformed, was astounded. Such a powerful force was clearly a secret killing technique of the Devil Nation. Based on this kind of power, it was most likely the second stage. You really concealed your cultivation. You're a great sovereign. The killing emperor immediately reacted. Lin Fei smashed forward, wave after wave of power hit the void. Little Fiend also quickly pointed out the flaws of the formation, causing the entire formation to shake. Fortunately, I let Little Fiend analyze the formation of the Wildlands barracks and found some flaws in the formation. I didn't expect to use it. It's really an unintentional result. The killing emperor kept controlling the formation to attack Lin Fei. Under the eruption of the second stage power, the increase in power was terrifying. Even he himself had to use the formation's full power. No, he actually found the flaws of the formation. How is this possible? This formation was arranged by 3 hierarchs. Even the Devil Nation is not clear about it. Chapter 2979. It was useless for the Imperial Exterminator to be anxious. The array's power was terrifying, and it could increase the Imperial Exterminator's strength to a certain extent. Even a monstrous exterminator could take him down in a matter of time. However, this time, Xiao Chen ran into Lin Fei, who managed to figure out the flaws in the Savage Legion's formations. With the help of his strength, Lin Fei shook the array. In the end, the Imperial Exterminator watched helplessly as Lin Fei rushed out of the array with the 2 of them, disappearing into the horizon. I still underestimated this kid. He can actually master our Demon Nation's secret technique, the 10-fold strength art. The Imperial Exterminator was surprised. Another person appeared from the void beside him. It was Mystic Cave. It's indeed unexpected. He's clearly a great sovereign, but he hid his strength so deeply. He really hid it well. Mystic Cave frowned slightly, and that weapon doesn't seem to be as simple as a half-finished essence energy divine weapon. It's a bit too powerful. Even a great sovereign was injured in one blow. Although Lin Fei is strong, in front of the general trend, he's just a powerful ant. The Imperial Exterminator's eyes flickered with a strange light. The monarch won't blame us. Great Paragon Ming Dong nodded. The wilderness barracks had been completely routed. Originally, we were looking for a few scapegoats, but now, I think the three of them are very suitable. The three great forces will definitely be furious out of shame and send out orders to hunt them down. No matter where they go, they will have nowhere to hide, unless they enter the Black Realm. Let's go back and prepare. The Imperial Exterminator grinned. Lin Fei carried the two of them, and with the help of the tenfold strength art, rushed out of the wilderness barracks, and left the wilderness. Fortunately, they didn't catch up. After confirming that there was no danger, he breathed a sigh of relief. The system was also monitoring the surroundings. As long as the Imperial Exterminator's aura appeared in the system's monitoring range, Lin Fei would know immediately. Dugu Yijian and the Elysian Sun were seriously injured. Lin Fei simply found a safe place in the nearby mountains, set up a formation, and stood guard outside to protect the two. The whole process lasted for half a month. I didn't expect that even with the help of the formation, I wouldn't be able to withstand a single move from him. Dugu Yijian's injuries were almost healed, but he had also suffered a lot of blows. Brother Lin, it's you again. I owe you 2 lives. The Elysian Sun smiled bitterly. I really didn't expect that we would become traitors of the Dark Shadow Palace one day. The 3 superpowers might even issue a bounty on our heads. Lin Fei didn't really care about this. Back then, he chose to join the Dark Shadow Palace because he wanted to obtain more resources. Lin Fei was rather displeased to be labeled as a traitor of the Dark Shadow Palace. Do you think that the Imperial Exterminator and Ming Dong are being controlled by someone? Dugu Yijian suddenly said. If they weren't being controlled, why would we be the scapegoats? Lin Fei said calmly. Whether they are being controlled or not, it really has nothing to do with us now. If I'm not wrong, it won't be long before the wilderness barracks blockade completely collapses. Dugu Yijian and the Elysian Sun's faces darkened again. They didn't dare to think about this outcome. Too ruthless. The Elysian Sun punched a rock beside him, and the rock shattered into pieces. Terrifying. We will still be the culprits of the wilderness barracks collapse. That Ming Dong Supreme definitely has the ability to reverse everything. Dugu Yijian said straightforwardly. Doesn't that mean that we're finished? The Elysian Sun panicked. The wilderness barracks was jointly set up by the 3 superpowers. If the 3 superpowers come after us, then, the Elysian Sun didn't dare to think about it. That would definitely be the most terrifying nightmare of his life. Brother Lin, what do you think we should do now? The Elysian Sun asked Lin Fei. Lin Fei had saved his life twice in a row. No matter how arrogant he was, he had to admit defeat. Lin Fei looked into the distance and said, we can only wait and see and hide as far as we can. I believe that the people from the 3 major forces will arrive soon. Even if it is the Dark Shadow Palace, they will kill us. The losses this time are too great. Without the barrier to seal them off, the Mo nation will invade the Saint Spirit domain again. Dugu Yijian and the Elysian Sun's faces suddenly changed. They opened their communication devices and checked. Brother Lin, you're right. The wilderness barracks has been ambushed by the Devil Empire's experts. The defensive line has completely collapsed. Now, it has been occupied by the Devil Empire. The heaven gods stationed here have almost all been annihilated. The 3 gods are furious. They have personally notified the Saint Spirit domain and put the 3 of us on their kill list. I've received it too. The Elysian Sun said, his face turning even uglier. Lin Fei had guessed that this would happen. The Imperial Killer and Feng Dong should be under the control of the Devil Empire. Only by destroying the wilderness barracks from the inside can they deal a heavy blow. The 3 of them fell silent for a moment. We have to go to the Black Domain to lie low for a while. Dugu Yijian said. Without the blockade, the Devil Empire will definitely cause a bloodbath in the Saint Spirit domain. The three of us will not be able to clear our names even if we jump into the Yellow River. We might as well hide for a while. I also have to train my strength. Dugu Yijian had suffered a great blow during the siege of the Devil Empire. Let's go to the Black Domain. Some messages also appeared on Lin Fei's communication device. Among them were messages from his senior brother. All of them told him about what had happened in the Dark Shadow Palace. There was also a message from Great Venerable Han Tian, telling them to go to the Black Domain to lie low. Great Venerable Han Tian trusted Lin Fei and would not do such a thing. However, no one dared to say anything since the god had given the order. The wilderness barracks had completely collapsed. The Devil Empire had officially occupied the wilderness, causing a huge wave in the Saint Spirit domain. The entire Saint Spirit domain was shocked by this news. The three top forces immediately mobilized their forces to attack the wilderness. They wanted to take advantage of the Devil Empire's lack of defense to completely destroy their strength. In the end, the great supremacies leading the troops suffered a crushing defeat in the wilderness, and the attack failed. The Saint Spirit domain was shocked. Everyone knew that the three top forces had mobilized at least 10 great supremacies and countless supremacies in order to suppress the Devil Empire's formidable martial artists. There was also an army of heaven gods. However, under such circumstances, they had still suffered a crushing defeat. After the Devil Empire defeated the three top forces' first attack, it announced to the outside world that it would welcome the three top forces as guests. At the same time, it thanked the Dark Shadow Palace for nurturing three supreme geniuses and so on. Once again, it slapped the three top forces in the face, especially the Dark Shadow Palace. Everyone was embarrassed. In an instant, Lin Fei, Dugu Yijian, and Elysian Son of Heaven spread throughout the Saint Spirit domain. However, this time, it was not fame but notoriety. Chapter 2980. When the three geniuses of the Dark Shadow Palace were infamous. The large and small forces of the Saint Spirit world were all focused on the Devil Motherland. Without the blockade of the wilderness camp, the wilderness area was in the hands of the Devil Motherland. Without the restrictions, the Saint Spirit world was no different from an open door. The Devil Motherland could invade at any time. From the first suppression by the three major forces, the result was a complete defeat. This made everyone see the tyrannical power of the Devil Motherland. From the news that came out of that battle, the Devil Motherland had devils and great devils as many as the clouds. Even existences like devil generals below the devil level were also very powerful. Entrance of the Black Domain City. This huge city did not have any changes because of the Devil Motherland breaking through the defense line. The two words Black Domain were enough to make all forces fear. This city was the closest to the entrance of the Dark Region. As for when it was formed, no one knew. However, everyone knew that no one had ever dared to make a move inside the Dark Region. Those who dared to make a move were now nothing more than dust in the annals of history. The Devil Motherland is going to cause trouble in the Saint Spirit world. The three divine lords are going to have a headache. The situation outside is going to change greatly. I heard that the Devil Motherland has experts as many as the clouds. Once they launch an attack, the three top forces will not be able to resist. Now, many forces have gone to seek refuge with the Devil Motherland, especially the forces around the wilderness. They either evacuated or went to seek refuge. It's a mess. In the restaurant of Black Domain City, everywhere was discussing the Devil Motherland. The Devil Motherland that had reaccumulated its strength had become a huge monster. No one knew its specific strength. From the failure of the first suppression operation, one could see the tip of the iceberg of the Devil Motherland. In the courtyard of an inn, Lin Fei and the other two temporarily stayed here. Originally, they were going to enter the Black Domain. After some deliberation, they decided to stay in Black Domain City. Compared to the big cities outside, Black Domain City was safer in all aspects. In Black Domain City, it was forbidden to fight. Deterrence and killing without mercy. It's chaotic outside. Holy Son of Heaven returned from scouting. The Devil Motherland and the three major forces have already had several small-scale battles. The Devil Motherland has the advantage. Sure enough, we are no match for the Devil Motherland. Duguijian said. I also heard that the three major powers have sent out secret teams to capture us. That's because we've become the laughingstock of the three major powers. Every day we live is a day of discomfort for them. Xianxia said in a deep voice, with their methods, they should be able to find us very quickly. The Temporal Temple's ability may not be good at other things, but they are the best at gathering information. After Lin Fei came to the Black City, he had been very calm. His state of mind was not affected at all. The Shadow Palace also did not leave behind any clones, so there was no loss at all. Duguijian and Xingtianzi were different. Their clones were destroyed, and they suffered heavy losses. Until now, they had not recovered. In Black Region City, we don't need to worry. They don't have the guts to make a move. Lin Fei said, the city lord here and the Black Region Guard Army are not to be trifled with. He had been in Blackfield City for more than half a year. Lin Fei had figured out what was going on. As the gateway to the Black Region, the existence of Blackfield City had a special meaning. Even though there were no experts guarding the city, in truth, Blackfield City represented the entire Black Region. Wait until I'm strong enough, I'll definitely kill all the devils from the Devil Motherland. Xingtianzi gritted his teeth, they were fine, but they turned us into this. No one would feel comfortable with being labeled as a traitor. On a moonless and windy night, a group of people arrived at Blackfield City. This group was not big in number, roughly 100 people in total. The weakest among them was a 7th-order Heavenly God Realm Master, but the most terrifying ones were the several leaders, exuding a dangerous aura. The first thing they did upon entering Blackfield City was to pay a visit to the Blackfield City Lord. The Blackfield City Lord was a middle-aged man, exuding an elegant aura. He personally received this group of people because this group's identity was not simple. They were a secret team formed by the Saint Spirit World's top 3 forces. The Wildlands Great Barracks was routed, and the Devil Motherland regained their freedom. This matter was no doubt a slap to the 3 forces' faces. Every day these 3 people were not captured would make their faces uncomfortable. In front of the evidence, everyone assumed the Dark Shadow Palace's 3 people were the culprits. In this secret team, the person they wanted to capture the most was the Dark Shadow Palace's Great Venerable Shijian. His seniority in the Dark Shadow Palace was even higher than Great Venerable Heaven Shaker and Great Venerable Black Jew. This time, Great Venerable Shijian was here. You want to capture Lin Fei's group, are you sure they are in our Blackfield City? The Blackfield City Lord was all smiles, giving off an amiable aura. The leader of this secret team was a Great Venerable from the Divine Court of Massacre, named Great Venerable Absolute Kill. The 3 of them are currently hiding in an inn in Blackfield City. We hope Lord Castellan will allow us to capture them. After all, these 3 people are from the Devil Motherland. Who can guarantee that they aren't plotting something else? We hope Lord Castellan can give us some convenience. Great Venerable Absolute Kill pleaded sincerely. In front of the Blackfield City Lord, Great Venerable Absolute Kill didn't dare to put on airs. This city lord has also heard about the matter of the Devil Nation. Those who betray us must be severely punished. Since they are hiding in Black Domain City, they are naturally duty-bound. The Black Domain City Lord didn't want to offend the 3 top forces. He still had to give them face. Many thanks for Lord Castellan's understanding. There's no time to lose. Capture them immediately. Master, someone is here to capture you. It should be the 3 top forces' secret team. Lin Fei, who was sitting cross-legged, immediately woke up when he heard Little Fiend's reminder. Little Fiend sent him the scene of the Castellan mansion. The Blackfield City Lord was powerful, but he couldn't stop the system, which was even more powerful. To avoid being targeted, Lin Fei had Little Fiend constantly monitor him. At most, it would consume some energy points, which was nothing. Dark Shadow Palace's Great Venerable Shijian. He has always been fair in the Dark Shadow Palace. I didn't expect him to come personally. Lin Fei glanced around and recognized a great venerable. Around 100 people, all from the 3 top forces elite teams. They won't give up until they capture us. Lin Fei had underestimated the influence of the 3 top forces. Without any hesitation, he notified Dugu Yijian and Sage Son of Heaven that the secret team had arrived. They really came. Dugu Yijian shook his head, not asking Lin Fei how he knew. Then won't they be here soon? The Blackfield City Lord is really a good-for-nothing. Sage Son of Heaven cursed. We have to leave immediately. Once we enter Blackfield, they can't do anything. Chapter 2981. Traitors of the Dark Shadow Palace, come out and surrender. As soon as Lin Fei finished speaking, a terrifying aura descended upon the trio. A huge palm descended from the sky and slapped down mercilessly. After using a treasure to seal the space, the secret capture team took action. Grand Monarch Deathstrike's palm slapped down, and the huge courtyard was razed to the ground. There were ruins everywhere, and there were still remnants of energy fluctuations. Lin Fei, Solitary Sword, Holy Son of Heaven, do you still want to resist? Grand Monarch Shi Jian of the Dark Shadow Palace glared angrily at the 3 of them. Whoosh! Whoosh! My lord, these 3 people are really quite capable. It's worth for the 3 top forces to secretly dispatch an arrest team. I really don't know what kind of effort the Demon Nation put in to rope in these 3 people and teach the 3 top forces a deep lesson at the critical moment. In the City Lord's mansion, a trusted aide said softly as he watched the scene in the sealed space. The Blackfield City Lord's expression was calm, and no one could see any change. Wrong. Who dares to say that this isn't the Demon Nation's scheme? You're still too inexperienced. Ah. The confidant beside him was shocked. The Demon Nation's capabilities aren't something you can imagine. Back then, they were able to invade the Saint Spirit realm as outsiders and start a great war, making 3 supreme gods heroes. In the end, they couldn't destroy the Demon Nation's experts and could only be trapped in the barren wilderness. The 3 of them could only be said to have met by coincidence. We're not the traitors of the Dark Shadow Palace. Holy Son of Heaven argued. The problem lies with Grand Monarch Imperial Killer, Grand Monarch Bo Dong, and the others. Grand Monarch Shi Jian actually admired the trio very much. As the strongest prodigies of the Dark Shadow Palace, the future of the Dark Shadow Palace was definitely in their hands. Who would have thought that they would betray the Dark Shadow Palace and bring disaster to the Saint Spirit realm? How dare you quibble, Holy Son of Heaven? Grand Monarch Shi Jian shouted angrily. Grand Monarch Imperial Killer and Grand Monarch Bo Dong both died in the army camp to stop the Demon Nation's invasion. You have the nerve to say that they're problematic? You've disappointed me. The Holy Son went blank, as he didn't know much about Grand Monarch Imperial Killer and Grand Monarch Abyss Cave. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Brother Shi, they are the traitors of the Dark Shadow Palace and even our 3 factions. There is no need to give such people a chance to explain themselves. Men, suppress them. As the person in charge, Great Venerate Absolute Kill ordered his men to take action. Over 100 elites were divided into 10 teams. Each team unleashed a terrifying might, and their auras merged into one. Immediately, 10 Great Venerables appeared. The 10 teams were split into 3 groups. 4 of them surrounded Lin Fei, while the other 6 were split into 2 groups to deal with Holy Son of Heaven and Solitary Sword respectively. Obviously, they realized that Lin Fei was the most difficult to deal with, so they specially arranged 4 elite teams to deal with him. These 4 elite teams used some unknown secret technique to form a huge hole. The moment they used their killing moves, they were extremely terrifying. Wave after wave of energy surged over, shattering Lin Fei's proud heaven protection and seeping into the depths of his physical body. Is this the secret method of the top 3 forces? It's indeed terrifying. They can easily deal with any great venerables. Dugu Yijian and Xingtianzi are not afraid of ordinary great venerables, but they can't even put up the slightest resistance in front of this elite team. Lin Fei and Ao Tian were both in danger. Judging from the situation, they would be suppressed very soon. Lin Fei and Ao Tian were both in danger. This was Lin Fei's first time seeing the secret method of the three factions. "Brother Lin, you go first. We can't hold on any longer." Solitary sword killing moves were displayed to the extreme, but he couldn't break through the encirclement of the three elite teams. His body was riddled with wounds as he roared at Lin Fei. Holy Son of Heaven was the same. "Brother Lin, they can't stop you. Their elite teams are too strong. I can't stop them. You don't need to worry about us. Hurry up and leave." The two of them didn't have the confidence to break through the suppression of the elite teams. Although their strength had increased in the past few days, they couldn't gain an advantage against the elite teams. The difference was too great. They didn't want to drag down Lin Fei. There was no need for that. As long as Lin Fei wanted to break through, even if there was a great formation, they believed that they could break through. The savage Great Camp's formation was powerful, but in Lin Fei's eyes, it was full of holes. Lin Fei didn't expect that Solitary Sword and Holy Son of Heaven would still be thinking of him at this time. He was moved. "Great Sovereign Absolute Kill, are you sure you want to capture us?" Lin Fei coldly said as he blasted out a dozen attacks in a row, meeting Great Sovereign Absolute Kill's gaze. Great Sovereign Absolute Kill knew that Lin Fei was strong. He had the battle strength of a great sovereign, but he didn't expect him to be even stronger. For elite teams working together couldn't suppress him, and it seemed that he was still at ease. He wasn't too happy. "A traitor like you isn't qualified to speak to me." Great Sovereign Absolute Kill sneered and said to the Temporal Temple's Great Sovereign, "Lin Fei, I'll have to trouble you to deal with this person. A trifling body transformation Great Sovereign isn't worth mentioning in the eyes of our Temporal Temple." The Temporal Temple's Great Sovereign standing beside Great Sovereign Absolute Kill disdainfully said to Lin Fei, "Let me suppress this brat. They should be proud of themselves for working so many people to deal with these three people. Brother Lin, hurry and leave. This person is Great Sovereign Emu, an elder-level expert of the Temporal Temple. He cultivates the great Tao of time and his strength is peerlessly terrifying. He is most proficient in time and cannot be defeated. He is the nemesis of body transformation." Solitary Sword hurriedly warned as his expression changed. "Solitary Sword, you have good eyesight. You even know this old man's name." Great Sovereign Emu laughed. "This old man hasn't used his time saber technique in a long time. Now that I've finally encountered a body transformation Great Sovereign, I wonder how many saber strikes he can block." Voila! Great Sovereign Emu strode forward and grabbed at the void. A terrifying and invisible force formed a saber light that slashed towards Lin Fei. Lin Fei felt the invisible terror when the other party grabbed at the void. With a swoosh, Lin Fei's body trembled slightly. In that instant, he was struck by the time saber technique and consumed a large amount of life force. His entire person seemed to age. "Not bad, no wonder you're so strong. Your body is indeed extraordinary. This is only this old man's first saber strike. I wonder how many saber strikes you can block. You should be proud of yourself for forcing this old man to use the time saber technique to kill you." Chapter 2982. The moment Great Paragon Enu's time saber art was unleashed, its terrifying might caused everyone present to feel a chill. This time saber art was extremely powerful, and most importantly, difficult to block. Every slash would take away a large amount of life energy. Why were body-tempering Great Paragons so powerful? It was because of their strong fleshly body and vigorous life energy. However, once they lost their life energy, their fleshly body would collapse. Great Paragon Enu's time saber art had always been the nightmare of body-tempering Great Paragons. The second slash, the third slash, followed closely. Black Domain City Lord's Mansion. Black Domain City Lord showed a trace of respect. The Temporal Temple is indeed worthy of being the most influential existence among the three major powers. This elder-ranked Great Paragon Enu's strength is still so terrifying. Lord, that Lin Fei is indeed powerful. I heard that he reached the Great Paragon realm in less than 150,000 years. He's definitely a monster. Monster, yes, a 150,000-year body-tempering Great Paragon. It's a pity that he met an expert of the temporal temple, especially Great Paragon Inu, who knows the time saber art. The Blackfield City Lord said, the flowing time blade art is one of the 10 signature techniques of the temporal temple. There aren't many people who have completely grasped it. This venerable Inu can be considered one of the top few. Just based on the might of his flowing time blade art, it should be at the peak of the 10th level of the Saint Soul realm. It's fortunate that venerable Inu came. An ordinary Great Paragon wouldn't be able to deal with this Lin Fei. Great Paragon Inu's time saber art was fatal. Lin Fei's proud body couldn't block the saber attack. This kind of attack seemed to have a natural lock. Every slash would take away a portion of the opponent's life energy. The 7th slash. Great Paragon Inu pulled away and slashed again and again at a steady pace. To be able to block 6 slashes of this old man, you're quite strong. An ordinary body-tempering Great Paragon would only need 3 slashes to exhaust their life energy. You're one of the more monstrous ones I've seen. Unfortunately, no matter how monstrous you are, you'll still die in this old man's hands. At this moment, Lin Fei's entire body was filled with a deathly aura. Without a doubt, when the 7th saber descended, no matter how strong one's physical body was, it would not be able to withstand the final saber, and one would die. Using the power of time to extinguish my life force, the temporal temple really can't be underestimated. No wonder no one dared to oppose the temporal temple. Just one of these experts is enough to destroy an entire nation. Lin Fei had encountered quite a few experts of the temporal temple in the past. For example, back in the Black Domain. Compared to this Inu in front of him, the difference was like night and day. This was a true expert. If I want to defeat the alliance of the 3 peak powers, I must first kill this expert from the temporal temple. His time saber art has the terrifying ability to plunder life force, which is comparable to my passive plunder ability. Right now, Lin Fei looked lifeless, as if all the life energy in his body had been plundered. Only he knew that as long as he wanted to, he could immediately recover to his original state. Now, he was just trying to confuse Grand Monarch Shadow Moon. Such an expert had to be killed in one strike. After all, the experts of the temporal temple were very good at preserving their lives, and they were famous throughout the Saint Spirit world. When the 7th saber slashed down, Lin Fei was locked by the power of time. The last bit of life energy in his body seemed to be about to leave his body. Lin Fei pushed back the elite team and directly pounced towards Grand Monarch Shadow Moon. It's useless. In your current state, the 7th saber is your limit. Grand Monarch Shadow Moon said coldly. He did not think that his opponent could pose any threat to him. Body-tempering supremacies, even great supremacies, were nothing in the eyes of Grand Monarch Shadow Moon. Unable to withstand a single blow. Whoosh! The 7th saber of the time saber art landed on Lin Fei's body. Bang! Lin Fei's aura instantly disappeared from the world. As a traitor of the Dark Shadow Palace, this is your fate. Grand Monarch Shadow Moon said indifferently. Brother Lin. Dugu Yijian and the Elysian children shouted. They could not believe that Lin Fei was killed just like that. Lin Fei is dead. Why are the 2 of you still not surrendering? Grand Monarch Absolute Kill exclaimed as he breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Lin Fei's strength was well known. Now that he had taken care of him, everything would be fine. Grand Monarch Shijian shook his head slightly, a trace of regret in his eyes. This was the strongest prodigy of the Dark Shadow Palace. He was able to withstand Supreme Venerable Inue's time saber art 7 times, which was very domineering. It was a pity that he had met the nemesis of body-tempering cultivators. Dugu Yijian, Elysian children, if you give up resisting now, you still have a chance to live. Grand Monarch Shijian said loudly. Are you willing to follow in Lin Fei's footsteps? Dugu Yijian and the Elysian children were already arrows at the end of their flight. They were tottering and could collapse at any moment. You want us to surrender? We'd rather die than submit. Dugu Yijian launched his final attack. The Elysian children did the same. They were also going all out. Both of them were very arrogant. It's impossible for them to surrender without putting up a fight. Stubborn guys, eat my saber first. Grand Monarch Shadow Moon raised his hand and was about to slash at them. Whoosh! Without any warning, a chill came over him. A long black stick pierced through the void and went straight for the spot between Grand Monarch Shadow Moon's eyebrows. He actually has an accomplice. Grand Monarch Shadow Moon didn't care about this attack. He slashed with the time saber art. This saber art could not only kill people but also all treasures. Nothing could resist the passage of time. The power of the time saber art enveloped the long stick. However, this time, Grand Monarch Shadow Moon was disappointed. The long stick didn't change at all under the influence of the time saber art. The long stick broke through the seal of time and turned into a spear. It tore through the protection and stabbed into the spot between Grand Monarch Shadow Moon's eyebrows. Origin Energy Divine Weapon. Grand Monarch Shadow Moon was shocked. Something even more terrifying happened. All the life energy in his body instantly rushed out. He was instantly plunged into endless darkness. With a twist of the long stick, Grand Monarch Shadow Moon turned into dust. This attack was too sudden. Before Grand Monarch Absolute Kill and the other experts could react, Grand Monarch Shadow Moon, an elder-level expert of the Temporal Temple, was stabbed to death. A wave of boundless fear swept through everyone's hearts. That was an expert of the Temporal Temple, but he couldn't withstand a single attack from the mysterious person. He was killed just like that. Everyone felt uneasy. Who did it? Could it be an expert of Black Domain City? No one could connect it to Lin Fei. In my opinion, the experts of the Temporal Temple are only a so-so. A figure appeared in the void. It was Lin Fei, whom everyone thought was dead. He held a long black stick and exuded a fierce and terrifying aura. Chapter 2983. Lin Fei's sudden appearance and killing the Temporal Temple's great Exalt Inua on the spot scared the experts present into a cold sweat. Good job, Brother Lin. The Elysian Heavenly Child laughed. I knew you wouldn't die so easily. Good job, the people of the Temporal Temple deserve to die. Dugu Yijian also revealed a look of joy. But for Grand Monarch Absolute Kill and the others, the fact that Lin Fei hadn't been killed made things even more troublesome, especially after he killed Great Exalt Inua, a powerful existence who had mastered the time saber art. You're not dead. Grand Monarch Absolute Kill was shocked. It was unbelievable that someone had survived the time saber art. How is this possible? Grand Monarch Absolute Kill knew that many experts had died to the time saber art. Body tempering school exalts like Lin Fei had always been suppressed by the Temporal Temple's experts, and no one had ever escaped this curse. Nothing is impossible. It can only be said that Great Exalt Inua's time saber art has not been mastered yet. Lin Fei directly pounced on Dugu Yijian and swept the Sky Splitter staff in his hand. This time, there was no restriction on his strength. If he didn't kill them today, he would be in trouble in the future. Only by killing them would he be able to deal with them, especially at this time. With a sweep of the enormous power, the three elite teams surrounding Dugu Yijian were all sent flying. Under the full power of the Origin Energy Divine Weapons, the three elite teams supported by supreme secret techniques, the three elite teams' expressions changed drastically. The other party's strength was too great. The sweeping power penetrated their defenses and landed on their bodies, causing their blood and chi to churn. They almost couldn't control it. Lin Fei's staff greatly reduced the pressure on Dugu Yijian, giving him a chance to breathe. Again. Lin Fei swept the second time. The three elite teams deployed their defenses and were easily sent flying by Lin Fei. Their connected secret techniques couldn't support it anymore, and they returned to their original state. Dugu Yijian took the opportunity to rush forward. His sword domain enveloped the elite heavenly gods, and sword wounds immediately appeared on their bodies. Leave them to me. Without their secret techniques, they're no match for me. All right. Lin Fei turned around and pounced towards the Elysian Sun's side. Just like before, he easily defeated the siege of the 3 elite teams. Grand Monarch Absolute Kill had no time to stop Lin Fei. In the blink of an eye, the solitary sword and the Elysian Sun regained the upper hand. This kid is extremely strong. Everyone, let's join forces and suppress this kid. Great Monarch Absolute Kill realized how powerful the other party was. Even he couldn't have easily defeated an elite team that had used a secret technique. Lin Fei's powerful performance also increased the pressure on these supremacies. Do it. Grand Monarch Absolute Kill was the first to make a move. He knew better than anyone that if he couldn't defeat Lin Fei, this operation would fail. Boom boom boom. Grand Monarch Absolute Kill's body expanded to the size of a small giant. Boundless killing intent surged out of him, forming a black battlefield behind him. A desolate killing aura soared into the sky. Kill. All the supremacies felt a chill run down their spines. Boundless, terrifying killing intent pressed down like the heavens. Grand Monarch Absolute Kill disappeared into the boundless killing intent. When he reappeared, he was already slashing at Lin Fei with countless blades, each of them filled with terrifying killing intent. Everything around him turned dark, and black holes appeared in the air. This was Grand Monarch Absolute Kill's most powerful killing move. Boundless Field of Slaughter. This move was based on boundless killing intent. Once it was cast, it could innately plunge one's opponent into a terrifying killing intent. Their strength would be suppressed by 30 to 40%. At the same time, all kinds of negative emotions would instantly invade their opponent's body and affect their mind. With the help of the boundless field of slaughter, Grand Monarch Absolute Kill could constantly move his body. He could attack from afar, up, or down. But in Lin Fei's eyes, all of this seemed superfluous. The mighty proud sky barrier directly blocked the influence of the boundless field of slaughter. The heaven-splitting staff in his hand smashed towards the boundless field of slaughter. Grand Monarch Absolute Kill's moving body was hit by the heaven-splitting staff, and most of his body exploded on the spot. After activating the second strength incantation, Lin Fei's strength became terrifyingly strong, especially with the heaven-splitting staff in his hand. Its might soared. Caught off guard, Grand Monarch Absolute Kill's protective emperor will directly collapsed, and even the armor he wore became tattered. The second heaven-splitting staff pierced through Grand Monarch Absolute Kill's body like a spear, and his fleshly body collapsed on the spot. No one could withstand the power of an Origin Chi weapon. Even if Grand Monarch Absolute Kill was a Grand Monarch. Except for Grand Monarch Shady Moon, who could pose a slight threat to Lin Fei didn't attach any importance to the other Grand Monarchs. The City Lord of Black Realm, who had been watching silently, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when he saw the 2 Grand Monarchs fall. What a domineering body-tempering Grand Monarch. The power of his strike has reached such a level. Is he trying to recreate the glory of body-tempering Grand Monarchs? The City Lord of Black Realm didn't care much about the people the 3 top forces had secretly captured. He had heard of the strength of these 3 people, but he hadn't expected Lin Fei to be so strong. Even from such a long distance, he could feel the destructive and dangerous aura of the staff. They've come here for nothing this time. This Grand Monarch Lin Fei is really going to become famous in the Saint Spirit world. He's going to establish the invincible status of body-tempering Grand Monarchs. City Lord, let's help them. If that Lin Fei defeats all of them, our Black Realm will. The City Lord of Black Realm couldn't stay calm anymore. He won't cause us trouble. The City Lord of Black Realm said with a confident smile. Grand Monarch Absolute Kill's terrifying boundless killing field couldn't affect Lin Fei at all. After the death of 2 Grand Monarchs, the remaining supremacies all paled. They looked at Lin Fei with fear in their eyes, as if they were looking at a terrifying demon king. Grand Monarch Lin Fei, we're not fighting anymore. We're just following orders. It really has nothing to do with us. The supremacies who had just rushed up to attack were all dumbfounded. Some of the tactful supremacies immediately stopped and begged for mercy, no longer caring about their face. Even the Grand Monarch Absolute Kill couldn't withstand the power of the staff, let alone the supremacies. They would just be sending themselves to their deaths if they went up. Lin Fei didn't plan to let these people off so easily, especially the people from the Massacre Court and the Temporal Temple. As the Sky Splitter staff swept across, the supremacies exploded one after another. The Dark Shadow Palace's supremacies trembled in fear. When the power passed by them, they felt as if they were walking on the edge of death. Thank you, Grand Monarch Lin Fei, for sparing our lives. We won't dare to come here again. The Massacre Court and Temporal Temple's supremacies were almost completely annihilated in the blink of an eye. The Dark Shadow Palace's supremacies who survived looked at Lin Fei with eyes full of gratitude. Grand Monarch Shi Jian's gaze also became strange. He looked at Lin Fei as if he were a stranger. Was this still the young prodigy of their Dark Shadow Palace? Chapter 2984. Dugu Yijian and the Elysian Sun had originally wanted to help Lin Fei share some of the pressure, but in the blink of an eye, Supreme Paragon Inui had been killed, and the exalts of the Massacre Court's Supreme Paragon Absolute Kill had also been killed. The exalts of the two top forces behind them had all been reduced to ashes by Lin Fei. Such a scene left them speechless for a moment. Was this Lin Fei's true strength? He had killed Grand Monarchs and Grand Monarchs as if they were ants. This is Brother Lin's true strength. The Elysian Sun opened his mouth and couldn't close it. So fierce. Dugu Yijian could only use these 3 words to describe Lin Fei. He had killed 2 Grand Monarchs and a large group of Grand Monarchs in a row. He was invincible. Brother Lin, kill them all. We can't fall behind. The 6 elite teams had long been scared out of their wits after witnessing Lin Fei's slaughter. With the cooperation of Dugu Yijian and the Elysian Sun, they killed all of them. At this moment, they didn't show any mercy, even if there were disciples of the Dark Shadow Palace among them. This was a battle of life and death. They wouldn't show any mercy. Grand Monarch Shi Jian looked at the scene in front of him and didn't want to join in. In his eyes, Lin Fei had become an insurmountable mountain. Grand Monarch Yu and Grand Monarch Absolute Kill had died one after another. The strength Lin Fei had displayed was completely above his. Although the Emperor intent that Grand Monarch Shi Jian cultivated was somewhat similar to that of the body tempering school, it had a strong defense. After witnessing Lin Fei's strength, he didn't have the confidence to fight him. In the face of such absolute strength, few people could stand up to it. Grand Monarch Shi Jian could tell that the body tempering technique Lin Fei practiced was definitely a top-tier one. Only a top-tier body tempering technique could maintain his peak strength under the effects of the Time Saber technique. Elder Shi, I'll let you go today for the sake of the Dark Shadow Palace. But if you come again, you won't be so lucky. I don't mind killing all of you. This is really nothing for a body tempering school Grand Monarch. Lin Fei had shown mercy to the experts of the Dark Shadow Palace. If it wasn't for the protection of the Dark Shadow Palace and the resources he had obtained, it would have taken him a long time to reach his current level. Lin Fei was quite grateful to the Dark Shadow Palace. Therefore, he controlled the direction of his attack during the massacre just now. Although he did not kill the Dark Shadow Palace's Heavenly Ultimate Lord, it still gave them an unforgettable memory. If these supremacies knew what was good for them, they wouldn't dare to make a move against him in the future, even if they were given 100 times more courage. As long as they were alive, Lin Fei would be an insurmountable mountain in their hearts, an existence like a nightmare. It could be said that those heavenly ultimate supremes were better than being killed. I now believe that you won't betray the Dark Shadow Palace. The strength displayed by Lin Fei had unknowingly changed Grand Monarch Shi Jian's impression of him. We're not traitors of the Dark Shadow Palace. The Dark Shadow Palace's actions are too hurtful. Elysian Sun flew over and landed behind Lin Fei. He said unwillingly, the real problem is the Imperial Killer. Do you think the 3 of us can change the outcome of the battle? Lin Fei had an impression of Grand Venerate Shi Jian. In the Dark Shadow Palace, Grand Venerate Shi Jian had the highest qualifications and was the most practical. Seeing was believing. However, this time, things had gotten out of hand. I'm not the only one who has the final say in this matter. The evidence is conclusive and no one dares to say anything. Grand Monarch Stone Jian said with a bitter smile, Grand Monarch Lin Fei, your current strength is very high even on the god list. Since you've killed experts from the Massacre God Court and the Spacetime Temple today, you'd better go to the Black Realm and hide for a while, because the next person who comes to kill you will be very strong. Lin Fei had witnessed the power of the three top forces when they joined forces during a secret arrest. He naturally did not doubt Grand Monarch Shi Jian's words. I want to know what Divine Shadow's attitude is. Lin Fei asked. After coming out of the Dark Shadow Throne, Lin Fei had a question about Divine Shadow. He wanted to know one thing from Grand Monarch Shi Jian, Divine Shadow's attitude. Lin Fei suspected that the Demon Monarch in the Dark Shadow Throne had leaked some information and caused Divine Shadow to want to expel him. Grand Monarch Shi Jian wondered why Lin Fei would ask such a question. If it was an ordinary person, he would not be qualified to receive an answer. However, the current Lin Fei was different. Lin Fei had the same status as him, or even higher. At the very least, if Lin Fei wanted to kill him, Grand Monarch Shi Jian was not confident that he could survive. The Palace Master's attitude is very firm. Grand Monarch Shi Jian did not hide anything. Grand Monarch Shi Jian left with the dejected Heavenly Ultimate Lord. The Dark Shadow Palace had suffered heavy losses this time. All the supremacies present were crippled, and a few of them were destined to break through to the Great Supremacy Realm. This was even more painful than killing them. I thought you would kill them all. The Elysian Sun looked at their backs. However, this move of yours is even more painful than killing them. Dugu Yijian said coldly, not killing them is already letting them off easy. The two of them did not have a good impression of them. They were so close to capsizing. Falling into their hands was definitely more terrifying than dying. Brother Lin, what should we do now? The Elysian Sun asked. Having seen the secret capture team formed by the three major forces, the Elysian Sun and Dugu Yijian did not dare to take it lightly. They did not want to experience that feeling of powerlessness a second time in their lives. The Black Domain is not comfortable. Let's stay in the Black Domain City. I believe that the Black Domain City Lord will be happy to arrange a good place for us. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and looked in a certain direction. The Black Domain City Lord had indeed arranged a new residence for Lin Fei and the others. Compared to the previous residence, this one was more secluded and safer at the same time. Ordinary people would not be able to enter. Lin Fei had used his absolute strength to tell the Black Domain City Lord that he was not so easy to bully. The Black Domain City Lord did not like to be enemies with people like Lin Fei. In terms of ruthlessness in killing Supreme Venerate Inua and Supreme Venerate Absolute Kill, the Black Domain City Lord had to admit that he was inferior. After hearing what Lin Fei said that day, the Black Domain City Lord knew what to do. It would be for the best if he could make up for this matter. Once a body-tempering supremacy displayed extraordinary strength, they would become an existence that everyone feared. The Black Domain City Lord had seen it with his own eyes. Chapter 2985. While everyone in the Saint Spirit world was focused on Imoguazu, however, the news that came back from the three top forces caused a sensation once again. Because their secret arrest team had failed, which was no less than a blow to the head. They couldn't believe it was true and felt that it was unrealistic. With such strength, how could they fail to capture the three of them? Dark Shadow Palace. After leaving Blackfield City, Grand Venerable Shi Jian immediately returned to the Dark Shadow Palace with the news. He told them what he had seen and recorded at the scene. Han Tian, you've really accepted a good disciple. He suppressed everyone. Inua and Grand Venerable Absolute Kill both lost a doppelganger. What a heavy loss. The senior members of the Dark Shadow Palace were all dumbfounded when they heard the news. Lin Fei, who had betrayed the Dark Shadow Palace, had actually hidden his strength. He was at least in the middle or late stage of the Great Venerable level. This was a huge leap. All the senior members fell silent for a moment. Grand Venerable Han Tian didn't believe that his personal disciple would betray the Dark Shadow Palace. Whether it was for Lin Fei or the other two, they had a bright future. There was no need for them to betray the Dark Shadow Palace. At that time, Grand Venerable Han Tian had put forward his opinion, but it had been suppressed by the palace master. After that, Grand Venerable Han Tian didn't care about this matter anymore. He knew that the secret arrest team had been dispatched, but he couldn't do anything. He could only pray that nothing bad would happen. Grand Venerable Shi Jian brought back the news and the scene of the battle. Grand Venerable Han Tian was completely relieved. With such strength, he could rank very high on the divine list. Haha. Grand Venerable Han Tian laughed and didn't say anything. Grand Venerable Han Tian was very satisfied that Lin Fei had released the High Lord of the Dark Shadow Palace. He hadn't misjudged Lin Fei. Everyone was waiting for the palace master. They couldn't deal with this matter anymore. The secret arrest team hadn't been able to kill Lin Fei. Instead, they had been crushed and completely wiped out. It was no longer a matter of a few experts. If this matter was spread, the entire Saint Spirit world would be shaken. Another powerful body-tempering Grand Venerable had risen. Let's drop this matter for now. The palace master of the Dark Shadow Palace was enveloped in a layer of power as he said in a dignified voice. Everyone was surprised to hear the palace lord say this, and they subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. If they could, they really didn't want to find trouble with Lin Fei. They didn't see the High Lord return, and none of them had walked out of the shadow. You've mastered the second stage of the tenfold strength technique. I've really underestimated you. On the side of the temporal temple. Great Sovereign Yin was in a terrible mood after losing a doppelganger. He never thought that he would be killed by a nobody, and die in such a sullen way. He really didn't expect that this guy had hidden such a move. It was rare for the exalts and great exalts of the temporal temple to see great Paragon Yin eat. At the same time, he remembered Lin Fei. He had become a great sovereign lord in less than 150,000 years. Elder Yin, this Lin Fei should be blacklisted by our temporal temple. A black-faced elder shouted, how dare he slaughter the reverends of our temporal temple. This person must die. Everyone nodded in agreement. This time, the temporal temple had suffered a huge loss. For example, Great Paragon Yin and the other paragons. Each of them was the core strength of the temporal temple. After all, the Tao of space-time wasn't easy to cultivate. Those who could reach this step were all outstanding experts. Losing any one of them would cause great heartache. Dugu Yijian and Elysian Sun aren't worth mentioning. Instead, this Lin Fei should have an extremely strong fleshly body. His time saber technique is specialized in countering body cultivators. The reason he could easily block it, other than his cultivation technique, is that he has a large number of life crystals on him. Other than this, there is no other explanation. A rational great sovereign pointed out the key point. If we want to kill Lin Fei, we need to know how many life crystals he has. As long as we exhaust him, we will have a chance of killing him. Everyone turned silent once again. Life crystals were top-grade consumables in the Saint Spirit world. They had always been scarce in the Saint Spirit world. For a guy who was unknown and had a little bit of fame to be able to use such a top-notch consumable, it was especially mysterious. Even for them, life crystals were a luxury consumable. Alright, let's put this matter aside for now. The peak existence of the temporal temple spoke. It's just a Lin Fei. It's very easy to deal with him. Instead, the expansion of the Devil Motherland is what we need to deal with the most. Your next task is to retract your forces, just like what he said. Lin Fei wasn't a big threat, but the Devil Motherland was different. It was the real threat. Temple Master, you were looking for me. After the Temporal Temple Master appeased everyone, especially Great Sovereign Yin, he rewarded them with many good things. After everyone left, a tall and straight young man walked into the hall. This person had a bald head, and on his smooth forehead, there was a mysterious mark. He looked very extraordinary. You should know about what happened today. Kong Wen knows. The bald young man was the most famous person of the Temporal Temple's younger generation. The traitor of the Dark Shadow Palace, Lin Fei, killed a large number of our experts. It's good that you know. The temporal temple master's voice seemed to come from a distant place. Our temporal temple needs to deal with the devil motherland. I'll leave Lin Fei and the other two to you. Temple master, I'll bring them back. No one has ever killed people of the temporal temple and come out unscathed. The bald Kong Wen turned and walked away, his figure disappearing. The reaction of the massacre god court was even greater. Especially when the people of the temporal temple and the massacre god court were all killed, leaving only the Dark Shadow Palace unscathed. Their expressions were even more unsightly. The experts of the massacre god court all exuded a murderous aura. A single glance or movement could cause one's mind to collapse. Great Sovereign Absolute Kill once again requested, "Lord, I'm willing to lead another group of experts to hunt down Lin Fei." Great Sovereign Absolute Kill couldn't swallow the humiliation he had suffered in Black Domain City. "You don't have to go for the time being." Great Sovereign Absolute Kill's clone said indifferently, "The Devil Motherland is ready to make trouble. We have plenty of time to deal with Lin Fei." Great Sovereign Absolute Kill was very unwilling. With such strength at such a young age, if he didn't borrow the strength of the massacre god court, he believed that he would never be able to take revenge in this lifetime. "Lord, I feel that Lin Fei will cause trouble for us. Once his strength increases." Great Sovereign Absolute Kill still wanted to say more, but Great Sovereign Absolute Kill shot him a cold look. "Let it go, understand?" Chapter 2986. After the Devil Motherland occupied the desolate lands. First, the Devil Motherland announced that it would intimidate the other factions and observe their movements. Especially after defeating the first wave of attacks from the three top factions, they displayed their strength. A year later, they launched an expansion operation. Once the Demon Empire's army moved out, the majestic demon soldiers and demon generals bared their sharp fangs at everyone. In a short period of time, they had taken over 2/3 of the continent outside the wilderness region. From the looks of it, it was only a matter of time before they took control of this continent. The Allied forces set up their formation, but they still could not stop the Devil Motherland's army. In the face of such a large number, the three top factions retreated step by step. The Saint Spirit Domain was in an uproar. Was the Devil Motherland really going to take over the Saint Spirit Domain? Black Domain City. Ever since Lin Fei killed the experts from the Temporal Temple and the Massacre Court, his formidable martial strength caused the Black Domain City Lord to put down his pride and arrange a new residence for him. This residence was bigger and better. At the same time, it was a VIP residence in Black Domain City. The Devil Motherland is starting to expand. Elysian's son returned from outside and told everyone the news he had just received. Everywhere their army goes, corpses are everywhere. Those who do not surrender will be killed. They are really fast. How long has it been since they occupied the desolate lands? Dugu Jin hugged his sword and said, with the help of the Devil Motherland's origin deity Lake, unless the three top factions send out the true experts on the god list, they will not be able to stop the Devil Motherland's expansion. The three of them had all seen the Devil Motherland's foundation. Others might not be able to raise a devil general to a great devil general, but the Devil Motherland could. With the help of that treasure, the Devil Motherland was in an invincible position. The expansion has just begun. The experts on the divine list will probably not make a move yet. This war will probably last for a very long time. I estimate that it will take at least a few thousand years. This will be a tug of war. Lin Fei had long expected the Devil Motherland to expand rapidly. The battle between the three top factions and the Devil Motherland had begun. From the Demon Lord, Lin Fei knew that the Devil Motherland's previous life was from the Dark Shadow alien race. The continent was destroyed, and they could only come to the Saint Spirit Domain. Now that they had torn apart the blockade, it was destined to be a long battle. If the forces within the Black Domain did not act, the battle outside would continue for a very long time. Since the Devil Motherland dared to launch a sneak attack, they must have some confidence. No one could guarantee who would win or lose. Lin Fei had a deep impression of the divine pool of origin. The boundless life energy there was still restless even now. We can only watch like this. The Elysian Son of Heaven said. Duguijian suddenly stood up and said, I've decided to go to the Black Domain to gain experience and improve my strength so that I can advance to the great Sovereign Lord Realm as soon as possible. This was something that Duguijian had considered for a long time. There were many formidable martial artists in the Saint Spirit Domain. However, compared to the Black Domain, there was obviously a gap. Many people had entered the Black Domain to train themselves. Even though they knew that there was a high chance of survival, they still entered the Black Domain. The Elysian Son of Heaven was very surprised. Brother Dugu, are you sure? The Black Domain is not like the Saint Spirit Domain. Just the material changes in the Black Domain are unbearable. The Elysian Son of Heaven had been there once, and it was very uncomfortable. At the same time, the Black Domain often silenced people and robbed them. There was a 99% chance that a supremacy would die in there. I've decided. Only in the Black Domain can my sword Dao improve. Duguijian said firmly. The Elysian Son of Heaven hesitated for a moment and revealed a hint of determination. If you want to go to the Black Domain, then let's go together. This way, it's better than you going in alone. We'll have companions and experience the dangers together. The two of them had made such a decision. In fact, Lin Fei had already seen through them a few days ago. Duguijian was a swordsman. A swordsman would not be willing to be mediocre and do nothing. It's actually a good thing for you to go to the Black Domain to gain experience. Lin Fei said, that place is very easy to improve your strength. However, you have to be careful. If you go in together, I can be at ease. Lin Fei had been to the Black Domain before. It was a place filled with danger. Not mentioning anything else, just the heaven god experts that roamed around and plundered were no weaker than the supremacies outside. They could even compete with the experts on the god list. Lin Fei personally escorted Duguijian and the Elysian Son of Heaven into the Black Domain. The Three Peak Powers secret arrest team had just been killed, so Lin Fei had to be on guard. Who could guarantee that they weren't hiding somewhere and preparing to take them out one by one? Brother Lin, you also have to be careful, especially the Temporal Temple. Their ability to find people is top-notch. Duguijian reminded. You can go in without worry. Lin Fei took out a Black Domain battleship and gave it to them. Use this. If the people outside aren't prepared, they definitely won't be able to catch up to you. Duguijian and the Elysian Son of Heaven didn't stand on ceremony and accepted the Black Domain battleship. They knew that the Black Domain contained a special substance that made it extremely slow to travel. Furthermore, there were dangers everywhere. After confirming that no one was chasing after them, Lin Fei finally relaxed. It wasn't easy to find someone in the Black Domain. As for what would happen in the end, even Lin Fei didn't dare to guarantee it. He silently prayed for them. Returning to his residence in Black Domain City, Lin Fei was thinking about what he should do next. His prideful Heaven 12th physique had already reached the 9th physique. After killing Venerables and Venerables, as well as plundering a large amount of life force, his strength had risen rapidly. Reaching peak prideful Heaven 12th physique was only a matter of time. As long as he wanted to, he could go up at any time. If Lin Fei wasn't afraid of death, he could go to the Devil Country's origin Divine Lake. That place would allow his physique to reach its peak in an instant. My 9th physique is almost at peak prideful Heaven 12th physique. I need to prepare some Divine Essence sand. This is really troublesome. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Last time, it was several hundred gene of Divine Essence sand, but now, it had increased to 4 digits. The difficulty had increased by a large margin. It was hard not to feel a headache. Venerable Lin Fei, are you there? While Lin Fei was still thinking, a voice came from outside and entered the room. Someone's looking for me. Lin Fei released his divine sense and saw a middle-aged man standing outside, an 8th Order Heavenly God Realm Venerable Lord. He was most likely the Black Domain City Lord subordinate. You're looking for me? Lin Fei walked out from his room and saw the middle-aged Venerable Lord. This is something my master specially asked me to deliver to Venerable Lord. The middle-aged Venerable Lord dared not put on any airs, presenting an invitation letter with both hands. I hope Venerable Lord will give me face. The Black Domain City Lord invited him? Lin Fei really couldn't figure out why the Black Domain City Lord would invite him. Don't look down on the Black Domain City Lord's strength. He represented the Black Domain City's major forces, an existence akin to eyes and ears. No problem, I'll go. Chapter 2987. On the way to the Black Domain's entrance. A silhouette was moving at a high speed. Every time he crossed a large distance, the scenery around him would recede. This method was completely different from ordinary flying. If a High Lord was here, they would definitely be shocked. This was the Temporal Temple's unique space traversal secret technique. Yes, it was space traversal. They completely relied on the power of space to teleport. This was their best life-saving trump card. When an expert of the Temporal Temple wanted to leave, almost no one could stop them. Even if they had set up a space sealing array, it wouldn't be of much use. A huge city appeared in the eyes of the young man who had used spatial leap. Black Domain City, I'm coming. Are you guys ready? This young man's most striking feature was his bald head. He was the #1 expert of the Temporal Temple's younger generation, Venerable Kongwen. Not long after, this #1 expert had advanced to 9th Order Heavenly God Realm, becoming a true Venerable expert, Black Domain City Lord Manor. Since the other party had invited him, Lin Fei had to give him some face. After all, the other party represented the vast Black Domain, the most unique place in the entire Saint Spirit world. If Lin Fei wanted to make a name for himself in the Saint Spirit world, the Black Domain was an unavoidable place. Now that he had a chance to interact with the Black Domain's experts, it would be of great help. With the invitation in hand, Lin Fei arrived at the City Lord Manor. After handing over the invitation, a housekeeper immediately came out to welcome him. Venerable, please come in. You're the only one left. The housekeeper led the way. They're all here. There's someone else besides me? Lin Fei was surprised. He hadn't noticed this when he first arrived. He had thought that the Black Domain City Lord had invited him alone. Yes, Venerable. The housekeeper nodded. The City Lord is holding a small banquet and has invited a few people from Black Domain City as guests. Lin Fei didn't continue asking. He was very curious as to what this Black Domain City Lord was planning. When Lin Fei stepped into the hall, numerous gazes turned to look at him with surprise and doubt. Lin Fei's appearance was too unfamiliar to them. Especially this young man, he had come too late. It could be said that everyone had been waiting for this person. For the Black Domain City Lord to personally wait for him, they had originally thought that he was some great figure, but now that they saw him, they couldn't help but feel displeased. Fellow cultivator Lin, you're finally here. I thought you'd forgotten about tonight's banquet. The Black Domain City Lord, dressed in casual clothes, warmly welcomed them, once again causing everyone present to feel puzzled and shocked. Where did this guy come from? A smile also appeared on Lin Fei's face. Since the City Lord has invited me as a guest, how could I dare not come? I've made the City Lord wait for a long time. Later, I'll punish myself with 3 cups of wine. City Lord, who is this young man? Could he be the young master of the Saint Spirit domain? A round-faced supremacy in the crowd asked with narrowed eyes. You have to introduce him to us. Everyone was curious. The Black Domain City Lord smiled and said, actually, all of you have heard of his name. He's the #1 person of the Dark Shadow Palace's younger generation, Lin Fei. Does he sound familiar? Lin Fei couldn't guess what the Black Domain City Lord wanted to do, so he could only wait and see. It can't be, right? He's Lin Fei. That traitor of the Dark Shadow Palace, why is he here? Everyone communicated with each other for a while, and they all looked puzzled. With the Black Domain City Lord around, no one dared to say anything openly. Since the City Lord had invited him, they really didn't dare to say anything, lest they incurred the City Lord's displeasure. So it's fellow cultivator Lin. You're really young and promising. Everyone was quick to compliment him. The atmosphere was harmonious. Fellow cultivator Lin, sit here. The Black Domain City Lord pulled Lin Fei to the seat below him and sat down. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony at all and sat down boldly, not caring about the surrounding gazes. We can begin. The banquet began. A group of female dancers filed in and began to dance in front of everyone. Their melodious voices echoed in the banquet hall, creating a delightful scene. Lin Fei didn't have much interest in watching the dance. Even though these female dancers were very beautiful and strong, he still looked at them with a calm gaze. The Black Domain City Lord had interacted with Lin Fei once before, so he paid special attention to him this time. He secretly took him seriously. With such tyrannical strength, he wasn't arrogant at all. There were really not many people who could do this. Asking him to do that thing should be the right thing to do. The Black Domain City Lord thought to himself. He was able to kill 2 great sovereigns and dozens of high lords. Even among the great sovereigns, he's an outstanding figure. The Black Domain City Lord was getting more and more satisfied. Tonight's banquet, apart from gathering everyone together, is also to inform everyone of one thing. I intend to give one of the 3 spots to represent Black Domain City in the Forbidden Land to fellow cultivator Lin Fei. Halfway through the banquet, the Black Domain City Lord put down his cup and announced a piece of news. Lin Fei was very calm, but there was a slight change in his expression when he heard the words Forbidden Land. But for the others, this wasn't good news. A High Lord put down his cup and said with a displeased expression, City Lord, isn't this a little too rushed? Haven't the spots already been arranged? Isn't it a little too bad to do this? With a start, a second one immediately followed. Everyone's thoughts were more or less the same. They didn't want the 3rd spot to fall into Lin Fei's hands. Lin Fei watched with a smile as he poured himself a cup of wine. It seems that the Black Domain City Lord wants me to represent Black Domain City in something. He's trying to drag me down with him. If this was an ordinary person, Lin Fei would definitely get up and leave, not bothering to pay attention to them. Currently, ordinary places couldn't enter Lin Fei's eyes. However, he was rather curious about the words Forbidden Land, so he decided to see what the Black Domain City Lord wanted to do. As for the threatening gazes of the High Lords, he completely ignored them. There is no possibility of changing this matter. Daoist Lin Fei is an outstanding figure in the body tempering path. If he takes away a spot, it will only bring benefits to our Black Domain City. Don't tell me you think that I'm lying to you. The Black Domain City Lord's face sank slightly, and he looked like he was about to get angry. City Lord, it's not that we are suspicious, but Daoist Lin Fei. The High Lord who spoke first stood up again and said, after all, the Forbidden Land is too important to us. What if? That's right, the spot for the Forbidden Land cannot be changed. City Lord, you have to reconsider. Black Domain City Lord, what is this Forbidden Land of yours? Can you tell us about it? Lin Fei suddenly asked the Black Domain City Lord with a smile on his face. The Black Domain City Lord had always been worried that Lin Fei would be angry. He had hesitated for a long time before he made up his mind. Tonight's banquet was just a small test. If Lin Fei didn't appear so angry, this matter would be mostly settled. Daoist Lin Fei, you don't even know what the Forbidden Land is. I advise you not to go. A High Lord sneered. Chapter 2988. Those present at the banquet were all from Black Domain City's forces. They were aware of the recent events in the Saint Spirit world. The Dark Shadow Palace's 3 traitors were infamous, and subconsciously, they didn't like them. As for Lin Fei's strength, they didn't approve of him. This was because they didn't know that Lin Fei had single-handedly annihilated 3 top forces. All of you, quiet down. The Black Domain City Lord snapped. Everyone finally quieted down. This is my decision. Of the 3 spots, fellow Daoist Lin Fei will definitely get one. As for who gets kicked out, you can discuss among yourselves. If the Black Domain City Lord didn't know of Lin Fei's strength, He wouldn't believe Lin Fei's strength even if he was beaten to death. The younger generation of Black Domain City paled in comparison. City Lord, I refuse to accept this. At this time, a young genius stood up and shouted. Me too. Another young genius stood up. Why must one of us be stripped of the spot? We don't think he's stronger than us. The three people who stood up were the geniuses selected by Black Domain City long ago. Each of them was a venerable lord, an eighth-order heavenly god realm existence. The Black Domain City Lord sent a voice transmission to Lin Fei. Fellow Daoist Lin Fei, I'm really sorry about this matter. I didn't expect them to react so strongly. I feel that you're more suitable than them to go to the Forbidden Lands. As long as fellow Daoist agrees, as long as it's within my capabilities, I'll help you get whatever you want. The Black Domain City Lord said. It was precisely because the Black Domain City Lord was from the Black Domain that Lin Fei had been sitting there, ignoring them. Can I listen to the contents of the sealed lands? Of course. The Black Domain City Lord breathed out in relief, a trace of joy on his face. If Lin Fei was willing to help, he might be the biggest winner this time. The Forbidden Lands are actually some abandoned continents within the Black Domain. They aren't very big, but every forbidden land is enveloped by primordial annihilation energy. In their previous lives, they were either established sects or countries. These places are enveloped by primordial annihilation energy without any warning. After a long time, these places will give birth to some special treasures, the Black Domain City Lord spoke in great detail. Lin Fei did not know much about the Black Domain. The only time he had seen it was in Azura City's auction house. He knew how powerful the experts of the Black Domain were, but he did not know much about the Forbidden Lands. Now that he heard it, he was secretly shocked. Can special treasures really be born in these sealed lands? Lin Fei asked curiously. The first thing that came to his mind was the divine essence sand. The Black Domain City Lord calmed down. It's good that you're interested. This matter will most likely succeed. He still had this much confidence. In theory, some treasures in the Saint Spirit domain will be born in the Forbidden Lands. After all, the Forbidden Lands are affected by the primordial annihilation energy. After a long time, anything can happen. For example, some ores and materials that are hard to find in the outside world can be found in the Forbidden Lands as long as you're lucky. Let's take the divine essence sand for example. In the Saint Spirit domain, besides the Tianhe country, the Black Domain's Forbidden Lands is the only place that has it. The Black Domain City Lord's words struck a chord in Lin Fei's heart. Divine essence sand. Lin Fei did not expect to learn such a secret from the Black Domain City Lord. Besides the Tianhe country, there was actually a place in the Black Domain that could produce something like the divine essence sand. It was something that he dreamed of day and night. Inadvertently hearing the Black Domain City Lord's secret, Lin Fei rejoiced. Luckily, he did not leave in a fit of anger. Otherwise, he would have missed an opportunity. Divine essence sand. Lin Fei made up his mind. He would definitely go to the Forbidden Lands. The Forbidden Lands are so magical. Lin Fei said in shock. In that case, there are many such Forbidden Lands in the Black Domain? The Black Domain City Lord laughed when he heard this. I really don't know how to answer your question. It's fine to say it's right, but it's also fine to say it's wrong. The sealed area is very special in the Black Domain. Normally, it's controlled by the various large factions of the Black Domain. Apart from that, no one can enter without a special supporting treasure. The Forbidden Lands that we are going to are a public Forbidden Lands. However, the number of people who can enter is limited. Lin Fei heard it clearly. He had indeed thought too far ahead. A place like the Forbidden Lands was not an ordinary place. Under the shroud of the primordial annihilation energy, all sorts of treasures could be born. How could such a place be given to others? While Lin Fei and the Black Domain City Lord were conversing, the three supremacies stared at the silent Lin Fei, who was frowning from time to time and looking happy from time to time. They were all enraged. Lin Fei was simply not putting them in his eyes. Lin Fei, I want to spar with you. As long as you are stronger than us, we will immediately give up. That's right. Do you dare? The supremacies who were sitting and drinking did not make a sound. They did not stop them. Although they did not know why Lin Fei had gained the favor of the Black Domain City Lord, they knew that as long as they did not agree, the Black Domain City Lord would have to listen to them in the end. They still had this bit of confidence. Lin Fei, who had betrayed the Dark Shadow Palace and defected to the demonic motherland, could forget about taking advantage of them. They were even wondering if they should release the news that Lin Fei was here. They believed that the three top forces would be very interested in capturing him. After Lin Fei digested the news of the Forbidden Land, he saw that the three supremacies wanted to spar with him. Haha, you want to spar with me? Are you qualified? Lin Fei suddenly laughed loudly. After knowing the origin of the Forbidden Land, Lin Fei naturally would not miss this opportunity. The moment he laughed, the three supremacies were shocked. They felt the world spin and their blood churn as if they were about to spit out a mouthful of blood. As for the other supremacies, their expressions changed drastically. He's so strong. I actually feel like I'd been hit by a trick. What's going on? The only person present who was not shocked was the Black Domain City Lord. That smile contained a terrifying penetrating force that easily rushed into their bodies. The three young supremacies were the first to bear the brunt. Even though they were supremacies, their strength was too weak. After one exchange, the three of them spat out blood. Your strength is still not enough. Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. You still want to spar with me? I'm afraid I'll kill you with one punch. Don't you think so, City Lord? The Black Domain City Lord smiled bitterly. Do you understand now? Chapter 2989. Lin Fei's action made the young supremacies and supremacies feel immense pressure. Everyone had underestimated Lin Fei's prowess. Seeing the reluctance on the faces of the young geniuses, they did not stop them and watched quietly. In their hearts, they understood that one of the qualifications to enter the Forbidden Land would probably be given to Lin Fei. He was so young, yet he was so powerful. They wondered how he cultivated. Was he at the body tempering style? I know you are unwilling. Lin Fei stood up with a crash. Then I'll give you a chance. As long as you can block one of my punches, I won't say another word. I don't care if you don't qualify. You can all come at me together, lest you say that I bully you. If they attack together, it would directly provoke the few of them. They had seen arrogant people, but they had never seen someone like this. They were slightly weaker just now, but that was because they were caught off guard. If they were attacked again, they would definitely not be in such a sorry state. Lin Fei, you're too arrogant. There are only a few of us. You want to defeat us alone? Dream on. Isn't it just one punch? Who's afraid of who? They were all ready. It would be a miracle if Lin Fei agreed to this. The Black Domain City Lord did not stop Lin Fei. As long as Lin Fei was willing, it would not be a problem to kill these people. No one dared to say anything because he was the Black Domain City Lord and represented a huge force. In order to say that I'm bullying you, you guys can attack first. Lin Fei chuckled and stood with his hands behind his back. Shameless boasting. Let's attack. The young supremacies could no longer sit still and directly attacked. Boom. Boom. Their auras erupted like a storm. Just this aura alone could suffocate heavenly gods. The Saint Spirit's secret technique was unleashed. In the face of this storm, Lin Fei was very calm. He wore a faint smile as if their attacks did not exist. Bang! Bang! All the killer moves and secret techniques landed on Lin Fei. A layer of golden circular energy rippled out. It's not strong enough. In the eyes of Lin Fei, the powerful killer move of a supremacy wasn't threatening at all. It was soft and powerless. Lin Fei easily blocked it with his proud heaven armor. Now it's my turn. Lin Fei took a step forward and casually threw a punch. A fist shadow appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Muffled groans could be heard coming from the bodies of the geniuses as they were sent flying. Their bodies were battered beyond repair, and they were on the verge of death. This was because Lin Fei had restrained his power. The Black Domain City Lord was already used to Lin Fei's battle prowess. Does anyone have any objections? The Black Domain City Lord laughed and said, "This world is very big, and there is always someone better out there. You should be glad that Daoist Lin Fei showed mercy to you." The supremacy powerhouses present instantly lost their temper. What a joke! A single punch was enough to make several young exalted lords half dead. This power was terrifying to the extreme. You want them to go up? They knew that they didn't have the ability to do so. In front of that kind of power, they couldn't even find a way to resist. The other party's strength was completely crushing. It wasn't that they had never seen a body-tempering cultivator before, but it was their first time seeing someone like Lin Fei. He was too powerful. Emperors will protection, and the power of emperors couldn't block that ferocious attack. The most terrifying thing was that this Lin Fei cultivated a powerful protective secret technique, which was rare and precious. Generally, powerful protective secret techniques, especially body-tempering ones, were more precious. We don't have any objections. With Daoist Lin Fei representing us, we are 100% happy. This is the blessing of our Black Domain City. All of them smiled. When Lin Fei displayed his strength and easily defeated a supremacy, they changed their minds. Such a person wasn't easy to deal with. It was just a slot, so there was no need to haggle over it. The Black Domain City Lord was very satisfied with their reply. That's good, then it's settled. Lin Fei decided to sit down again. But at this moment, a terrifying power directly descended on the Black Domain City Lord's mansion. Everyone immediately felt some kind of suppression. This was especially so for Lin Fei's position. As the special power enveloped him, the surrounding space actually began to change. Hua hua hua, everything changed in an instant. Lin Fei was no longer in the hall of the City Lord's mansion. Instead, he was in the sky outside Black Domain City. Spatial transfer. Lin Fei frowned slightly. An expert of the Temporal Temple. Pa. Not far away, a bald young man walked out from the void. His eyebrows were as sharp as knives and were filled with killing intent. Around him, the space was constantly changing. It seemed real but not real, seemed fake but not fake. It was as though there was a great distance between the two of them. This person was the Temporal Temple's great supremacy Kong Wen. He was the strongest expert of the younger generation, as well as the #1 expert. Your eyesight isn't bad. You actually recognized spatial transfer. No wonder the secret arrest team failed on the verge of success. You, Lin Fei, aren't bad. The bald young man laughed. Let me introduce myself. I am Kong Wen, and I'm here to kill you. Black Domain City Lord's Mansion, Hall. As the terrifying special power dissipated, everyone was in a daze. At that moment, they felt as if they had lost control of their bodies. There was nothing more terrifying than a special suppression that even their supremacy couldn't endure. Spatial transfer, an expert from the Temporal Temple has arrived. To be able to use such a secret technique, he must be at least at the great supremacy level. The Black Domain City Lord's face sank as he rushed out of the City Lord's mansion. A Temporal Temple's great supremacy had teleported someone out in front of him. This was disrespecting him, the Black Domain City Lord. Moreover, the Black Domain City Lord was still counting on Lin Fei to help him. To be able to use spatial transfer, he must be nearby. I can't let anything happen to Lin Fei. You guys are really fast. Lin Fei recognized the other party. The #1 expert of the Temporal Temple's younger generation, Great Supremacy Kong Wen, was very famous in the Saint Spirit world. Anyone who was dissatisfied with the title of #1 expert would be defeated by him. At this point, no one dared to look down on this #1 expert because he truly had the strength to do so. To kill me, you've really put in a lot of effort. Lin Fei was very calm. I'm very happy that you, the number one expert, are here to kill me. After all, I've long wanted to witness the power of the number one expert. Great Supremacy Kong Wen's eyes suddenly narrowed. You're not bad either. Although I didn't see Dugu Yijian or the Elysian Sun, I've already completed half of my mission by killing you. It's a pity that you've offended the Temporal Temple. I won't let you off. Lin Fei truly didn't expect that the number one expert of the Temporal Temple would come to kill him. Chapter 2990. Supreme Venerable Kongwen was the number one person of the younger generation. Along the way, he had defeated countless geniuses, including some monstrous geniuses. Those famous geniuses would eventually become the stone steps under his feet. You're quite confident. Supreme Venerable Kongwen said indifferently. I hope you won't disappoint me. Whoosh whoosh. Supreme Venerable Kongwen made his move. A huge bubble appeared without warning and directly enveloped Lin Fei. This move came too quickly. Lin Fei was prepared, but he was still a step too late. His entire body was instantly sealed. Boom! The moment he was sealed, the huge spatial bubble exploded on the spot. Lin Fei's body swayed. With just one move, Ao Tian's body fortification had been affected. His strength was indeed worthy of his reputation. You're the number one genius of the Temporal Temple. Your methods are indeed impressive. You've mastered the spatial school very well. Lin Fei said with a smile. Supreme Venerable Kongwen was just testing him. You're not bad yourself. You're the only one in the entire Saint Spirit domain who has cultivated the body tempering school for 150,000 years. Defeating you gives me a great sense of accomplishment. Whoosh! The spatial bubble enveloped him once again. This time, Lin Fei was prepared and retreated. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Huge bubbles enveloped him one after another. No matter how fast Lin Fei's speed was, he had no advantage over this huge bubble. Open. His body shook, and a huge force swept out, hitting the huge bubble that had formed. The force that could usually crush experts was like cotton candy when it hit the huge bubble. It was unable to break the huge bubble, which was full of toughness. Wave after wave of force landed on the huge bubble. Not a single one of them could break the huge bubble. Lin Fei was trapped several times. Every time he was trapped, he would receive an attack. The frequency was getting faster and faster. In a short period of time, he had received 30 to 50 attacks. You're indeed very powerful to be able to withstand my spatial seal for so long. Supreme Sovereign Kongwen calmly manipulated the Space Emperor's will and cast a series of spatial seals, as if he was doing something trivial. It's a pity that you ran into me. You killed Grand Monarch Shady Moon's doppelganger, so we've studied your abilities. If we want to kill you, we'll have to attack you from a distance. I wonder how it feels to be sealed by space. Supreme Venerable Kongwen's face was full of confidence, as if he had already defeated Lin Fei. So this is the famous space seal. It is indeed very powerful. Ordinary High Lords would be severely injured in 3 attacks, and the same goes for great sovereigns. Lin Fei had to admit that this move was powerful. Every time a spatial seal exploded, it would take away a large amount of life force. It was actually the same as Grand Monarch Shadow Moon's saber technique. Compared to Grand Monarch Shadow Moon, Grand Monarch Kongwen's methods were more profound. I've seen your moves, now you can try mine. Lin Fei had a large number of life crystals on him, so he didn't care about ordinary consumption. It was rare for him to meet such an expert, so he really wanted to have a good fight. He took out the Sky Splitter. The attributes of the Origin Energy Divine Weapon were fully activated. Lin Fei had seen how powerful his opponent was. If he relied on his current strength to break this move, it would still be very difficult. So he simply used the Sky Splitter. As soon as the Origin Energy Divine Weapon appeared in his hand, he slashed it vertically, and a black stream of light went straight for Supreme Venerable Kongwen. A path was torn open between the spatial bubbles. Rise! Supreme Venerable Kongwen raised his hand, and the surrounding space became extremely solid. Layer by layer, it floated up. The power of Lin Fei's attack was very terrifying. It blasted open the solid space all the way to Supreme Venerable Kong-Wan, and a patch of black appeared. Lin Fei's last bit of strength disappeared without a trace. Supreme Venerable Kong-Wan clapped his hands, a hint of surprise on his face. A body tempering school Supreme Venerable, you're very powerful. You're the first to be able to tear open my defenses. No wonder Grand Monarch Shadow Moon suffered a big loss at your hands. Your weapon is also quite extraordinary. It's at least a semi-finished origin energy divine weapon. Supreme Venerable Kong-Wan, the #1 expert of the Temporal Temple's younger generation, also had strength beyond Lin Fei's imagination. The #1 genius is indeed outstanding, to be able to cultivate the space school to this level. Lin Fei knew that he had met his match. His tyrannical strength didn't give him any advantage when facing such a school. At the very least, it would be difficult for him to injure the other party with his normal strength, especially the black void around Supreme Venerable Kong-Wan. It was none other than the legendary space shield. This kind of protective secret technique was truly powerful. With space blocking in front and space protecting behind, it would be extremely difficult to injure the other party. You're also very strong, but I know that's not your real strength. You've learned a kind of strength enhancement secret technique. Let me guess, it should be the tenfold strength technique, and it's only the second stage. Ordinary people can't master this secret technique, so I hope you can take it out and let me see it. Supreme Venerable Kong-Wan laughed. Master, this guy's space school is really the bane of your strength. Moreover, it's rumored that Supreme Venerable Kong-Wan is not only proficient in the space school, but also in the time school. He's an existence that's very difficult to provoke. Little Devil said, don't be fooled by the fact that he's facing you now. In fact, his real body isn't here. He should be somewhere in the vicinity. Lin Fei had noticed this a long time ago. Supreme Venerable Kong-Wan wasn't as brainless as he had imagined. He also knew how to guard against Lin Fei's strength. He knows my information like the back of his hand. It seems that the Dark Shadow Palace has arranged for someone of high status to know this information. They've really put in a lot of effort to deal with me. Lin Fei thought. You know me quite well. Lin Fei looked at Supreme Venerable Kong-Wan. I can use the tenfold strength technique, but I don't know how you're going to resist it. Whoosh. Lin Fei directly activated the second stage of the strength technique. His strength skyrocketed. Lin Fei also wanted to see what the other party's bottom line was. Although Supreme Venerable Kong-Wan knew him like the back of his hand, Lin Fei's secrets were not that simple. For example, the sky-splitting staff in his hand was an origin energy divine weapon with extraordinary power. Once it was completely unlocked, it would be a fatal blow. In addition, there was also the illusion scepter that he had obtained from the Demon King. This was also a treasure. Since Supreme Venerable Kong-Wan looked down on him, he planned to give him a big gift. The strongest person? Lin Fei also wanted to make him suffer a big loss. With a wave of the sky-splitting staff, large tracts of space collapsed and terrifying power rushed to the side of the boundless black hole. However, the black hole was like a bottomless pit, and the explosive power could not affect Supreme Venerable Kong-Wan.